Whatever, gaggle.
I mean, it's
Freudian slip.
I'll get it.
it's in my office. He's getting
He's getting the sheet for public comment.
Okay, so I'm calling the special meeting of the Board of Selectmen on February 28th. It is actually 9:06, so we're a little late. Curtis is almost here. And if we could all please rise for the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So I have, trying to gauge the amount of public audience so we can kind of make sure we have time to do the budget today. So right now I only have 3 names up here. Are there other people that are planning to speak that did not sign up so I can kind of have an idea? Okay, very good.
Wait, so how many, do you have the list that was outside?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so it's just this.
But that's fine. Okay, so I'm gonna, public audience. And another thing, like, we don't have a lot of people, we allow 5 minutes. If you're gonna say kind of the same thing that somebody before you said, maybe you could sum it up a little, just so we know that you're supportive of a certain thing in the budget, but you may not need to all speak. Anyway, I have Aaron, Dotson, Kelly first. Tom, you got the timer going?
No.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Erin Dotson-Kelly. I am a board member of the Theater Guild of Simsbury. And I was just here to say thank you and express our appreciation on behalf of the board for any consideration of our outside agency funding request. So we're really excited about our new season this year, and we're always very hopeful to be able to provide, our theatrical productions to the community, so.
Oh, I love that. Thanks, Erin. Well, it's just the time of that. Next I have Mary Ann O'Neill.
Good morning, I'm Mary Ann O'Neill, 1 West Street. And I'm here basically, thank you for all the support that the town and especially the Board of Selectmen have given the library over the entire time we've been here for 55 years. I think one thing that's been clear after the zero-based budget is that the library is not only an excellent resource for the town, but it's also very well managed and well below any type of questions as far as costs and budget. I think a couple of years ago, it was recognized as one of 2 4-star libraries in the state. We were one, Westport was the other. Westport's annual budget was $5 million, ours was 1.8 million. And yet we were on the same level. So today I'm asking that you restore the cuts that are in the budget for the reference materials. In that there's $20,607 for the adult budget and $2,500 for the children's. Simsbury's library is a resource for everybody. It starts from the time kids are infants and go to programs, they get read with children's books. The teens are there, it's a safe place to go, they interact. Adults love their books, their reference materials, being able to go and look for job opportunities right up to seniors when they need large print books or digitals. And we're happy to provide them even if it means it to the door. What does it mean if you restore the dollars? That would be a total of $23,107. Since according to the Simsbury website, there are 24,517 people. That's an ask of you putting back in the budget 94 cents per capita for the year. It's only 94 cents per capita. As I said, it's one resource in town that serves all demographics, all ages. And we just ask for your support and to consider the material budget is the resource that we can give to people. Without that, and by cutting back, we limit what we can do for all areas of the town. So we ask you to consider that, please. It would really make a big difference rather than the 10% cut. And again, thank you for all you do and your support.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Well, Holly?
morning. My name is Holly McGrath. I live at 2 Old Barge Road. I'm also the chair of the library board of trustees. But I also am a member of this community and represent so many of the things that we rely on in town. So I speak to all of that as I advocate for our budget. I think it's important to recognize that our communities, or communities in general, do not thrive by accident. And so before we crunch the numbers, I just want to recognize all of your volunteer hours and the dedication that you have to our town, as well as every other volunteer in this room who puts time into making our community the best that it can be. The library is no different. Our library epitomizes this collective effort to serve all of us, and it is a high-performing library. I won't repeat everything that Marianne said, all the accolades, but we do that with a very frugal budget. We are not over the top, and we did a exhaustive review of all of our line items this year, and we came up with nothing excessive. We rely on partnerships and volunteers to provide programming, extensive donations by the Friends. So we're already maximizing what we can do beyond the town budget to serve everyone. I'm also going to speak that there's something in the budget that cuts our business and career center position from full-time to half-time. And this is significant. How do you make up for that? How do we put that back after it's been cut? So even if that person can serve half-time at town hall and half-time at the library, that's a half-time hole in our library services to people that rely on the information desk particularly, but also job-seeking opportunities, opportunities for growth in learning skills that will help them provide better work experiences. So all of that is really critical to what we do at the library. The materials, those aren't extras. So my question is, if we cut them now, what's the plan going forward to restore them? Because we just can't sustain cuts. It's not a plan to thrive. So I ask you to consider those as you review the budget today, and be partners just as we want to be partners with you in helping Simsbury thrive. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Anyone else here for public audience? Yeah.
Good morning, I'm Lori Boyko. Board of Finance Tri-Board data shows Simsbury's taxes rose 10% in just the 2 fiscal years, 24 and 25 alone. Residents in more moderate-priced homes, those least able to afford substantial increases, saw even greater hikes as the reval shifts the tax distribution onto them from the affluent. Today, you're evaluating how to get away with another 2 to 3% with another reval right around the corner, which will shift that burden to those least able to afford it again. Between the town and the schools, residents and taxpayers are working, in addition to their own inflating household expenses, to carry nearly $100 million of other people's employees' salaries, benefits, and insurance on their families' backs. It's breaking our backs. Every year we're told contractual obligations are the budget driver that forces the budget up. Instead of reducing the town workforce that has grown to unnecessary and unsustainable levels, the Tri-Board letter shows just since 2021, over a 4-year period, the town workforce has increased by 20.9 full-time equivalent positions and the Board of Ed by 19. So while we're all collapsing under the weight, you've collectively added almost 40 new FTEs of more mouths for us to feed. The only responsible solution should have been cutting positions over the last few years and continuing to cut now. The debt service also increased over 18% in a single year. Yeah, I know, the Board of Ed, I get it. But our bank accounts don't care which Simsbury budget it is when we're running out of money. If we can't reduce special ed spending, then we need to reduce other staff and programs. The Board of Ed is already not replacing regular ed staff in favor of hiring more special ed staff every year. The town needs to be seriously reducing discretionary areas of departments.
The library alone has nearly 24 FTEs, many in higher level positions. Honestly, half a position cut there isn't enough. They run events like they're the YMCA while often competing directly with town businesses who are trying to stay afloat themselves. And on top of all their employees, they pay additional outsiders to run their programs, like $1,500 for Little Leapers dance classes, or Music with Kate for $1,800, and macrame for $1,650. It goes on and on. Why are we all paying for other people's children to take dance class? Can they not enroll and pay for their own children in a dance studio or the gymnastics training center? Sure, some is funded by the Friends, but if we weren't running so many small group activities, we also wouldn't need so many employees to coordinate them. The library board, by the way, has not even reviewed and discussed this as a board, nor have they voted on the budget yet. So many comments must be individual opinions and not a reflection of the board as a whole. I just wish they would advocate for fiscal responsibility for the taxpayers as much as they push for more money for the library. There isn't enough time to detail all of the serious issues with our budget, so I'll close by saying that you all were elected to make responsible decisions as representatives of the people, many of whom don't have a clue what we're paying for or what is absolutely necessary and what is not. Responsible decisions are not fun decisions. They require maturity and restraint. Restraint means not sliding right up against the Board of Finance guidance and patting yourselves on the back. It means doing better than that, because it's the right thing to do for the people you represent in tight financial times. It means not spending one single dime that isn't absolutely necessary. It means not taxing to create reserves and non-lapsing funds that become slush funds for future pet projects. It means not giving any donations to outside agencies and charities using other people's money. None of the outside agencies in this budget should be funded, not one. And it means making cuts, substantial cuts, not just of expenses that have been requested in this budget, but in expenses that have been in prior budgets that need to be trimmed. I've studied our actual expenditures, and I could easily bring this budget in with zero increases to residents, with no residents suffering from lack of town services. I really believe you can too if you do the right thing for the people you represent. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Is there anyone else here for public audience? I'm surprised. I'm surprised and I guess happy that we can get into our budget. So both Mark and I have a couple things to say. Do you want to go first?
No, please, Madam Chair, take it away.
So just a couple things, not really applicable here, but I'm a little off from waking up to the headlines today in the Times. That kind of shook me up a little bit, and I just wanted to say anybody with servicemen and any families that have people in the service, hopefully they're not part of the conflict that we've just engaged in. On the more positive side, we're here to represent all of you and do the best that we can for everybody in the community and to support our staff also, who've worked super hard on this budget. They'll have a lot of chances to speak, ask questions, to represent what they're presenting in their budget, so we look forward to all of that. I also want to thank the members of our board up here for putting in the effort to get through this budget on top of getting through the charter, all of which has to wrap up in a couple weeks. So we're under a lot of pressure to get this all done, which is why you pay us the big bucks. And I want to also just quickly reflect on the Board of Finance we were given. I'm sure Mark has said it, but we were given a 3.5% expense side increase limit, as was the Board of Ed. Of 5 million bonding or 10 million over 2 years, which has been the guidance that we've been following for the last 3 years. So Mark has done what he can with his team to meet those guidance, and then we will see where we take it from here, because it will be our budget today. And there's some big topics for discussion today that we'll get to, but I'm going to turn it over to Mark.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, everybody. And for those watching at home, thanks for your participation as well. Just 2 points before we get into the nitty-gritty. I just wanted to let the board know that this budget cycle, we've rolled in 2 new, I call them initiatives or tweaks to the budget process. The first is that we've engaged a intern, if you will, a student from Simsbury High School, Badra Hamish, who is doing a capstone project on municipal budgeting. And our plan is that every year moving forward, we would include a Simsbury High School student in one aspect of our budgeting process. And so later today, when we get into the library budget, we'll have a 3 to 5 minute presentation from Badra, who participated this year in the zero-based budgeting work that we did at the library. And so we're very pleased to welcome Badra to the team, and next year it'll be a different department. That's the second of the two initiatives that we're rolling out that's different from the past. That is that we are employing what's called zero-based budgeting, kind of a hybrid model rather than applying it across the organization. It's very time-consuming, as our friends at the library know. Marianne was quite right. It was a deep dive on the library budget. So rather than employing it across the entire organization, our plan is to use zero-based budgeting one department each year on a rotating basis. And what that will mean is that we'll be able to assure the board that at least every few years, every department faces a higher level of scrutiny than they would have in the ordinary budget process, without really taxing, no pun intended, our staff resources. And then what we did lastly was we married these two new initiatives, and we intend to get the help of our Simsbury High School intern or capstone student each year to help us work on that particular department. Next year, we're looking forward to doing the Department of Public Works. So we've started with the library, not the biggest budget, but certainly one that we've had a significant number of questions over the years about program creep and mission creep and so forth, and we've got a good presentation later today. So those are the two new things that we're rolling in. We hope you enjoy them, and I'm looking forward to our work today. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, so we're gonna move on. We're gonna start with the outside agency requests, and the first one that we put on the agenda is to talk about the Ambulance Association. We currently have an MOU for the remaining, for this budget of $160,000. That was part of our operating MOU support. And we had also received a request for a new van-style ambulance at $250,000. Mark has included in his budget a $60,000 amount, which would be offset by the amount raised in a capital program by the SVAA. A couple things I just want to highlight, I think I said it the other night, is unlike the volunteer fire company, who is a taxing district and has funds to, a way to support their ongoing operations, SVAA kind of relies on paybacks from Medicare, Medicaid, which are not meeting the levels that they need, and also, some donations and things like that. So we made that decision over the last 3 years to help fund them, but we want to talk about, currently we want to talk about the funding on the ambulance and the need to fund that. I can kick it off here. I talked to some members of our board, and Diane is the public safety chair, and I'd like to put out to our board that we bump that up to a higher level, given they're not able to go out and fund it. I believe we have reserves where we can use for this. And I just wanted to put out there if people would be interested in talking about increasing that to help them out. Another point on that is if we don't, and we look ahead, as if we continue an MOU and a continued operating need, any loans and funding that they would need to support the ambulance would have to kind of fall into that. I just want to ask Mark a question.
Yes.
On so it's kind of rolled all into this, but one question I have is, why isn't, and I'm taking the floor here, why isn't the ambulance in our capital budget, as it's a one-time capital purchase of a large amount?
Quick answer, Chair, we wouldn't own it. It's not our capital. That's the answer.
Okay.
We can't own it legally and bond for it. You could use cash reserves, but essentially it would be a gift because it's an unrelated organization. And so we want to stay away from that mechanism of funding it. But you are correct. There are adequate reserves if the board was inclined to increase the town manager's recommended number. There are sufficient reserves to do.
So just one thing. So with the Performing Arts Center, we did put things like that in the CIP. Is that just
We
a
own the
difference?
property.
Okay. So it really can't, because it just would clarify how this is presented. That's my only point on
I
it.
think we've also been mentioned, in our side on the internal conversations, our risk manager, town attorney and others, that, even though they are our partner, and I would say a very close partner, there are liability issues that
Okay.
can extend, sharp attorneys can reach funders, in terms of, if the funding level is significant to their operation, it sort of almost breaks down that separation. And so from a liability standpoint, we prefer that they own it.
Okay, and there, we wouldn't have any liability on it if we were to help fund this, correct? I mean, insurance or anything like that?
Under this proposal, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, I know Diana wants to say something.
I do. So a couple of things, and to Wendy's point, and it's one of the questions that I had previously sent.
Yes.
In that we want to be clear how this funding is listed within our outside agency request. And I understand the need for it staying an outside agency, but when you look at under the requested amount of $220,000, we need to be clear that $160,000 of that is prior authorized per an MOU that we have a contract with for their operating expense help that we have in our 3-year MOU. And out of that $60,000 is what is being requested, what is being recommended from you for their capital purchase of the ambulance. Now, I will say that I know that the ambulance cost is about $250,000. I know that there was some fundraising privately that you have done. If we can get an update on the amount that you have fundraised, because I am going to propose to this board to fully fund the ambulance minus the amount that they have fundraised for several reasons. One, it is a public safety asset to the town, even though it's an asset we do not own. It is something that every single person in this town benefits from. We need a reliable ambulance service. I think it is important to fund public safety. And if, in the end, whatever we do not fund that they need to fund, to Wendy's point, it's going to come back to us in an operating request at a future time. And we are going to be looking in, and as we've discussed, not part of this budget, but we will look at where we're going in the future with SVAA and continual support, and what is that going to look like. If it eventually winds up in our operating, then that does become something that is potentially taxable to our affect the mill rate, if we go in that direction. If we fund it now, it is something through capital that is not part of any type of mill rate increase. So that is my proposal. I don't know if we can get an update.
Yeah, oh, well, we will need an update, right, at some point, but I do wanna ask any others on the dais who have any thoughts on this and wanna weigh in before we kinda talk about where and if we wanna make any changes here. Anybody?
I'll entertain it, you know what
Okay.
I mean? I think it's
Yep.
worthy of discussion. I don't know if I'm 100%, I'm definitely not 0%.
Yeah,
Because I know there is fund driving going on, so I wanna acknowledge and embrace that.
so one thought I had, I'm gonna put out my thinking on this, is instead of up to again, we're saying we're gonna use capital reserves and we haven't done the capital budget yet, so we haven't seen kind of any changes we're gonna make there. But one of the things, instead of a fully funding, I was thinking of a 200 cap. And what I was gonna ask Mark was, if whatever they fundraise up to take a chunk of that, right? Would be where I would go, and if there's any kind of leftover money somewhere, so they'd use the 50 and then whatever breaks into the 200, if there's any extra money, can we keep that in some sort of contingency to use for next year if there's an operating component? Are you following that? I don't know if I said that right.
Not entirely, we wouldn't have a separate account, for the purpose of that rollover into a subsequent fiscal year necessarily, but I wanna make sure I understand your question. If you're proposing a maximum of 200 less whatever they've raised,
which they'll fill the 50 first, and then
Right,
whatever
that-
falls into.
That's certainly the board's discretion
Yeah.
to do that. I would defer to the finance team, but I would imagine that would come from capital reserves, as Diana said. It's not a direct impact on the mill rate, and certainly that would be our preference if the board wanted to do that. I would just suggest and recommend to the board that you consider, and I know SBAA is here, that a part of the 250 is for what I call the upfit of the ambulance. And I don't know if that number, say, is 30 or 40 or
50,
something. And then there's their own fundraising, which, may be somewhere between 40 and 60. I don't have an updated number. So I think the board should consider, what is the composition of the 250 that they've asked for. And then just be guided by that. Also, as I said at a board meeting recently, we're entering the third year of the 3-year MOU. You'll see that obviously as Diana's, and we do agree with you, by the way, management, we've signaled that separating them is very important, so thank you for that, so that we can make that distinction for the public. But I do want to remind the board that we're entering the third year of the MOU. There isn't a fourth year negotiated as yet. And I think that may be where the first selectman is going, because there's a lack of clarity around what the support level will be in subsequent years as that MOU expires.
So it would be good if we kind of had a consensus on where we would be comfortable, and then maybe move it to the capital discussion. Go ahead, Kevin.
So on the capital side, I think it's where it needs to be, but I don't know that it makes sense for us to not own the asset if we're making the investment in the purchase. So if we pursue this path and we find out that we can afford it because the need is there, we have to find a way that we continue to own the asset, and then that asset is used as either some sort of contracted arrangement, just like we would if we owned a vacuum cleaner and there were a maintenance service that came in and cleaned the building. In the same way, it's a lot more complicated, but there's no other way for us to be able to protect the taxpayers' interest with this kind of a large purchase if we don't continue to own that asset.
Well,
And then offload maybe the liability of maintenance and all that, just like you would in any other kind of tangible asset.
well, to your point, wouldn't we be able to gain the benefits of depreciation on it if we were to?
I think that
Purchase
that's
it.
why we have to go that way.
Yeah.
I would just recommend the board consider, again, our counsel is that we not own it. I understand Kevin's selection. I think maybe a compromise might be for Selectman Beal, and I can't speak for SBAA, but that the town hold a lien on the property as opposed to owning it. I'm again reluctant to recommend owning it because of the liability issues, and it's not just for the reasons I stated, but I'm sure that we could work with our partners at SBAA, and assuming they would agree, we could put a lien on which would prevent its sale. It would protect us if it was damaged and there was an insurance claim or something like that. So if that would be one way to get the board comfortable with increasing your support, that'd be my recommendation.
I'm cautious about turning it into a pretzel to solve the problem.
Yep.
I think that as straightforward as we can be on what it is, I think makes the most sense.
Agreed.
But I don't have the best answer, but still from where I sit, I could be convinced, but where I sit, what I had mentioned still makes the most sense for me, both financially and the taxpayer's interest. And it's still a hard pill to swallow, considering as well. So that's all for me, Diane.
Mike, I thought you had a question.
I'm in favor of helping the ambulance. I don't necessarily have a concern with helping them purchase the ambulance. I am not in favor of us owning it.
Okay.
I think the liability, we just don't need that. Let's be very honest. The town of Simsbury has the deepest pockets around, unless you go to the state and beyond that. We will become any potential suit we would be involved in, and we don't need to head down that road, is my concern. If there's a way to address it, that's fine. I think we're in the last year of the MOU. That does raise some concerns about how we go forward. Maybe that can be updated, but I'm more than happy to have that discussion.
Yeah, but are you,
I just wanted to clarify, just so the board knows, last numbers that we received, and I know we were looking for updated numbers, the vehicle itself was costing $196,000, and the stretcher and mounting striker parts that are like the guts of the inside of the ambulance is the $54,000.
Okay.
So that's where you ultimately get to the $250,000. So you have the vehicle itself, and then the parts that are inside, so they are ultimately part of the same capital ask or expenditure, but they are two different, so you could break it out that way if necessary.
okay, so I put out a 250, a 200. Is anybody comfortable with either of those? Wanna make another proposal here? So we could kind of just put that in, a pin in that, and then, then when we get to capital, we're gonna be talking about reserves and where we're using them for town assets and Board of Ed assets. And we can kind of just include that, I think, in that conversation, because we'll be looking at that overall.
Could we take Diana's input and reduce that to 196,000? I know
Or
it's,
200 is for that.
I know, that's $4,000.
Okay, I think that's a good idea. A
Okay.
good, do people have an appetite for that on this board?
I think to move the conversation forward, yes. For
Okay.
me, the mechanics of it and the details,
Yes,
I
and
think
I-
are still gonna matter.
I think that's gonna be critical, so if we agree kind of on that amount, but the best execution of it from our attorneys and from Mark and from Kerma, the ambulance, to weigh in on that, so we can move this forward, and that's kind of where we're gonna land right now. Okay, so, is any,
Just
so
so we
196, whatever the amount that Steve said.
That was it? Well,
No, he
I'm
doesn't want the
196.
4,000,
It's okay.
so-
Well, you can put it at 200, we'll negotiate.
We'll
when we
talk
get
about
there.
it.
Okay. All right.
Eric, can you just clarify where it would come from? It's coming from capital reserve?
Capital reserves, because we were told that there is reserves that can be used.
Understood.
And that's the best source right now to handle this purchase. Okay.
Which is separate from the
Yeah,
160.
Yeah, that's a done deal, the 160. Right, and you, Mark, you chose to use reserves for the 160. There's no operating being used for that, correct? This year,
Correct.
okay. If we do anything going forward, though, we'll probably have to do something with operating. Okay, let's get into the outside agency requests that we have. So, I think these are all in the packet. I'm not sure what page they're on in here. All right.
33.
Yeah, can
33.
people, I'm online, so it's a different page. See you guys.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
So there's some proposals in here. I was gonna kind of save the meatier ones and try to go through some of the ones that are a little bit more straightforward to get through those. Anybody okay with that? Anybody, would you like to
Do what?
take the lead on that?
She wants you to start cutting, Steve.
Okay,
You wanna start the conversation and I'll let you, well, let's go from here down first, cause these are the more, yeah, let's get through those.
well, the Farmington Valley watershed,
We-
we,
It's a ongoing thing.
it's a consistent ask, honestly.
Yep.
Our Farmington River is one of our assets in a multitude of perspectives. Since they're being consistent with the ask, I am in favor of granting it.
Yep.
Is that it? Do I need to make,
Oh.
just move along now?
River, that's one.
Right here, Farmington River Watershed Association.
Well, let's get is everybody okay with that one?
Yeah, I think
Let's
for the
just-
So we'll
purposes
start
of
here.
Some of
discussion.
the continuing ones that are simple
Yeah,
are
for
easy to,
operating here, I think for discussion, if we're just getting general consensus, we don't need to vote on
Yeah.
anything formally yet, so I'm
Right,
okay
okay.
with that, Steve.
Alright. Greater Hartford Transit District, again, same thing consistently, it's a regional thing, I do think we need to participate. I'm in favor of moving it forward with the consistent ask from last year.
okay?
The next one is the first one where, sorry, I know I'm tough, the Hartford Interval House. Another wonderful community service. However, I am tight on budgets and I would ask for a reduction from the requested amount. We did not fund it last year. I don't necessarily feel that is proper, but I also feel that it being a regional community service, can take a position and it doesn't have to be as high.
Did you have an amount? Cause I do.
Oh, then let's use yours.
I was going to suggest 2,500 because that was what we funded it at for many years. And it was, last year it was cut. But they do serve people in our community that are in need, and that's the only source for that thing. So I was gonna propose 2,500.
I'm in support of that. It's when you drill down to what it is, it's.
Well, again, so is there
valuable
consensus or do we wanna bring it back to
So
vote on that?
I just wanted to make sure I understood, cause I saw the letter from Interval House. Did they complete the form for the funding request?
Yeah,
Or
they
does
have
that-
to. Right, everybody on this list had to go through the
But
process.
I just don't see it, that's why I'm.
Oh,
It
We
was,
circulated it.
Yeah, it's on the website.
yeah, it's not part of the budget work, like part of our packet, but it's
Agency
on his.
See
grant
the outside agencies.
application
Right.
was a separate
no, but
mailing.
we
had
asked for I had asked for all the applications, so
There's
That was
a,
emailed to us.
So on the site, there's a list of the outside agency grant applications, and it's just not included in that list. At least I can't see it or it's out of order.
okay.
So if it's
Got it.
provided, then I'm okay with reducing to 2,500 for discussion now.
Page 21 of the online
Okay, I'm on
PDF.
Not 21. Is it? I don't see any 21.
Page 21, it's a letter. They
So
have
that's why I'm asking
traditionally,
if they completed the grant application,
so
if
they
you
have
have one.
traditionally been one that just submits a letter.
Did they submit the application form?
No, they've
Okay, so
traditionally
that's a
just.
concern for me. We have a process, we should be consistent.
Well, did these other people submit?
Some agencies traditionally, like the Greater Hartford Transit has always just done a letter, CMed has always just done a letter and said, here's your per capita. Interval House has traditionally just done a letter.
Great organization. If we're gonna go outside of process, I think we should state it and understand why.
Okay, well, if we get it, but if we're gonna use that process, then we shouldn't fund the other two. I guess would be the logic, cause they send letters and they don't go through the process because they're used to getting the funding. Oh, it's been an ongoing funding, so
Do we contact previous year funding recipients and ask them to complete the form?
The ones that submit the application, yeah, the ones that submit a yearly letter, I haven't reached out to, they've on time with their letters.
I see what you're saying. I get that. Let's see if everybody else submitted. I mean, that's just I guess that's an outlier, but it fits in with the other.
I do understand where Kevin's coming
Yeah,
from.
yeah, me too.
Right, because
You can't-
within,
Once you get gray,
Okay.
it's gray.
and within that application, there's documentation that is required to submit. You know, some, I mean, I wanna support them, but to Kevin's point, that, you know,
Well, I guess I'm just gonna go back to the Farmington Valley watershed then in the Greater Hartford Transit District. Those are kind of regional funded things that most of the communities participate in, correct? I'm looking at you guys over there, the finance group. They, right?
But we didn't, just for clarity, we didn't disturb the past practice. If they previously sent letters as opposed to filling them out, then if they were, at least my view, incoming town managers, that was the past practice. We didn't change it. The ones that are footnoted or asterisked here, that are based on the per capita, we look at them almost as a perfunctory. They're in outside agency discussion, but that's our participatory threshold along with the other towns based on population size. So in that respect, I don't know that, I wouldn't necessarily need to have them fill out the form because we've got that multi-town regional approach to supporting some of these organizations. But I do understand Selectman Beal's desire to make sure everybody's submitting all the information. And we're happy to go get that from them prior to the passing of this on to the Board of Finance if the board would like us to do that.
Yeah, but then I see that makes an exception, point back to Kevin's point.
So if we're
Yeah.
okay with the process this year, I think it would be good for us to set a clear policy and process so
Yeah.
that everybody has an equal access and approach to this, because we're making tough decisions based on a lot of factors. The watershed, just for clarity, submitted both the form and a letter.
Okay.
So they were able to do both for
Gotcha.
us.
Gotcha. All right, so if we base it on past practice for this group is
I'm
what
okay
we're
with
saying.
Interval House for now, yeah.
Okay,
we can move
okay, do you wanna?
2,500.
That's a proposal, 2,500, people okay with that?
Yeah, for now, I think.
I'm good
we
For
can
now,
keep that.
for now.
okay.
Hold on, I want my calculator for a minute.
Well, I can do the next two.
You probably should, because I'm starting to
Oh,
slash.
I'm
so-
actually, I actually, was planning to not fund the modern vintage opera, and I'm sorry, but not fund the Theater Guild of Simsbury. I understand that there's a need for the arts here, but, I will honestly say that we just funded $388,000 for the arts in the referendum, and that to me shows a lot of investment of the community. We have not met and done any goal setting to revisit the arts conversation or culture or park or a commission, so that's where I am. I don't know where other people are.
I'm similar to you. I think both of us.
Yeah, I will just say that regardless of the organization, when you do fund arts, and I understand we just funded $388 for the PAC, which is, it's almost separate than these nonprofit arts organizations. You know, you do look at an economic development benefit to helping having thriving arts organizations in town, because I know the number of people that come into town to participate in arts, to be a part of it, whether they're volunteering or actually in it, and then the number of people who come into town to then consume the art, or whether it's visual or audience members. I know that restaurants often say, oh, I always know when there's a show because my restaurant, Andy's Italian Kitchen, I'll use as an example, is always packed. They're like, oh, we always know there's a show because we have a rush of people coming in before the show. In addition, and I will speak on behalf of TGS, the town, other organizations within town often look to us for resources, and hey, the Historical Society and the 250th Celebration Committee want to use some of our resources to benefit other things within town, actors or costumes or furnishings or other things. And so, being a good partner in the community, things are expensive, and we often burden the expense that other town entities would like to benefit from. And we also perform at Eno, at the high school, and other venues, which then we pay to, we are waive the fee, but we pay a large amount every year to both the Simsbury Public Schools and the town of Simsbury to be able to perform.
Thank you. I'm still thinking, last year we got asked from the summer theater, we rejected that, is because how do we pick and choose which group we're gonna go, so.
Although they are a pay-to-pay, like they are a tuition-based program, where these are not tuition-based, these are, people don't have to pay to be a part of them.
Well, I'm gonna ask, is there consensus on not funding those two?
I think if there's some direct costs that the Theater Guild has for using town facilities, we could work on some sort of an in-kind, arrangement that would offset the burden that they're having for, the entertainment that they provide for the community. But I think it's a difficult one to fund at this time, and I know you're close to it. I think that the other challenge for me in the application is it's for general operating support, and generally I have concerns with those kinds of funding support. If it was a specific project or program with time-bound measures or outreach potential, I think that would be a lot easier to understand. That's where I'm at this time.
Okay, so is that a consensus on those?
For now.
For now, okay.
I would agree with that.
Okay. Gifts of Love, did you want to take that one? Because we haven't funded Gifts of Love. I can't remember the last time we funded them, so I was trying to find that historically, or if they've even,
I don't think we have.
okay. So,
We do have benefit to the people of Simsbury, so I do appreciate their work. We had a great relationship with them. They were part of the town farm. We invested in the infrastructure, but at this point it's become more of a regional type thing. And with yet another budget year, we have, it's been a tough several years for the budget. At this point, I am suggesting not funding them, to be frank.
I'm with you on that too, I don't know where other people are.
Consensus?
So we discussed, the food pantry last year and some of the unused trust funds. Is there a mechanism to support them through those and what's currently happening? And can you help me understand how we would support this if there's a way outside of just having funding that we?
That's a good idea.
A great question. We explored it. Unfortunately, we were unable to come up with a non-general fund support for this particular vendor. When we get to, I think, VNA, we do have better news. We did have a meeting with our trustees that was scheduled for last Monday, postponed because of the storm, and had it just yesterday, so we're still compiling our notes from that meeting. But we don't see any help for this particular line item, unfortunately.
Okay.
So we're gonna have in our regular budget support for families in need through social services, and I assume that they're working and coordinating, and so I'd encourage management to work with staff and social services to make sure that we're not missing out on people who may be in need if we're gonna not be able to fund that this year.
Okay, is that kind of a consensus there to,
I think it is.
okay. Simsbury Community Media, we have been funding them every year in the $10,000 range, 10 to 12, 15.
Well, it's level funding with last year. This is a community resource we need as far as accountability and transparency. I don't really see it as a optional thing. Everyone knows I'm frugal, but this is more like bricks and mortar type thing to me, that you have to have the media. I think it's realistic. What they ask is, basically $1,000 a month. I think that is a fair rate for what we get.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. I think actually it could be higher personally because, just saying, like,
This is
they
just
offer.
a workshop.
I know, but I'm just saying.
$12,500.
I'm just saying that there is a good, they do good service for the town. I think broadcasting more of the meetings that we have would be an asset to the town, and we don't have another way to get information out to people. So I'm definitely for it. I think they should ask for more.
Kevin, you're on the board.
So I am. I don't
Ask
have
for
a
more.
financial benefit from serving on the board, obviously, so I don't have an interest there, but just out of full disclosure. One of the things why I think that this is important from a public funding perspective that's different than the way that it was previously is the way that community access television was funded was through the attachment fee that cable companies had to pay, and then the cable subscribers would pay that. That's changed with cord cutting and all the rest. The cord cutting is a misnomer though in a lot of ways because that same copper cable is still going into your house. You're just getting it through internet as opposed to television subscriber fees. So until the state is willing to take on that conversation, which will be a hard one from an internet subscriber side, I think that everyone here has already said it. The community benefits by being able to access both government and then local information through a steady and consistent, mostly volunteer-led and very small staff department that that's right here in town. Not a lot of communities have this resource. It's one of the things that continue to be unique about Simsbury, and so I appreciate the board's support.
Okay.
We have been asking them to even do more.
And they're taking
meetings.
shifts today to record
Yeah.
today's meeting, so help us all.
I would just go with, they've been pretty good with their requests, and if they wanted more, I think they would have asked for more. I'm happy to fund them at the level that they're at, unless somebody wants.
That's my,
We'll take Curtis's recommendation.
Next year, ask for more.
Oh, all right, so we'll stick with that. The North Central EMS.
I had them at level funding. It's it's level funding, slightly increased from last year, but below a reasonable cost of living adjustment. I don't really think it's emergency management. I think there's places to cut in this budget, most certainly. However, emergency management is something I shy away from cutting. I don't wanna be that guy.
Okay,
And I don't wanna need it.
Remember that sentence later.
I agree with you on that. I think everybody,
That should stay where it is,
yeah,
I think.
yeah, good. Okay, and then we can skip the.
SVAA's already been acknowledged, I think.
We did the 200. The VNA, I just have a question, if I can, Mark. I know that they used to be local, now they're regional. We're cutting $20,000 out. I don't understand if there's any impact to our residents by doing that. And
Great question. So,
just concerned.
the cut, again, just a recommended budget, which you'll hear me say from time to time today, but this cut was largely to evoke a conversation in the wake of that restructuring at VNA that you're referring to. Now, as you know, they're visiting nurses of the Litchfield Hills, and they themselves have expanded to have a more regional footprint. And, the question is, what is the impact? Is there a dilution of service to the Simsbury community and to our residents or not? And we didn't really have that data. So the cut did generate some interesting conversations when those letters went out that you were all copied on. This was also one, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, that we brought up to our colleagues at the Trust to see if one of the trusts that supports services in our community would be interested in taking on this. I'm going to defer to Tom to talk about what the gist of that call was from the trustees.
Yeah, so historically, it's been funded by $7,000 from the trust, and then the rest from the general fund. So the $20,000 that was proposed in the town manager budget is $7,000 from the trust, $13,000 from the general fund. And really kind of the trust, they were open to increasing that amount to kind of a matching 13 from the town, so up to 26 total. With the kind of want to get not monthly but quarterly reporting on specific Simsbury stats to then come back for next year and see, okay, we've had X amount of months and what is the specific Simsbury data to then say, was that enough or was that not enough, and go from there. So we're gonna work that out with the group to kind of get us that reporting data that the trustees would like to see.
And that would bump the funding from 20 to
26.
to 26. We have not shared that yet with the with VNA. The call was late yesterday, but it does mitigate the cut, and also I think the trustees were essentially saying the same thing you just said. Wendy, we need to have the data. And they've charged us with getting that to them over the coming year and then revisiting this. So depending on whether this board was interested in increasing the town side beyond what would now be 26, we would then reach out to VNA and let them know what those final decisions, what that final decision was. So at the moment, this process has gotten a little bit more funding from our partners at the Trust and a little bit more engagement with VNA leadership, and that's where we are today.
So I'm of the perspective that I agree with Mark's cutting to 20,000. Part of the concept of regionalization is a cost savings. And, I am hopeful that we can continue with the Trust and everything else to support them. It's a wonderful organization. If they're going regional, which I appreciate, I think we should try and recoup some savings in such a move. And, the 50% is heavy, but he's already got another 6, so, that's getting a percentage back in there. I am of the perspective that I would support the town manager's proposal of $20,000 funding.
And I don't know, Mark, if you answered me directly, they said that their services in the write-up, just by going regional, nothing has changed in how they represent and accommodate the residents of Simsbury. So I just want to make sure we're not going to end up with the short end of the stick anywhere along the line from the VNA, because I know they ask all of the regional towns to contribute. I'm not sure if they're all matching what they previously got or what they were asked for. So that's just my concern of cutting it. I mean, I would be in favor of cutting it if there's no impact to our residents.
So I think what we're trying to learn is exactly what the impact is, and I think it's akin almost to a zero-based budgeting approach. We need to get better data from them, and I think they I can't speak for them, but I think they concur that they can also do a better job of communicating to us throughout the year as opposed to just at budget time.
Okay.
And that's important. To the Selectman Beal's point, I don't believe we got a form on this request either. And so we're looking to just create a little bit better engagement and understand it. Quite frankly, to the first Selectman's question, we would not be opposed to coming back to this board for a supplemental or to make a budget transfer to replace cut funding once we have the data to support making that recommendation.
Diana?
So, to Wendy's point, I would like to, and it may not affect this number, but for future budgets or if we're gonna look at a supplemental, I would like to know what the other towns within that regional
Yeah.
are they giving at that same level? What are they giving and are they continuing to give at the same level? I do know that the V&A does, they come to the quarterly public safety meetings and provide the services that are direct to Simsbury, including flu clinics and blood drives, I believe, is it the
Blood pressure checks.
blood
and
pressure
things,
checks
yeah.
and you know, so those type of things haven't necessarily, we haven't seen a decrease in services in that aspect since they've been regional. They're providing the same level of services to Simsbury for what they're reporting to public safety. However, I would like to get some data on that
Yeah, we
and look at the numbers of where have they been previously, now that they're regional, where are our services, how the number of people that they're servicing, you know, partnerships, whether it's if they're partnering with SVA or social services or whoever else, you know, the fire department, whoever else they're partnering with in our community, because I think that does make a difference on their potential level of support. And I know we're not gonna have that for today, but I think it's important information to have.
So I think, we agree with going for the 20, I think if we see any degradation of service too, that we should be alerted. We're not getting blood pressure clinics or the whatever. We would need to know through social services and senior center. Go ahead, Mike.
I would see us doing two things. 10,000-foot view of everything on here is that they gotta fill out the report next year
Yeah.
or it will be
Right.
zero.
Yep.
And the people that are providing services to the citizens of town, they should quarterly report to the town manager and public safety. What are those services? Whether it's 1 or 1,000, if we're spending $20,000 for 2 people to get serviced, you know what? Let's give social services 10 grand and I'll bet they can take care of them. And but I want a value for our residents, that's what
Yep.
they deserve.
Does VNA come to public safety?
Yes,
Okay, so they
Yes.
can report there.
correct.
But yeah, formally,
Do it both
yeah, no,
ways.
I get it, but I thought they were at that meeting too,
Yes.
so.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're done with that one.
Just, so with the trust, it would be 26, but it's only 13 from the general fund, 13 from the trust. Just as a,
So
when
the,
you're,
yeah, the additional 6 would not have an impact to the general fund, or do you wanna keep it flat at 20 even with the additional support from the trust?
Why don't we use the most from the trust and then fill the, you said you got more from the trust
the
to,
trust, their 13 was on a, like, matching the town's
Oh.
13, so it'd be 26.
so if we did 10 and 10, right, we could do 10 and 10,
The trust has more money
The
though,
town's
so
only 13.
I think they're trying to use more from the trust.
but they won't use it unless it's a match.
Right, I'm just saying.
Oh, I see what you're saying, the
Yeah,
extra
the trust has
three, can
more
we
to
use
give,
that for
so it's
anything
just a
else?
few-
So the increase of the 6 wouldn't do anything to what we're already
Okay,
building into
so
the
you,
operating
so
budget.
26 to take advantage of the trust is what we're saying, all right,
That's what I was.
okay, is that, everybody okay with that?
Yes, and on Mike's point and
Yeah.
others, just on some metrics and things, it's not about necessarily trying to squeeze them for
Yeah.
this, but it is, taxpayer,
Right.
funding. I don't know how many blood glucose monitoring, they have, and, it's just, that's why the form is helpful, this is why,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and if there already is a good relationship with public safety, and I haven't, been at those meetings, that's great, but then this mechanism allows us to communicate not just to us, but also to the taxpayer about
Yes.
why it's valuable.
I would like to see those metrics, for sure.
And I would just say, Diane, that the engagement with them has been good because we set the cutout and so that there's a
Correct.
stronger back and forth. I think some of the things you'll see in this budget as we go throughout the day is, to evoke these types of conversations and improve and tighten the engagement between the town and the organization that's cut.
Okay, cool. Let's quickly go through, Meals on Wheels, I don't think we're gonna make a change there, correct?
Yeah, great.
And the Amplify, I think we're gonna leave Amplify, we've been funding that. Well, I don't know why they didn't request, we've been
Request anything.
funding that for years, so why did they request the funding?
I can't speak to that, Sharon, I don't.
So they didn't request anything. So,
Didn't know.
I gotta be honest.
yeah, are
If
you,
they didn't ask,
okay,
Give plenty of people that took the time
it's
to fill
only
out the form and
1761,
Okay.
maybe they don't need our money, in which
Okay.
case we do.
they didn't ask, that they're off. And then, So now we're gonna get up to the top. So we have the Main Street Partnership reduction. And somewhere it talked about the offset by this position, the new shared half position at the town manager's office, which is a whole other conversation, right? But, well, let's do the chamber first before we get into Main Street. What are people thinking about the chamber? We ask this every year, and I'm just gonna present this here. We always ask if Granby is funding the chamber. I reached out to the first selectman there, they do not fund the chamber, the Granby Simsbury Chamber. And so just, I know they're a smaller town than we are, but they do not, and they're pretty much equal participants from what we've seen in the chamber, don't you agree? I mean, at all the meetings. So.
We're better than Granby.
Don't say that on
We're larger than
TV.
I'll call Mark later if I'm wrong.
So,
Yeah.
go ahead, do you wanna
You
go first, or?
Go ahead.
I'm probably gonna say a lot of what
Right,
you're
say
gonna
it,
say.
say
So, I mean, I support the chamber, I like the chamber, I think they do great work, but as we've talked about, they are a pay-to-be membership organization. I have it's a Simsbury Granby or Granby Simsbury, however they put Granby Simsbury, but I will forever say Simsbury Granby Chamber of Commerce. So it's hard to fund when they don't fund, and are we saying, okay, but now you can only work, this funding can only go towards Simsbury, to Simsbury's benefit. In addition, it's not just Granby Simsbury, because you have businesses outside of Simsbury who are part of Chamber and who they have events in Avon and in Canton, and you have members from outside of Simsbury who are reaping Chamber benefits by being a member. And if we fund, how diluted are those funds to, I love our neighboring towns, but we have to worry about how we're funding for people of Simsbury here. And, we have other organizations that are working on economic development, and I would rather see money funded through something that is solely focused on Simsbury, that isn't a pay-to-membership organization.
Okay, so you're saying to no funding?
Correct.
How are others?
I have a question though.
Okay.
I'm still in agreement, but don't we pay for a membership to the chamber as well?
We do.
We do.
Here we
What's
go.
the ballpark number? Does anyone know?
850, does that?
50 to 900. I think
Yeah,
900.
I remember 850, because we ask this every year.
900
Yeah,
is
with
sitting on my
that
desk.
additional information, if we are considering maintaining that, I am at not doing
Only
that.
add is, I think we have to, as a board, come up with a strategy for EDC, Main Street Partners, and the chamber. So all together, so that we have a cohesive message we're sending out. And so calling out each one individually, I don't know that there's that much benefit to that, but I think this, I'm against this, spending this money here.
Okay.
But we have to have an overall
Yeah.
message.
And I think that's a great point. We've been struggling with that. We have multiple, we'll get into that when we talk about Main Street, when we talk about a resource for Mark's office. We have the planning department that is economic development focused. We have the town manager, economic development focused. There's gotta be a way that these can all work together. With that said, are we in favor of not funding the chamber? Is there a consensus here?
Could I make one comment, Chair?
Oh, yeah.
If I could. So as a result of COVID and other factors, the chamber went from being Simsbury centric, which is what you're saying you want, to a Granby Simsbury chamber. It is paid for largely by the cost burden to its members, unlike Main Street. By expanding to Granby, the argument could be that it's taken some funding pressure off of the town. If you could imagine that it hadn't made that decision to expand and become the Granby Simsbury Chamber of Commerce, if you could just imagine that they had not made that necessary change and they were the Simsbury Chamber of Commerce, and had come to you for an outside agency request, I'm pretty sure you would support it. And what I think I'm hearing is that because they are Granby and Simsbury, and Granby doesn't fund it, we shouldn't fund it at all. And I just want to respectfully recommend to the board that any solution, to Curtis's point, with regard to your mission for economic development, is really a multifaceted approach. So what we're saying is that there's no funding for the Chamber of Commerce. And when you look at this screen in front of you today, you're funding organizations other than the arts, which you didn't fund. You're funding long-standing organizations that are Simsbury, some of them are not more Simsbury-centric than the others. They're regional, just like the Chamber of Commerce became Granby and Simsbury. So to fund some of these that are now regional, but then say that the chamber is not gonna be funded because it's regional is counterintuitive to me. Thank you, Chair.
Mike?
I am in favor of giving money to the Chamber of Commerce. I was actually, as the old guy in the room, was there when Main Street started. And it specifically started because Chamber never was able to attract those businesses as members. Good, bad, right, wrong. And they do different services, but as a business group. And if we want to adjust it some to make an adjustment for the membership fee that we pay, it's fine. I think Mark's point is spot on. We've got a number of the places we funded that are regional. For whatever reason, it'd be silly, in my opinion, to the Greater Hartford Transit District to be the Simsbury Transit District.
Right.
It just doesn't make sense. Do I think we need, to Curtis's point, a better plan of how to move forward with the economic development within the town? Yes, it's a liaison to that. I've got some thoughts on that, but this is not the place to get into them, but we need to move forward. And we need to move the town forward because, folks, you think the budget stinks this year? We don't get some EDC going?
Yeah.
We're in a whole world of.
So,
Can I say something, keep it brief?
yeah,
So,
raise your hand though. No, okay, just kidding.
so Mike, I actually have a different vantage point. What you just said was the chamber created Simsbury Main Street.
No.
They helped in the beginning.
They encouraged them to go forward.
Right. They were, a lot of members on the board, on the chamber helped. Regardless, the Chamber of Commerce, nowhere in their goals is economic development for Simsbury. Their number one goal is to get new members. They love to have a membership. They're a membership-driven organization. They do not bring any economic development. What they do is they are a networking organization which has a place in the business world. I'm not advocating against a Chamber of Commerce. But to rely on them as a component of our economic development is asking a private organization, which is membership-driven, to adjust their priorities to our priorities. And I just don't see them fully aligned in economic development. I think that's part of our splashing in the water, trying to swim, is that we keep trying to keep everybody involved in economic development. We need to pick a path and push forward on one path. We're always trying to have a stool with 7 legs. And it's not that I want to defund the chamber, I just don't feel it is Simsbury-based economic development. And of late, they have had the majority of their events outside of Simsbury. The next 2 coming up are in Avon. They keep missing Simsbury.
So I'm gonna add something here, cause I'm,
One on Friday, I guess.
what? I want go one way and then I go another way, but if I'm reading their request, it's for a specific event. It's not about any other funding, but funding the fall spooktacular event to gather businesses. That's all this money is supposed to be used for. So I just wanted to clarify that. It's not for anything else that they're going to do. It's a request to support that event.
Can I just ask, didn't they charge us to be at that event, the town of Simsbury?
They did have a charge which nobody knew about till we got there.
Well, that's sort of my point, you know what I mean? It's not an organization.
Yeah, it's not a free event.
Let's be very honest. If I wanna go to the Taste of Simsbury, which was originally
Yeah.
started by the chamber, I gotta pay to go there. It's pay for play. I think, and I respectfully disagree with you, Steve, the chamber did a ton of stuff for the town, for economic development, like redoing the flood elevations through the entire town and took that on themselves.
I don't understand what you're saying, Mike. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but what are you referring to?
You made the statement that the chamber does not.
Yeah, but the flood elevations.
Flood
FEMA?
elevation, the FEMA elevation that the town used changed, or was one level from the north end of town to the south end of town. The chamber took on that issue and got it revised through the town, which created significant economic change, let me put it that way.
When was that? Cause I had to privately fund the properties that,
But-
we're
Okay,
getting
can I-
down a
yeah,
rabbit
let me-
hole.
This is
can I
about the $7,500.
let me just, can I make
for one
a,
spectacular.
I'd like to make a proposal here, cause what if we fund $5,000 for this specific event? And if for some reason the event doesn't happen, the money, it stays with the town.
If it's a grant for that purpose, that's reasonable.
That's what it says in the
I
thing.
support that.
Would you support that?
Yes, I'm
Would you
sorry.
support that?
I could get behind
Would you
that.
guys
I
support
would
that?
adamantly not support it. I think it's ridiculous. We're cutting things like visiting nurses.
We have the,
But we're gonna support
I-
Spooktacular?
I'm doing it as a goodwill gesture with a partner.
It's not goodwill, it's,
Well,
I'm
you
sorry,
can vote
we
against it.
disagree, yes.
So
I hear you.
From where I'm at on this, Steve, I think that it's not fair to say that we have to pick one. I don't agree with that path, because we're saying no to one. We need to have a strategy, and we need to discuss the support for Main Street, if that's where we're gonna go,
No, I'm not.
and the support for the chamber as a whole for what we're doing in this line of effort. I hear that you're passionate about what Main Street does. I think we all know that.
That's,
think Steve-
that's not here. This is entirely chamber.
I think I'll just say that it feels to me like it colors the conversation. So it can be both. We can have the conversation about where the value add is being provided, and then be responsible about taxpayer support for this. I do have a real concern if we're gonna say no to supporting what the chamber is doing, but then on the other side, have a significant discussion about an order of magnitude difference in funding for Main Street, which is performing definitely a related function. We can disagree about the efficacy of either organization, but it is absolutely related.
So the other event for the chamber is a taste of the valley or something like that. That's in Granby. So is Granby gonna support that? Cause Granby doesn't even have a membership, never mind these
I went
excess
to
ones.
a Main Street meeting in Canton, Steve. I have no idea what we're talking
Okay,
about.
I'd like to move to the Main Street. So I think there's
Let's vote on that.
I think there's a consensus. We could vote
Yes,
on it,
we're
but
good.
I count
We're good.
5 and 1 and whatever. No, I mean, I got here today, that we will fund for $5,000 specifically for the Spooktacular. If for some reason the event doesn't happen,
I think you have 5 for that at the moment.
okay, thank you. All right, so now,
I'm not.
I was fine. So now we have the Main Street Partnership. So Marcus recommended a steep reduction in the funding. We do have an MOU that is for basically $85,000 a year, but can be discussed to reduce the amount. I don't think that has happened yet, the discussion, right? As far as reducing that with Main Street. We also have the proposal in the budget to talk about an additional resource for the town manager's office, which kind of weaves into this.
I would have to push back at this point. Thank you, Chair. I think that they're two totally separate things. The proposal to decrease the library budget, which members of the Library Board of Trustees opposed, by the way, and spoke very eloquently about, it was a very difficult decision to come to, and was made possible, in fact, by our right under management rights in our union agreement to restructure and reassign staff members. If we say that the town manager cannot redeploy existing resources to meet the mission that this board has oft expressed, which is economic development, then we're really tying the town manager's hands. It's not a new resource, and respectfully, I hope that as we discuss this today, we can get beyond the fact that it's not a new resource for my office at all. It's taking existing staff and deploying it when we, my view, can do with less in the library, and we need more in direct control. And I know there's disagreement about this, and I'm very respectful of our colleagues at the library board with whom we work close. But for now, I'd just like to say it's not a new resource and it doesn't cost taxpayers any more money. And the Main Street cut is a totally different issue. If the Main Street funds are put back, I will still use management rights to every authority that I have to redeploy staff to meet the mission that this board has tasked me with. Thank you, Chair.
So can I ask you one question, Mark?
Yes.
Have we asked the Main Street Partnership if they can take on any of the functions that this half a person would take on
No.
for your office? Have we asked them that?
No, and you know, interestingly, almost every department head is here to defend their budget. We've outsourced economic development to Main Street for years. That's been our, you know, all our eggs in that basket since long before I got here. And this is my third budget. I made no changes. In fact, I was the one that recommended to this board that we increase Main Street funding from 50,000, which was the level it was at when you hired me, to 85. And we drafted the MOU that this board approved. I wrote that MOU and I added the line that said it's subject to appropriation. We hold them to account in the same way we hold our department heads to stand here today and defend their budget. And Main Street's not here, I don't believe. Chair, so I did reach out to their board president, Rich Carrera, a big realtor, everybody knows Rich. I did have a conversation with Ms. Nielsen, their executive director, prior to releasing the budget. And I informed them that based on their presentation before this board about 2 months ago, where I asked them, what do you intend to do with that surplus, that extra 35,000? And their answer was, we're gonna purchase Placer AI and we're gonna do a couple of other things. We can pull that slide up if we need to. I just, you know, that was my question. They answered it. So I would say there was a back and forth with Main Street. They did a presentation before you and they told you what they planned to do with it. I sat right here, listened to it, and the result is the recommendation I made.
So I just wanna say one thing though, that leads me to, you kind of say there's the two separate things, right? The Main Street and then the resource.
Right.
But the budget refers to the reduction to Main Street to add the in-house resource to kind of, if I look on page 34.
Right.
So you're basically tying the two together, and my point is, can Main Street take on some of that? We haven't had those discussions yet because we don't know what the job looks like.
Well, I would just say, Chair, again, that we asked them what their plan was, and they came before you just 8 weeks ago and gave you their plan, and that was approved by their board of directors. They don't report to me or to this board.
Well,
They're
they kind of
separate.
do. I think they kind of do. Well, so, I mean,
Respectfully, they don't report to.
well, I think, and I've had this conversation with Main Street, that maybe the next MOU, we realign some sort of reporting
That
structure.
conversation should have had, with
Yeah, I know.
respect, Chair, it should have been an open session for the whole board and for the public to hear. If you met with Ms. Nielsen privately,
I have coffee with her.
that should be disclosed on the
I'm
record.
disclosing it right now.
Okay, well, you know, with respect, I can only be judged.
I told you that I was going to ask her that.
But respectfully, but Wendy, they came and they did their annual report. They explained what they did and what they wanted to do, and it didn't meet my
Okay,
test,
I
that's all.
understand.
Okay.
Okay, so
Can I ask a quick question?
yeah, sure.
Did they breach their MOU or will we be the ones breaching
That's
the
what
MOU?
There is no breach of the MOU. The
we
MOU.
read-
There
Can we
is if
pull it
we
up?
don't fund what we agreed to in the MOU. We are breaching the MOU. How can we expect them to provide the same things they agreed to, but cut their funding over in half?
Okay, so with respect, Steve, I understand the commitment to Main Street. I will answer the question. The main difference between a contract and an MOU is the enforceability of the contract. This is not a contract, it's simply a memorandum of understanding. And when this board approved memorandum of understanding, let's look at the soccer
We
club.
look at the can we read the MOU?
The soccer club was a good example. We built in flexibility so that this board could continue to have influence and sway over the soccer club's use of Curtis Field. You would never have approved it if that MOU didn't have that flexibility for us to continue to make decisions, like the turf, for example. We were all here, and that was changed in that MOU. In a contract, it's contractual. There aren't any changes. So that's my answer.
It's good faith. All right, the MOU is a good faith agreement. It's a memorandum of understanding that is different than a contract every time because it's a MOU and not a contract. They have not breached our memorandum of understanding. We have not asked them to do anything additional that they have refused to do. So the severity for the shock value, I guess, is what it was, is frustrating. We, and I'm including the Board of Selectmen as well as your office, have floundered economic development to a catastrophic level. We made it our number one priority. I'm taking ownership. I'm only one of six. That's a high percentage. Pardon me. But we haven't figured out economic development. The only thing that is actually working is what you want to cut over in half. And you want to replace, because these two are a little intertwined. You want to take the people that we have entrusted with our economic development, we've been forced to outsource it because we can't figure it out, and replace it with a position that's coming in with zero knowledge or experience. And any way you look at it, there is a ramping up. If you want to start merging the two and bringing it in-house, I understand that, and I might be able to get behind that.
I know.
But to just do a cut and bait with, let's get rid of the experience and let's just go with someone that doesn't know what they're doing, albeit the person in that role is a wonderful person and is an excellent employee, and I understand why you would want to retain someone like that because they really are stellar as a member of our staff. But we're getting hazy here because we're cutting what's working just to keep that. And if there was experience there that you could say, well, listen, this one comes with this, but you don't have that. You have this one's willing to learn something. So it's too dramatic. It's, honestly, I feel bad faith. All the other MOUs, what's to make them think we might stick to the MOU when you've done your share and we negate what we agreed to for a 36-month term? This wasn't even a 5-year contract. 36 months after we can only commit to 2/3?
I respectfully push back on this, Stephen, and I've sent an email privately, and I would have preferred not to have to go this route in public, but this board's performance review of your town manager essentially wrote me up, and I will make this document public. You were a part of the board that did it.
It is public.
Well, the comment page might not be, but it will be tomorrow. The issue is that you wrote up your town manager for poor performance on economic development when you yourself just said that we've outsourced the economic development function to Main Street for years, and they don't report to me. They report to this board directly. Under the town manager form of government, every other department head reports to me. They report to you once a year. They come, they give you a plan of what they did and what they're going to do. And to your point, Stephen, I never asked them to buy Placer AI. That wasn't my decision. You held me to account for economic development, Steve, and that's not fair. It's not fair for you to write me up and say we saw poor performance on Iron Horse lots and everything else. So I do get upset about that because you didn't give me the resources to do it. You gave me the volunteer group EDC, and you've done nothing but undermine them. And now you want to take them out of the job.
Can I just, excuse me, I'm the chair, I'm cutting in here, okay? We can all point fingers on economic development. We have a town manager, we have a planning department, we have an EDC, we have a chamber, and we have an economic development. At Main Street Partnership, and we have an economic development. We've all agreed there's gotta be some cohesion and reporting and accountability amongst these groups to make things happen. That said, if people have failed in economic development, we're not cutting people's salaries if they haven't met this goal. So I'm looking at Main Street right now. I can't see in the MOU where it says the money, but it did mention the 8,500 in there. And just to 85,000. I think my thing would be to use Main Street better, and to loop them in on more things so that they can assist. And that would be where I would go, and I would just recommend keeping the funding for this last year of the MOU until we renegotiate next year.
So I would give them an opposite opinion. I think we were funding them at 50,000 for a long time.
Yep.
And I don't know that we've gotten benefit of the additional 35,000. So I don't know why we would continue at $85,000. I think doing $50,000 is fine. I don't think Main Street's is gonna go away if we drop them to $50,000. I think having an overall plan for, as you said, Main Street, EDC, the chamber, everything cohesive, that's on us. We have to do a better job of having a plan to give to the town manager to say this is the way we're going forward. And I don't think that $85,000 I love Main Street, they do a great job. I just don't know that their goal is aligned with Simsbury growing as to help our taxpayers. Their job is to assist members of the Main Street Park,
Development.
but it's not bringing in zoning, it's not bringing in housing, it's not bringing in larger ideas. So I don't think that the additional $35,000 is worth it, personally.
Can I speak to that?
Yeah, I wanna see if anybody else wants to weigh in on this.
Mike?
Mike, yeah.
I support Curtis's change to raise it to $50,000. I also have to admit the responsibility for EDC sits at this table. 100%. We direct the town manager, who then directs the staff. We all deserve a kick in the backside. Even though I wasn't here last year, I'll take the kick.
Okay, good.
But
You chose to run.
like I said before, never qualified or never promised to be the smartest guy in the room. But let's raise it to 50,000 and I will move on.
Okay,
Can I rebut?
you can, but I don't
I
think.
still think we agreed to 85,000.
That's what I'm looking
And that was our agreement in good faith. They do work with planning as much as they should, I'll be frank. Planning's supposed to work with them. There is not enough interchange. But my main point is, what's your plan? Anyone in the room, as far as economic development, we're cutting well, yeah, I'm fine with coming up with another plan, but we're cutting our only real economic development for the sake of we'll figure it out.
So can you put up where the MOU, Tom, where it refers to the amount that we paid and what does it say there is what I would like to see.
Right.
I don't think I saw the cover
Yeah.
page, but I didn't see that. Like, what is our do we have an obligation there?
Right here. We don't,
So
actually.
there are some things in the budget that are required under law that we fund, that even though we have to appropriate, we don't have flexibility. Every other line, including this one, regardless of this MOU, we have the responsibility to appropriate, just like if there were another contract that we had made. And there's gonna be an exit, in that for, other circumstances, if it was trash removal or cleaning services or whatever it is, we still have the responsibility to appropriate. So I would just like to put a pin in that part of the conversation. We have the ability, the authority, and the responsibility to set the funding for this line item.
Okay.
That's it. What we do with it is a value judgment based on what we think.
Where
are
do you sit on this?
I think this is a hard conversation.
It is.
Steve, I'll be blunt. I think that there's a lot of value that's provided, but we have a really tough budget year. You say this all the time here, and I can't get past what would be my personal feeling about wanting to be nice versus what's actually being provided. That's just where I am on it. The 50,000 I think is a really tough pill to swallow because it was so high last year, but it's also what it was, the previous years prior. I don't have a good answer for this. I don't think that this is a comfortable conversation because we're all passionate about the outcomes and what we should do. But there are challenges here in economic development. We've heard this all the time. I actually don't even know that there's a solution. I don't know how much faster we can pedal to make economic development actually happen here. But I'll also say that I think that the rejection of what could be considered a regional approach is probably also wrong. What helps us here is activity on 10 and 202. From Avon to Granby, that's gonna help us because that's also our main street. The fact that we have, what used to be Town Line, up there, right on the line, I think is a really important thing. What's going on in North Village is absolutely a great thing. What happens over in Weecog on the south side of town is a good thing, but that's also because we have communities adjacent to us, not just within the artificial borders of the better town of Simsbury. So where I'm at,
Yeah.
just to put a finer
Yeah.
point on it is, that we should talk about what our funding level should be. I don't think that we're settled in the totality of what all of economic development would be. But if Curtis and Mike and I are all on the same page about this 50,000, it feels like that's where the crux of this conversation is.
And I was gonna, yeah, good,
Sorry,
go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's okay, because I actually haven't weighed in. So first of all, if you do look at the MOU, it's on the second page, under financial support, is where it spells out the 85,000 was for fiscal year 24-25.
Okay.
And it broke it down in 65,000 in July of 24, $20,000 in January of 25. And outside of that, there's actually no further discussion of funding levels. So I just want to point that out as part of the MOU. There actually is no other.
Okay.
So, I don't think we should, cut it completely. I fall somewhere in the middle. Because you're right, again, I'm gonna own it all. We all talk about economic development. But I also think we also, as part of our discussion, and when we set our goals, what does economic development mean? How do you achieve economic development? And some of it is, and we're not gonna go back and revisit it, but you have other entities that do actually provide economic development to this town that we are not funding.
Okay.
So there, I don't know that it should all be in one basket. But I think we should recognize even small entities that provide economic development to this town.
Okay, so here's one thing I have a question for you guys.
Yes, ma'am.
If we fund at $50,000, if there happens to be a special project that required additional funding, say that Main Street wanted to engage in for the town, would we be open to having them, like you talked about the Placer AI or something like that, where they wanted us to fund something? The Wi-Fi was very expensive. Would we be open to letting them come back and ask for something to that if we reduce the funding to 50?
I think that we should talk about, this is what I've been trying to articulate, that's been hard for me, is what our funding level for economic development related projects should be.
Overall?
Should be, yeah, and then if there's a supplemental or something that we need to spend
Okay.
because it's a specific project, then we can. But I don't think that we should plan to underfund it now and then come back to the well later. I don't think that's good budgeting.
So then I guess is 85 cover everything? I know we have
I don't know.
four 50s. Can we, and we haven't talked about the other piece of the economic development puzzle yet, which is the new resource. So, and I don't know if there's any, so do we want to take a vote on the 50? Is anybody,
I don't think we should vote on any of this today.
oh, okay.
I think that we should understand where we are, we should talk about it and.
So we're gonna leave it open?
That's my opinion.
Oh, that's easy.
We didn't vote on any of it.
Okay, but we have a little consensus here to move it up, but not all the way up, I think is what we're hearing, correct?
Sure, I'll just be careful when I drive by Steve's house later.
I know where you live. I'll come to you.
You guys all live out near at the same end of town. So right now, we're in the range of 50 with some consensus, but not full
Is that on
consensus.
that side there? Everyone's good with 50? Or
Well,
sounded like it.
we're gonna, if we have to revisit, yeah,
We understand.
okay. All right, so I think we're done with, I think we're done with the outside agency that took an hour and a half plus the
Or staff
opening.
that's been here.
Can we take a 5-minute recess?
Of course, Chair.
Because I would like to have one, and then,
My coffee cup is empty.
yeah, it's 10:30. Well, how about if we do we want to just go to quarter of? Is that even? I mean, that's 7
Yeah,
minutes.
7 minutes, fine.
I think that's realistic, okay, quarter of?
Standard recess, great.
I did too.
I'm getting my capital pages out.
Actually, that's a great response.
See, this is why we have Mike here.
Sorry, Steve, you're gonna die.
I can't spend money if I'm dead.
Air quotes are on.
That's a way of putting it, Brad.
It's interesting. She knows the answer.
Yeah. But when you go through.
You wanted to work on the sock, you got a plain old sock, you could just sit there. I have my big project and then I have my small one, but I can't focus. Like I am so impressed with everyone here just absorbing. By making my hands hurt, my brain.
Gotta be kidding me.
I don't know if it's like ADHD.
Yeah, really, come on. No.
Nobody came in.
Yeah.
Okay, we're starting the capital discussion.
Absolutely. You know my number.
And you know that.
I like it.
Just saying. It's one of those keep your.
I've got my own problem.
How much shit did you bring?
I brought so much stuff.
Oh my god, you got Reese's too?
Yeah, Reese's and candy.
That's
If you
like-
toss Reese's to the gallery, they would not be upset.
Wait, is there candy?
Yeah, until someone gets one in the eye.
Come on, Steven, let me see how much you throw it.
There's like throw candy out
Pass it
there.
around.
It was like a nighttime one where they stay awake.
This way. Jenna's got it. I'll trade you olives for Reese's. I'm actually trying to figure out my head.
Pass it around.
Blue cheese olives? Sitting in the
Okay, let's go.
I think it's more the receipt. I've never made.
There's also nuts in there.
That's my point. What do we have, Gummy?
Yeah.
It's yours. I'm gonna give it to
After order of Diana, Mark. Let's go.
like any snacks from Wendy's.
Getting bossy in my old age.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna start the capital conversation. Excuse me.
Chair, call for order.
I don't have my. Thank you. Okay, we're discussing capital. There's candy and nuts up here if anybody needs any.
Change the slide.
We already are nuts. Hot mic.
Okay, so
No, I'm good.
I'm gonna try to talk over the audience because they're talking and we're in session. Lisa Hebner.
Oh, wow.
Excuse me. Pay attention. Okay,
Gummies.
so
There's.
guys ready over there, the professional table? Okay. All right, capital improvement plan. I don't know if and how we want to talk about the merging of the CNR and the CIP. If we want to talk to Neil first about his, so he doesn't have to spend the whole day here.
You don't wanna say anything.
I'm good.
Okay, and then what I was hoping we could do,
Nothing major.
let's do that. And then I was hoping we could kind of have Amy at some point do kind of an overview of the changes into the budget process this year. Getting rid of CNR, merging ongoing expenses and one-off capital into the operating budget, some using funds, some using whatever, and then what goes into the capital. So you'll be on deck for that. So Neil's here, we have questions to ask on the Board of Ed items in the budget. We did send those items in advance, but I think that for the public's sake, we should kind of review them together, if I can find my notes. Somewhere here, okay. Would that be a good way to do that, Neil?
Fine with me.
Okay, well, the first big question, for 20 627 is the track and field, obviously. It's a $2.2 million request that will be bonded, which is taking up pretty much half of our bonding capacity. There's been a lot of questions on it as far as RFPs being asked. Have we done our due diligence on funding? Have we done our due diligence on the need for the track? I think, can we post these answers, or have we posted them?
We will on Monday morning.
Okay, so people can read what we're reading and have read, but Neil, if you would like to address the questions that were directed, does that sound like a plan for everybody up here?
Do you know?
On the first start on the track? Well, do you have the questions that
I
were
do.
asked?
Okay.
You
So
have 2 minutes. No.
the first was about splitting the cost of doing like the turf and then the track on separate years, I guess, but there is an efficiency to doing both at once that in terms of construction costs, whichever you decided to push off, you can no longer guarantee the pricing that you would get if you push it off to a future year. So we did that the last time we had to do the turf and track. Did them in a phased approach, and it proved not to be a good idea because you're the one contractor doing the work is a far more efficient way to do the work. In fact, the way they do it is they sort of lay the track that then needs to cure for a period of time, and that's when they go in and do the turf, while the track has a period of curing before they go do a finished coat on it. So it is much more strategic to do both projects at once. In terms of RFP, last time we're not satisfied with the product that we got the last time for the turf. After discussing with a number of our neighboring towns and others in the state, the product that the field turf product that we are going for right now is a much better solution than the last one we did. A sturdier, our turf is used tremendously, not only by the high school, but by the community. Go out there on a Sunday, it's not Simsbury High School out there, it's the community that is out there. The field turf product was recommended to us. It is a state contract, so the pricing is correct for what you're gonna get. And we have already been in communication with the contractor that we would use and believe it is appropriate. There was a question about whether or not we should think about grass instead of turf. We do not think that's a proper solution to what we have, because basically when you don't have 2 feet of snow outside, when you have turf, you can use your field like 90% of the time that there's not snow on the ground. If we were to take this winter and say, like, when are you gonna get on grass, it would be about May 15th probably. Like, it would be problematic before you could, not to mention the maintenance of the grass and all of that. So we do believe that the turf, the field turf solution is the appropriate one. The contractors will tell you, you go from 90% use to, on a typical season, anywhere between 50 and 75%, like of when you would be able to use it. There was a question about the last we did the turf we did the track in 2013. We did the turf in 2016. So the last question was not getting out the full life of the product the last time we did it. In fact, the warranty on the turf was 10 years and it just ran out. So we did get the full life out of the product we used before. It is time. I mean, the presentation for our board, it is a very tired facility at this point. There are damages in the track that have been patched. The turf is doing sort of a waving of the materials that are in there. So it is, we'll do one more spring, one more fall, and this would.
When will it start? When will it start and be done?
The start would be Memorial Day weekend of sort of 2027 and be done in time for football season. So you're looking at the timeline is 3 months, but they want to give themselves 3.5 sort of. So we have already been in preliminary conversations with both Westminster and Ethel Walker, thank you, to be able in that spring window to use their facilities after Memorial Day. So the spring season would have a couple of weeks left in it. And like if we need to borrow it, they have said, we haven't entered into an agreement obviously, but like that more or less will work for them, that because their graduations happen on Memorial Day weekend and they sort of clear out.
Do they give it to us for free?
I think there would be a fee,
It's not your
a
budget.
small fee,
Pardon me?
That's not your budget though, so.
yeah,
No, I'm just mentioning it to you, so you won't have to see it.
yeah.
Well, we won't see it, but it's just a good question, cause could help the town out a little bit as a kind of
Yeah.
in kind. So this isn't even gonna happen till almost the next budget, basically. So we're gonna commit the funds, but we wouldn't be going to bonding for another, till it's actually happening, correct, Amy or Melissa? Like, so it's just to secure this into the $5 million for this year. Well, I just have one question, then I'll open it up. Are there, given what happened last time, is there a way to get an extended warranty on the track so that we don't run into issues like we did this time, right outside of warranty, it kinda crapped out?
I'd have to ask the vendor that question, yeah.
Okay,
I don't have an answer for you on that.
Diana?
Well, one of my questions, just to tag on to that, but I have a few, is what is, like, if with the new product of both, let's just do both of them, what is the expected lifetime of the new track and field, and what is that warranty period?
It's in the 10-year range, but let me get back to you on that.
So then my question is, with the state contractor, when was that bid done, and is it subject to escalation or increase by the time the contract is signed?
So they gave us that number of what's the number, 2.1 million?
2.2.
2.2.
2.1.
2.1, they gave us that 2.1 million
2.2.
number on September of '25. And are sticking to it. I just had a Zoom meeting with them like a couple weeks ago. And anticipating a positive vote in May, they would lock in the pricing then.
So we're not subject to any further increase between now and May even, so they will stick to that 2.2 regardless of what escalating prices may have happened since
They will stick to that. They know that the referendum vote would be in May, and they assured us that pricing was accurate.
Okay, and I just wanted to reference, one of my concerns was, we all asked this, so did they go for an RFP? But you're saying the company that was used actually goes out and does RFPs and comes back with the best option. This for Field Turf's proposal uses.
Well, they're a state contractor, so
Okay.
that they've done a number of local fields. Our supervisor of maintenance, Kyle Loveland, came to it. He's tremendous, by the way. Let me publicly compliment Kyle. And he came to us from Suffield Academy. They did the fields at Suffield Academy, and he was very satisfied with the contractor.
Okay, and this, just so, I know Steve had this question and it was in here, this doesn't preclude us if we want to restrict turf fields on town-owned fields to do something on our own. The school is a different thing, I'm just putting that out there as future conversation if
Yeah.
our board decides to ever go that route, or another board, future board, I should say.
Yeah,
But the school is the school, and this is the best thing for the athletes in the school.
I mean, we certainly are, there are some who believe we overuse our turf, but like, we're not gonna turn the community away from using our turf. And, you know, there's certainly been talk at other venues of additional turf in town, because it does get a tremendous amount of use, and between Simsbury youth football and youth lacrosse and youth soccer, I mean, there is a high demand for the turf.
Any other turf questions?
Yeah, I've got a couple. You know, it's $250,000 a year, basically, for this field, if we're only getting 10 years out of it. As with anything in life, I gotta imagine there's more than one product out there. And it's a return on investment that we're looking for, and this isn't a great return on investment. I'm not saying we should or should not do it, that's a different topic. Isn't there something else that you can get 10 years, more than 10 years out of? Or are we literally gonna spend $250,000 every year for one field? It just
I think it's
seems,
25,000 a year.
is it 2.2 divided by 10? Is it $250,000 every year?
Yeah,
My point,
Yeah, it's 220.
for one field.
In the track.
And I'm not.
And the track.
and the track.
And the track.
Right, so that actually dovetails nicely. Thank you for that segue. Can we know the numbers between track versus field? You know, is it 50-50, is it 75-25?
I'd have to get back to you, I don't have it, I don't.
I would like that, honestly, to have a full understanding of what's being what, because I understand where you're going. We do use
I may have
the heck out of it, so I understand why we are sort of being forced into turf, although there's benefits and liabilities. I did do the,
And this price breakdown is gonna be probably packaged together by the vendor too.
Right.
Knowing that they're doing all the work together, so it won't be apples to apples. Plus, if we're maintaining, you know, grass and seeding and the mowing and repairs, you know, during a season so that while it's active and all that, there's lots of benefits to the artificial turf and that too. That's factor in the cost. So you're saying the $250,000 a year, overlaying that what the maintenance would be on another type of solution. And the only
Well,
other
we
thing is
do
just
have maintenance.
using this one. Yeah, well, there is, but I think it's just different with
I think
grass.
it's 5 digits, the maintenance on the turf field every year. So I mean, it's over $250,000 a year. And that's why I wanna look at this so closely,
Fair.
because it is a substantial investment, not to negate a potential
I get it.
positive resolution.
Steve, they are in the book, actually broken down.
What page?
It's page 144 in the narrative. It says replacement of the track will cost $1,306,000. The life expectancy, which I guess I could have circled this myself, is 15 years, at which time refinishing should extend by another 10 years. The addressing the field issues would be $789,000. So that equals your 2.2 million.
Of which 100,000 is contingency, so I would assume if we bond it and it comes in at the 2.1 as it's supposed to, that we would ultimately get that money back.
We just didn't have the information on the lifetime years of the field. So we had the lifetime of the track, just not the field, but I would assume they're about the same.
Thank you, Diane.
A quick question for you, this may be more personal than anything, but for someone that buys used turf, is there a market for that, for the turf that we currently have, that we could resell that and get some recuperation of that?
Oh, you've gone beyond my expertise, Curtis.
So for backyard golf?
There is a reason, there is a market for it, that you can,
Wow.
if you look on Facebook, you can find.
How much are you offering?
Well,
Simsbury High School's
the penny is
Facebook
where you are.
Marketplace.
I think we've got the mill rate increased down a little
Yeah.
bit.
I mean, to have the Simsbury logo, might be,
Yeah.
some people might bid for that.
Auction it off.
Yeah, is that something that you guys
We
would
can
look into?
recommend to the Board of Ed to explore that.
Yeah.
That's-
Yeah.
Give it Melissa and Amy too, finance.
I'm happy to look into it.
There is a market, so it's just.
Or we could have a field day and people could just show up with shears and.
Still only gonna help their budget though.
Yes.
Well, that's okay, but we might have a golf course in our backyard because of it. Okay.
Can I just get
do
a
an auction.
number on what do we spend per year maintaining the track once we put it in though, so it is a known value? Do you know that?
I don't know that. I can
That's
look into that and get back to you.
Just
with it.
curious what
Yeah.
the package is for this. It's something we need, so it's not like I'm like, oh, we'll just get rid of
Is it in the,
field,
is it
but-
in the Board of Ed budget?
Yeah, that would be there somewhere.
You guys, is that something you could maybe pull that out, just, we could get that to, not today. Not today. Oh, Tom.
I could just speak to some of the annual maintenance that they do.
Okay.
They have to do annual impact testing. They bring a contractor in for that. That's for liability purposes. They also do, if the infill that holds the grass up also gets spread out over time, so they have to, when they come in, they also, another company will, or sometimes the same company, will also do top dressing to bring those levels back up so the field remains safe. We do typically, the Parks and Recreation Department crew will go in there and brush the field every 3 weeks, depending, it's typically every 120 hours.
Yeah,
of
it
play.
depends on
I didn't
much
see it
play
on
you
there.
get on the field. So it's probably 3 weeks where we're actually going in there and conditioning the field. But typically yearly, you gotta do a compaction test, top dress in the field. That's where some of the additional funds come in.
Yeah.
But we're in there every 3 weeks working on the field.
So we maintain, the Parks Rec maintains the
Yeah,
field.
not the school department,
The
they
regular.
maintain that.
The regular maintenance, but there is some specialized maintenance that has to be done in every year. But also that top dressing prolongs the life of the field too. It's not something you don't wanna do, not from a risk management standpoint and for extending the life of the field. You have to do that every year.
Okay.
Cause the idea is to protect the fibers, Steve. You were talking about the life of the field.
Yes, I am.
You wanna protect those fibers, and the rubberized surface protects the fibers. So if you get too low on the rubberized surface, you get to the fibers,
Yeah,
you
then-
damage the fibers, and that's where replacement comes into effect more
Okay,
often than
make me
not.
think of my hair. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, well, you got a little more than I do, so.
I need some fibers.
Some turf replacement too.
Yes, exactly.
Some fertilizer might do it.
We'll have to seed.
$250,000 a month.
Just back to, because you guys interjected, we maintain the field with part of an MOU, is that?
So there is an existing agreement between the Board of Ed and the town. I don't wanna steal their thunder, but
No.
there's an existing agreement between.
You're
the Board
doing
of Ed
better
and the
than
town.
I was doing.
Parks and Recreation crew maintains all of the Board of Ed athletic facilities. Everything from mowing grass, fertilizer, line striping, field preparation, all that kind of stuff. So they do utilize town fields at Memorial Park, occasionally at Curtis Park, occasionally at Simsbury Meadows, but primarily high school and Henry James. So yeah, and Memorial Town Forest too. So we maintain all of those fields. The track maintenance though, because the field impact testing and that kind of stuff is specialized. They have to contract that out.
Okay.
There are there's so many fields now, there's a number of companies who do that. So you can shop around for price, some have better reputations than others, but the ones, to my knowledge, the one they've been using is the right people to use.
Okay, so BOE pays for that, but you pay for the general maintenance?
They pay the town for 2 maintainers each year.
Okay.
And those maintainers
Okay.
do the work on those fields.
Okay, well, okay.
What was the answer to your question? Did you ask about RFPs? Did
Yeah,
do
it's already answered.
RFPs?
It's in, sure, it's,
But from my understanding, the contract covers that, right? They already did the bidding and all that. So
yeah,
why
that's
the-
what that
statewide.
says.
Right.
It's in the
Yeah,
answers
it's
here.
statewide.
Okay, so can we move on from
Yes,
the
please.
track?
I think I have the answers I needed.
Said-
Well, it's just, we have a limited scope in what we're.
I'd like to be done with capital, well, at least a base I'd like to be done with the base conversation on capital by noonish. Does that?
We have a lunch break scheduled.
Yeah, so, I mean, at least to get some of the high-level stuff done. I just, again, I raised questions on the district. So also you're placing this as a higher priority than any roofs and things like that, and those are pushed out to out years, and we'll have to revisit those based on the bonding requirements versus the town. So they may be subject to happening or not happening, just putting that in there. The question on these are kind of the recurring costs, the flooring and the network infrastructure, and I did ask questions on the flooring, and you said we were told that it's, you wanna answer, divided by each school every?
Sure.
Yeah.
So the flooring improvement project is an annual, or a new recurring maintenance item that we started 2 budgets ago. So fiscal year '25 was the first year we had funding for flooring replacements, and essentially what our supervisor of maintenance has done with the first bucket of money was basically took the $250, divided it by 6 schools, Latimer not included since everything's brand new, and then just took the funding that was available, like equal funding for each school, and just took things in priority order. So the priority is the instructional spaces, obviously the classrooms, hallways, not really much with offices, like I said, the priority is the instructional spaces. So that money does go a long way. I will say the requests or the needs exceed the $250, but I think the method and the process is sound in terms of the allocation and then sort of prioritizing, I think it's 3 to 4 classrooms you can get with that bucket of money for each school per year.
So it's like 42,000 every other year per school.
Whatever, 250, and at this point, again, divided by 6 and not 7.
And that's a realistic.
No, I mean,
Seems like a lot.
if you ask the principals, they put in for about 450,000, so.
Okay.
It's 41,666.
And this ties into the CNR discussion too, but some of this could, if the Board of Ed followed our model, some of this could actually go into the operating, couldn't it, if it's recurring? I mean, how does that that's just a general question, because we're moving some of our CNR operating items into our operating budget, and we're using taxpayer dollars for some of them so that we can make sure that we can fund them every year and it's part of the budget. Is there any plan that the Board of Ed may do that too, or they just they have no room to do that, I guess?
We haven't heard that as yet, Chair, and I defer that to the Board of Ed.
Okay,
Would you have that?
it was just a question, because it's a different methodology that we're paying for these operating costs. That's all I had for questions. Any more questions for Neil? Okay.
Not for the district.
Neil, you're off the hook, I guess, for now.
I'll wait till your next break.
Right.
Okay, and
Lunch, Neil.
Lunch.
but actually, while you're just, so next year you have heating plant, boilers and pumps at Squadron for $2 million. And then district security improvements and district paving. We did talk about paving because that we asked questions on the paving. Why are we doing it separately at the BOE? And we have a whole paving department in town. So maybe we could talk about that when we get to our side of the budget, if that's a shared service, because it's in the question list, I believe. Okay, moving on.
Well, Mr. Roy has been an excellent partner on our paving projects, so there's a lot of shared service going on there.
Okay. And the BOE is paying the town for those services?
Well, in that would be the line
In
from which they would pay it, yeah.
this line? Okay, and it's part of, I just saw that somewhere that in the charter, the BOE is supposed to reimburse the town for work that we do for public works. It was in the charter. If anybody's here from the charter, I saw it. Lilith probably
Not to
remembers
go
it.
into the shared services discussion too in depth, but it goes back to the Parks and Rec arrangement as well as the
Okay.
engineering services arrangement. That's part of our broader shared services agreement that we have existing between the town and the Board of Ed.
Okay,
Finance, Parks and Rec,
IT.
engineering, IT, I think that's it.
okay.
So
We're gonna move on from Board of Ed. Unless you have a question on that. I was moving away from Board of Ed. So-
now, it was just just part of that discussion is, I think we should look at, additional shared services, because in their facilities and maintenance budget, they have about $1.2 million requested this year from from plant equipment and maintenance. And it's maybe a future conversation to have with additional shared services. So I just had that noted from the Board of Ed workshop.
Okay,
And we noted that question too.
okay, so let's move on to capital. Do you wanna, is now a good time to talk about the overview?
I just do a minute overview and then turn it over to Amy. I know you've
Yeah, I'd
got
like
some
Amy to
questions and,
explain
I
what
know you'd
she's-
like to hear
yeah.
from the finance director
Yeah,
on this
I would.
entirely, so let me just take 1 minute if I can. For, we'll just say nigh on 20 years or so, we've had this middle category of what we refer to as CNR, capital non-recurring. I'll emphasize non-recurring because one of the problems that we will focus on throughout the afternoon as we touch on this is that oftentimes there were recurring items in CNR. It became a little blurry. As you saw in my budget message, CNR is funded largely by capital reserves and by the entirely by capital reserves and by the so-called five-year payback. For the town side, that 5-year payback resulted in an annual amount of about $416,400. Board of Ed got a little bit more than that. Over a couple of years now, since I've been your town manager, we've made the request of our colleagues at the Board of Finance to consider increasing that. Both years that request was denied. In this budget cycle, back in September, we got some clear guidance, if you will, from the Board of Finance that if staff wanted to make any pitch to increase it again for a third year in a row, we needed to do so. I think it was by the end of October. Staff discussed it, we talked about it, and frankly, we didn't see that there was any appetite to increase it. And we weren't inclined to make a third, 3 years in a row of asking for it to be increased. And so, as I said in the budget message, that leaves us with a bit of a problem because you can't fund CNR with $400,000 a year. It's not sustainable. It's really supported by capital reserves. And over the last couple of years, and we're very happy that the number has been increased on a year-by-year basis. And this is my point, it's based primarily on the surplus that we realize from the year before. So every year we have a multi-million-dollar surplus. Every year that surplus gets swept to capital reserves. I want to be clear, just for 60 seconds, it's a very fundamental question about transparency. When we send this budget to our voters for referendum, they're voting on what's in the budget. They're not voting on a mill rate that will generate a multi-million-dollar surplus that will then be swept to a reserve fund that will then be used to fund a CNR list of items that as yet has not been disclosed, has not been discussed, and most importantly to the Board of Selectmen, it hasn't been discussed by the Board of Selectmen because it would be discussed a year later in the following year's cycle. And there's no argument about that. I mean, there really can't be. But I want to just spend 30 seconds on the counterpoint, and that is that we must as a town find a way to continue to pay for as much capital as we can using cash. And that is where we are in lockstep agreement with our colleagues on the Board of Finance because you lower debt service costs. And if debt service costs keep going up, our taxpayers are going to pay that price in a big way. So how do you marry these two things? The way you marry it is you have to wean yourself, you can't do it in one budget cycle, but you have to wean yourself off of a reliance on capital reserves from a surplus that we know we're not going to have in future years. A surplus comes either from an underestimation of revenues or an overestimation of expenses. Some of those are done intentionally to make sure we don't have a deficit. I'm all for that. And some of them are quite by accident. We have no idea what really our investment income is going to be. And so it's very important that we accept the fact that the surpluses we've had were through no fault of our own. But yet we need to tighten our budget and we need to make sure that we don't, as you vote for a mill rate increase, because that's what you're doing. If you vote to raise the mill rate, you want to make sure that you can look your constituents in the eye and say, hopefully, this mill rate increase isn't going to generate a $2, $3, or $4.9 million surplus. And that's why we're recommending to the board today that we change a process that's been in place in the town for probably 2 decades. and that we try to make our budgets more predictive of the actual outcome. That's the best budgeting, at least in the operating side. To predict an outcome without any risk of a deficit is really the best budgeting. And I'll let the finance director answer any questions you have, Chair, and I thank you for that 3 minutes.
Amy, do you want to give it or do you want me to read the question? Do you want to just kind of?
I mean, I can give you a high level, like technical on what changes mechanically.
Like this, the payback, the operating transfers, how we're recording them in the budget, that'd be great.
Sure. So typically, as of it is right now, we have a CNR fund, we have a CIP fund, and then we have the general fund. The CNR fund was always for small capital that's anywhere from like 10,000 to 250,000. Like Mark said, a lot of it is recurring, some of it's one-time things. And the way it's funded, all of the project expenditures for CNR are housed in that fund. Any of the funding sources would either come from the general fund, so one of them is the 416,250, or it would be a transfer in from the capital reserve fund, and those revenue sources would be used to offset the expenditures. So now getting rid of the CNR fund, any projects that are smaller projects or non-recurring projects, those expenditures are just going into the general fund. There's no longer going into the CNR fund. And then they are funded either via tax dollars, just as if, it was somebody's salaries or wages, just through the mill rate increase. The other way is through the use of capital reserves, so that hasn't changed. It's just instead of the transfer going into the CNR fund, it's going to go into the general fund. CIP is going to hold some of the projects that are more of a construction nature. And operating holds the projects that should be completed after 1 year. If there's not completion after 1 year, obviously we would have to go back and ask for a continuation of that project as part of the year-end transfers or things of that nature. But they will be closed out after a 1 year period. So those are probably some of the major changes. With regards to the current CNR that has the 5-year payback, that was pre-funded when it was set up. So those reserves are held in the CNR fund along with the projects and the partial funding, since they are funded over 5 years. The remaining of the funding will not happen, so those projects will sit in a deficit. When it's closed out at the end of the year, it will offset the fund balance and decrease the fund balance, and therefore decreasing the prepayment. And therefore it nets out and it basically pays itself off.
Okay, so we don't owe ourselves anything for the 416 is what you're saying. And then the operating transfers that we've done in the past to pay for some stuff in, like some of the CNR with cash, those are now in the operating using tax dollars, so there's no need for that operating transfer anymore? That's another piece.
I would just emphasize it's a gradual process, it's a multi-year process, so you're not gonna take all of CNR and dump it all in the operating general fund, obviously you couldn't do that. But the commitment here is very important, and it is that there needs to be a decreasing reliance on capital reserves to fund what would have been CNR. So right now, if we say we were asking our colleagues on the Board of Finance, you on the Board of Selectmen, to approve, say, 1.8 million in capital reserves, some of that's going to CIP, some of it's going to operating to pay what would have been in CNR. Every year, we need to be able to sit here and say we're asking to use less in capital reserves, because every year we expect to have less of a surplus. Because every year we have to make sure that we are not over budgeting expenses and under budgeting revenue. And that's the point of the change. It will put us on a path to long-term sustainability. It will fundamentally make sure that gradually these one-time charges there's enough capacity in our general fund to fund them without putting them all in there at one time. Previously, the idea was if it's not a recurrent, if it's a one-time lawnmower purchase, for example, you're buying a lawnmower, it's either capital or it's let's just say it's CNR. What we're saying is it's not the item so much that can't be the same, it's the classification. Every year, Tom Taberski's shop is gonna spend $200,000 on whatever piece of equipment it might be. It might be a lawnmower one day, it might be a snow blower the next day, who knows? I think what we're trying to do is move us away from this idea that one time is a specific thing. It's not. Every year we know he's gonna have that, right? The problem fundamentally is that CNR funded by capital reserves is not sustainable under this system as we see it moving forward. And lastly, Chair, because we have a reval coming in 2 years, there's gonna be a shift, as we've talked about. I know some of you are as concerned about this as I am, a shift in value of our grand list from the commercial side to the residential side. Right now, and I just to remind those who don't know, as a former tax collector for the city of Hartford, I think I have a pretty good perspective. Back of the envelope, in 2 years, you could see a 6 or 7% swing in value. Those are just rough numbers, but if you add that to inflationary pressures, it's not hard to see that you're only 2 years away from a tsunami of a tax increase to your residential properties as commercial values shift lower, markedly lower. And we're very concerned about that now. If you're concerned about it, what can you do? Well, economic development, grow the grand list, obviously, number one, we'll talk about that. But number two, you better make sure you're budgeting sustainably. And I mean by that over the long term, like we balance our budget, revenue and expenses. It's a structurally balanced budget every year. But what I'm saying is that's not good enough. You've got to take your annual budget and make sure it fits with your plan for the next 3, 4, 5, and 10 years out. Whereas before, what we've done is we've used long-term planning only for capital. What I'm saying is you need to use a longer-term approach for operating. Otherwise, your mill rate is going to be going up and up and up. So we're trying to, and one of the reasons you'll see, if we could put up that slide really quickly, Chair, sorry about this, but our percentage increase to the grand list this year is, if all things stayed where they are today, I think 2.1, we're at about a 2.1 relative to the other towns. Do you have that slide? Do we not have that? Not line 4, no, we're not showing that, but this one right here. If you see this, and this is, you're gonna see this later, but I wanted to put it in the context of why it's so important to use CNR. Our proposed increase to the mill rate is 2.18% right now. You could see that that's lower every year, starting at that 5.18. Why did you get that 5.18? It might have had something to do with the zero the year before. I don't know, I wasn't here. But you can see that it's going to become increasingly difficult to flatten out the mill rate increase. We're already at a good number, I think, relative to past years of 2.18. So what will drive that mill rate percentage back in the wrong direction? This is key to the entire day, is not us spending more money on the municipal side, when the municipal side is roughly 26% of the town's total budget. There's not going to be your town manager hiring 40 people, as one of the commenters said. We had 40 new positions. I'm not sure that number's accurate, by the way. We're checking on that. But the fact of the matter is that the biggest single driver to the increase in the mill rate percentage could be, if we're not careful, debt service. And it could be a failure to adjust for the way we've been budgeting, which is, there's no argument about this. The way we've been budgeting has been accidentally generating millions of dollars in surpluses every year. Thank you.
Okay, so I have a specific question related to this, and hopefully I can have this make sense. So the items that are recurring, that are gonna get paid for every year, are gonna use the general fund, and they're gonna be shown within the department, still labeled as small capital. And I'll just say an example is the playgrounds, right? $25,000 every year we give, and it's gonna be used from the general fund. So then I'm picking on Parks and Rec because that's on my sheet here. So in the Parks and Rec for this year, there's 3 items that are shown on the operating budget. One is the paddle courts, then the Bobcat and the pickup truck using reserves, right? I think one of the questions I had was, and I think I'm gonna answer it too, I think that you explained. So those 3 items are in there as capital items, but they're not needed every year, right? They're not gonna need a pickup truck every year. So does that mean that the Parks and Rec now has these 3 slots every year to
Correct.
fund a CNR item.
You have weaned yourself off those particular items, moved them to operating. It doesn't have to be the same item every year. You've built the capacity
Okay.
into the operating budget.
So you're swapping out based on the need. Well, what if the department doesn't have a need, I guess, is one question I have.
Another department would, because we take an approach from the organizational view, not, you're today, you're looking at each department's budget, but overall, what affects the mill rate is, of course, the overall town's budget, the BOE's budget. So if there weren't a need in say, Tom T's department,
Okay.
there probably would be a need for another police vehicle in Chief Bolter's, and that's what we would organize from the top down.
If you can picture the old CNR plan, and I will say the one benefit of that was to see the needs every year, and what we demonstrated through that 6-year plan was like $2 million worth of need every year across all departments.
So is there like a cap of what those small cap items from the capital reserves will be, or is it just a item, a placeholder of the
That's
item?
really the great question, really good question.
Thank you.
You need to build the capacity, so the answer is no, it will be increasing. But it's not gonna be increasing by the use of capital reserves, it's gonna
Right.
be increasing by a share of the grantless growth. So in other words, in years that you have a grantless growth and you don't need to increase the mill rate, those are the years that you shift a little bit of this CNR back into operating. So you've built capacity to do it over time, and you do that in years where you've projected a higher than usual grantless growth. So this year's grantless growth is 0.9. One of the first, I think the first year I was here, it was 0.08. And if you can remember the slide I just put up showing that we're at a 2.18% increase to the grand list as a percentage year over year, I just want to emphasize, and I'll probably end with this 3 hours from now, that when you're lowering your percentage mill rate increase year over year in an environment where your grand list is growing, well, great, that makes sense. If your grand list is growing, you should be able to do that. But when you've got 0.08% grand list growth, or 0.9% grand list, not even a percent grand list growth, and you're able to do that, you must be cutting something. You must be doing something right, is my point. Thank you.
So another question I have is, but what you just said, if the reserves, we're not gonna have as much reserves, so you're saying we're gonna start using operating tax dollars, general fund money, right? But another question I had was, what happens when the capital reserve fund can't cover these because of the CIP needs? Like we've exceeded our bonding needs and we need to use reserves for some key items in the CIP. Those, how will we clarify those differences when they come?
Yeah, that's another good question. I would say this, I would say that you've got to be budgeting as accurately as possible, but based on my review and even this budget in front of you is expected to yield a surplus for at least one reason I could think of. But I think that the issue is that, let's say you've got a finite amount of capital reserves.
Yep.
Wouldn't you rather be able to use it on CIP? And have CNR funded out of your mill rate, assuming the mill rate increase doesn't impact people, because again, you're paying for most of it by grantless growth, not by increasing people's tax bills. That's it. That's very important. If you don't do this, what do you do with the grantless growth? Let's say grantless growth is 2.2. So now you've got an extra 3 million or 4 million. I guess you just sweep that to reserves. And maybe you purchase some things a following year based on the grantless growth in that. It starts to fall apart. But you're absolutely right, Jared. The main impact on taxpayers is the cost of debt service. You want to keep debt service costs low. And the secondary cost is the inflationary pressures on your project. So what we'll talk about later after lunch is, what is the cost of delaying capital purchases? Right, what is that cost? Our analysis here in the town of Simsbury, I've got 22 capital plans in my office going back 2 decades. There isn't an analysis ever done of the cost of delaying the project. There's an estimation of what the cost is, and then you make a decision, do you want it in year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6? But there isn't a real analysis done to tell you what the cost is.
Yeah, I just was, Amy, the one thing I think that we have to do though, because since we're doing this for the first year, it's kind of difficult for us to look back where things were last year, where they are this year, what are we prioritizing that we prioritized in CNR last year? Is it in here? I don't know for sure. I'm trying to map that out. And then how do we track that going forward? So next year, this year's confusing. Next year, there's got to be a way for us to see how that path worked, right? I mean, I'm sure you
Right. So also too, it's all about like the long-term planning too. So I've done some budget modeling for the Board of Finance under different scenarios. So one of the scenarios is utilizing our capital reserves over a period of time to build it up to that target number for the Board of Education and the town. If I recall correctly, I think like 15 years out, it's like 3 million or something. So like let's assume it's 2 million. So it's just taking what we've done in previous years with the CNR payback and the use of capital reserves to fund that CNR and that smaller capital and start building it up to what our average spending is every year and putting in an inflationary
2% or
a CPI inflation number on it so that we're continuing to build it up so we don't get stagnant over the years. And then we could utilize the reserves to offset until we get to that point. Another option is implementing a budget model where we do a combination. We save some of it for a major large project, and then we use some of it to wean off reserves. So I think it comes down to the policy decisions of the boards of how we want to use those reserves, and do we want to commit to putting everything into the general fund, and we need a plan to get there, and just doing it year after year on a one-off is just not going to get us there.
Okay. Anybody else this on the theory or the policy practice on how we're moving forward here?
I just kind of clarify for everyone, so it's basically, forget departmentally and what the items are. You're basically knowing that every year what you would previously be CNR, you have about $2 million in expenses that you're going to need. So we're ultimately over time baking that $2 million into our operating costs because we know they are going to be needs between all the department, within the town. So, if it's a vehicle, if it's a, whatever it may be, something, HVAC system, or, I mean, that's usually higher, but like there's something. So the needs, it doesn't necessarily mean we have to go through needle by needle. We want to track them so you could see you're getting lifetime out of things, but you're basically having a kitty and saying, instead of doing a separate whole fund, it's just baked into your operating. And in the meantime, we're utilizing reserves so that we're not taxing people now and taking a big hit on that $2 million that you're baking into your operating costs. But you're gonna have these, about $2 million in expenses, give or take, across the departments for smaller purchases or maintenance over the years.
It's what's really funny about this, I had a conversation with one of you, I want to share it with everybody, and that is that, under the old model CNR, every year we would be asking, departments would be asking for a little more because things cost more. And we twice made a pitch to increase the 5-year payback. That wouldn't stop, that's not gonna stop. If you continue to have that system every year, the pressure is not to use less in reserves, the pressure is to use more in reserves. That's the old model, right? My model, I want to go on record as saying that every budget I give you from now on should rely and ask for less in capital reserves until we don't need it anymore to fund the small capital. You're always going to have CIP. The CIP is what you're bonding for, or what you're getting in grants or non-operating funds dollars, right? So it's going to take a few years to get there, but the point is, if you don't start today, you're gonna hit that reval in a couple of years, and that tsunami will not allow you to make this change. It's gotta be done now.
Okay, so why don't we start just talking about capital, CIP, since we're here. So some of us engaged in ranking and some of us did not engage in ranking.
We appreciated that, thank you very much.
And open it up for things. I'll just ask my first question on an item that I ranked highly that is not in here. And it was on the upgrades to the Apple Barn. I looked at that as a revenue generator and it's not listed here.
We agree with you, Chair, and it's one of the 3 items that we think that we'd ask the board to consider increasing the town manager budget to account for it. There's $5 million currently in capital reserves. I know you're talking about perhaps putting some more money in for SV.
We talked about the ambulance
Yeah,
already,
the ambulance.
so.
That was one of them. There are 3 things that, my town manager budget couldn't do it. I wasn't gonna recommend it, but there, I will now. I think I agree with you, Chair, that the Apple Barn is important to the town. I know, Tom, if you wanna speak to that, or either Tom, anybody?
Sure. Yeah.
Tom T.
The town, you know, when the town bought Simsbury Farms, that came with it. It was renovated in the 80s. You're looking at window, we just recently did the floor, the roof, and then subsequently, because we had, you know, the roof was leaking, we had to redo the floor. Those projects came out great. If we've made a commitment to keep that building as a town asset going forward. It's important that we look at the rest of it. The heating plant is failing. We converted to natural gas a number of years ago from oil, but that was the existing boiler that we converted. You're looking at the bathrooms that need to be renovated and brought up to code. The siding needs repairs, windows, I didn't say that yet. Gutters and doors to the, so and in a perfect world, we would hopefully find a way to engineer the poles out of that existing meeting room space.
Yeah.
So that building does become more that room becomes more functional. But that's what we're looking at as far as improvements there, and that would breathe new life into that building and extend the use for the community.
And do you see that we could use it for more things or generate some revenue for the town by the expansion and
I know, I mean, with rentals, other communities have similar facilities that they're able to rent for private events, small, you know, showers, anniversaries, other community club meetings. You may be looking at some of the use that, you know, if you go forward with a renovation at Eno or other town buildings, there might be a use for that, you know, those clubs that get displaced or those groups that get displaced could rent the Apple Barn during that time period as well, and maybe they find a new home there. But it would also allow us to expand our program base as well, because there's some things we can't do right now that we would like to do.
Okay, so it's I've kind of talked about this maybe with a couple people, but it's kind of like not a physical community center, but a virtual community center that we have activities at different places, Apple Barn, library, senior center and stuff like that to accommodate all those programs.
Do you have the number, Chair, that you would consider adding?
Well, I'm looking at the number that's in here, so it says a $300,000 request, which is in not till 2030.
It's either 3 or 350, I don't know.
I say 300.
300, Chair, that's what.
We almost had it, Tom.
We worked hard to include it, Chair, so we would support the board increasing the budget to account
Well,
for
we
this.
won't talk about that, I guess, as a whole.
I don't know what revenue we would recoup in order to offset that cost.
Okay.
My question would be, and this may be controversial to you, Tom, but you're proposing the expansion of Simsbury Farms Golf Course,
Clubhouse.
the restaurant facility. Can we use those funds to support the Apple Barn instead of, because I just look at it two ways, like we're gonna spend a lot of money on renovating the Apple Barn, and we're also gonna spend a ton of money renovating the restaurant at Simsbury Farms. Can we choose one or the other and not do both of them? Because I mean, we're in tough times right now, and I think doing one or the other would be better than trying to do both.
So to answer your question, I mean, that's a policy. It's not my money, it's the town's money, ultimately on that, but I would argue that they do serve different purposes. The golf course, it's kind of, although it's within the Simsbury Farms budget, it really is the way we've been treating the golf course for 50 years. It's its own entity sitting within the town budget. The way that budget is set up, it's set up to act like a business and make itself profitable.
Like an enterprise fund.
Yeah, to pay the town taxpayers, other than a portion of my salary, the golf course does not receive tax dollars. You know, I know the irrigation system was something a few years ago. We've made a commitment to not take any more money from the town. Equipment is paid for through a surcharge. The facility improvement surcharge that we implemented last year is going to pay for those improvements to the restaurant and clubhouse. So there won't be tax dollars ultimately spent on that project as well. But that project benefits, you know, will help grow the golf course and sustain and help it be sustainable going forward. Other facilities nearby, like the old Blue Fox course in Avon, is undergoing a major renovation that will include banquet facilities and, you know, to host outings. Outings are the lifeblood of the golf, are one of the important lifebloods of the golf course. It allows us to have events when the weather's not great. That's guaranteed income that comes in, and we're currently doing about 30 some odd events like that a year that utilize that tent. in order to continue to be profitable, we would like to be able to expand that number, and the only way to do it is expand the season by expanding that clubhouse and restaurant.
No, I totally understand what you're saying, but if we do advance that restaurant build out, is the Apple Barn necessary? Because wouldn't it, it's the same location, having the same capacity, so are we spending money on a facility that is gonna be like duplicative, right? So
Yeah, I mean, I see where you're going with it. I do think they serve different purposes. During the summer, for instance, we're doing weekly camps in there for town youth that are being held in there from 9 to 5 every day. That would be in conflict with anything that would be going on at the golf course at the same time. That's one of the busier seasons we have up there. We also do after-school programs, and when you're talking about the outside rentals to draw more rentals there. Not all of those rentals needs a full kitchen space. They don't need space for 150 plus people. There are plenty of events that in that neighborhood of 30 to 75 where the Apple Barn could easily accommodate those events, and not be in conflict with the golf course or the ice rink parking and things like that. I'm not sure if I'm giving you the answer you're looking for.
I mean, I think
they're
you give me
different
the answer I'm
things.
looking
They're
for.
different.
Because I think you can still hold those events at the renovated, if we approve that.
Some,
Go that
some
far with the
maybe,
banquet
but
hall.
In the off season.
in the off season, but a lot of those events that we're talking about attracting new events, most of those are gonna be in a space like the Apple Barn versus a space for like the golf course.
I totally understand what you're saying. I think it's to me, it's more of a nice to have than a necessity.
In which, the Apple Barn or the restaurant?
I mean, if you do the restaurant renovation, I don't know that the Apple Barn renovations.
I think, Curtis, you're having the same conversation we did on the internal side, which was why at the end of the day, it didn't make it into the recommended budget, but I'm here in support of the board if it chooses, obviously, in its discretion. It was a close call for us on our side as well, so thank you for the question.
So we'll have to look at that as
I'm happy with it as proposed.
the not doing it.
I'm actually, just since we're throwing in our 2 cents, I would rather expedite. It's an underutilized facility. It is one of our facilities. I don't know how it fits into our pieces in the future.
Yeah.
We've got this whole thing going on.
Yes.
We're gonna have to restructure. We're busting at the seams for the police. We're busting at the seams for town offices. It's a building. I don't think we have extra buildings to just let them sort of sit by the wayside. I would.
If you want, I think you could put it in 28 then, and then figure out how we're gonna use it strategically, because what you're mentioning is different than just the doors and windows that that
Well,
town's
yeah,
asking for.
and it's also,
So
it
let's-
would be a clearer
Like when we
vision.
talk about a
Okay.
bigger, use case, that's there, but I don't think that we're gonna recoup, revenue on rentals to offset this cost, considering all the other decisions that we have to make. That's why I'm settling on the proposal as presented.
So let's put a pin in that one until we
Sure.
get through the rest, because let's see if there's any others that we may wanna move around or
Find some
change.
money.
Well, so I'll just bring up my other item in here that there's other questions, but the one question that I kept having was, I didn't rate this very highly, and people in these neighborhoods don't get mad at me, but, there's the maintenance of the neighborhood paths and connecting trails. Now, there's 8 of those, I guess, 8 neighborhoods that have these trails.
There's three.
$380,000 to maintain neighborhood trails that are specific to certain areas of town. I don't live near any, but I'm just saying, I know there's one near you,
There sure
right?
is, yeah.
Yep, and there's in West Simsbury and stuff like that. So that's where I was looking at that versus something that generated revenue.
I wouldn't say part of it is maintenance, but most of them, you're talking about a policy decision whether you want to continue to
Yeah,
do this, which
yeah.
means they're in such disrepair at this point that they do need to be either paved or torn up or renovated to something like a stone dust trail. Because most of these date back to the 60s and 70s. At the time they were great, they were a nice and attractive part of the neighborhood, but now as the tree canopy has grown up, you have root eruptions, you have broken pavement. The 3 areas that you're looking at are the West Mountain Road neighborhood, that's the largest of the subset. Firetown Road, it's Hearthstone, St. Vincent Drive, Kerr Farm, is that the other one that's in there? And then you get to County Road and the Hamden Circle area. That's the newest of the three, but you have a significant length of trails, with Madison being the West Mountain Road one being the most comprehensive. You know, we need to, I understand your perspective, it's something we've struggled with as well. But a decision has to be made on those.
Yeah.
And we're looking for direction from the board. That 380 number is a placeholder. Public Works and Parks is, we've had, you guys approved an allocation back in the fall to have a consultant go through those. We're still waiting for that report to come
Okay.
back on what their recommended number is gonna be.
Yeah, we were looking to kind of be able to do two things. Right now, they went out just the same way we do with our road program, and they basically are evaluating the condition of the existing trails. In many cases, it's gonna be poor. From that, they're gonna put together a pricing structure of, okay, what is it gonna be to replace the existing paved trails in kind? How much would it cost to take those paved trails and make them stone dust trails? Or take those paved trails and turn them back into grass and let nature take its course? And both Tom and I have thought that would be a great decision, a policy decision for this board to make.
The 380 though, so we doing, is 380 like the top if we paved them? Is that how you would expect that to be?
That would probably be full,
And if it was just gravel, it would be less?
significantly less.
Is there grant funding for that? No?
I would not see that. The problem with most of the grant funding is they want you to build something you don't already have.
Yeah, okay.
Very few grants want to support, there's no ribbon cutting associated with maintenance.
Yeah. Could, you know, it doesn't hurt to ask, I had to ask.
Hey, Tom, I think we approved, earlier this year, Stratton and doing maintenance on Stratton. Is
It's
that
in the
true?
list, no, it's, I just saw it somewhere, it's on.
Is this separate from that?
The Stratton Brook Trail is part of a grant we did with DEEP.
Yeah.
And this is separate from that?
This is completely separate, yep.
Okay, cause that is maintenance.
Yeah, and I would tell you just from my limited involvement, there are certain ones that are nice to haves, they're in the backyards in the Madison area, and that's one thing. But the ones coming off of Owens Brook, which, you know, kids could use to go to school, are just in a condition that something needs to be done. And
Tom, when is that study due back?
it's, to be honest, it's a little bit late, they were
Right.
backed up with this winter we got, but I would expect it in the next probably 6 weeks at the most.
Okay.
So, the only other thing, so I'm not familiar with the other two neighborhoods, but the one that's by me, obviously, it's non-contiguous. So that reduces, I think, the value in trying to spend a lot on trying to, it is trafficked, you know, the neighborhoods use it, dog walking,
Yeah.
people, you know,
Need a
other
dog
recreation on there. But if we had, a way through the roundabout project that you've, you know, talked about before to make it contiguous, you know, that might have some additional value that would make it, you know, a better return on it being something that actually accesses the rest of North Village, as opposed to it just being this sort of isolated, you know, trail up there.
Does it go down close to where that will be?
I'm sorry?
Does it reach close enough to get to where
It
that
gets
is?
down pretty far, there's some culverts there
Because you
that
guys
probably
live out
need to be
there.
addressed, but it's, it goes back in here. and then
Okay.
it stops almost at Litchfield or somewhere else.
Okay.
Anyway,
So-
I don't know that this is where I would try to add additional, you know, funding this year, and I think that we could probably value engineer it down to stone dust or something else.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I don't know about the accessibility side, you know, whether or not the paved is really better for a lot of people, or if there was another commitment when these neighborhoods were constructed originally from some sort of open space, you know, aspect or other usage. So I would also wanna check on that to make sure that we're meeting a commitment from the earliest years when the neighborhoods were developed.
And plus, right now they're designated bonding, so it goes into the bonding total that we're allowed to use. And the reason I'm bringing this up is, are there any other items in here? We haven't spoken to any departments or, you know, really gone through. Are there any things that any departments really need that could take up some of that bonding space? I don't know.
Absolutely.
You know, I just.
No question about
I
that.
think the
Trying to
rationale
look.
for showing it in year one is because we're really at a point where we do need to make a decision on what to do moving
Yeah,
forward.
yeah.
We just wanted to evoke this conversation,
Yeah, no,
in fact,
I
one way or the other.
agree.
Maybe we could get rid of fire alarms. It's a joke.
What other, just related to this one, because the greenway improvements are here, which is for the trail. Couldn't they all be lumped in as one? Is there a way of just calling it trails so that you have a bucket?
I would steer away from that because
Okay.
there are different entities. I mean, the trail is, we talk a lot, you're talking a lot about economic development and whatnot.
Yeah.
The greenway is a completely different animal. I mean,
Okay.
7 miles of trail through the center of town. I think all of us would agree it's very important to Simsbury at a different level than those neighborhood trails are. You know, everybody can use those. They bring people to Simsbury. They feed the center of town district-wise. Well, actually from end to end, I would argue too. I would recommend, you're looking for my opinion, I would say keep those separate.
Okay.
They serve vastly different purposes. It's a completely multi-use functional trail, it supports special events, all of those kind of things. Where the neighborhood decision, I think, is a separate policy. It's a separate animal in itself.
Okay, and the greenway improvements are more ongoing, it's not like an investment in the.
Rather than coming to you every 7 years with a large request, I think, and this was set up before I got here, those annual, and the team has decided that rather than doing annually, we're gonna do it every 2 years and it'll get spent over that time. But things like paving, crack filling, the tree canopy constantly needs maintenance. Right now, we've been doing this ongoing fence replacement. There's still more to do. The section along Iron Horse is getting in rough shape. Those cross rails are rotting out. So that's money you're gonna see, but we are getting to the point where that trail is at that age where paving, some sections are gonna start to need to be repaved over the coming years. So you start building up funds for that project.
Okay, and I'm gonna let somebody else ask a question, because I'll save my other question. Just zip it.
So.
Oh, thank you.
This is just
I'm gonna
Greenway,
start
right?
calling you out on those. Go ahead.
This is just Greenway?
No, well, I'm opening it up to anything in the CIP right now, or.
So irrigation replacement, it says various fields and parks. It's a two-pronged question. The first one is, do we have an MOU with Simsbury Soccer Club?
Yeah.
Did we finalize it?
Yeah, we did.
Is that addressed in the MOU anywhere as far as the irrigation replacement?
Yeah, if
those fields fall under this?
Curtis Park was it was in the irrigation plan, but it was in the out part of that irrigation plan. Right now, it might be better to give you background where we are. We did the large field at Memorial first. We did the 4 Little League fields on the lower level secondly. The next phase of that project is the baseball field at Town Forest and then moving to Weetog Park. So that's that next tranche of funds. And then we would move from there likely to Simsbury Meadows. And then from there, Terrifield Park and then Curtis would be at the end of that cycle. We're kind of pushing that back to give them what's gonna happen with the total rebuild, whatever. If they build new fields, that puts a new irrigation system in the ground and doesn't need to be replaced.
Okay. So moving up to the cold storage building, can you just clarify, Tom, is that you? What is is that for beer?
I like the way you're thinking, Steve, but it's a little early in the day. No, that's basically, if you've been to Public Works, it's a sand pit. And when the sand blows around, it damages any equipment that's left out and it's not stored undercover. So this is to make sure that all of our equipment is stored undercover. It would probably be a fabric roof type structure. The floor would essentially be pavement. It would have electricity, no heat, no ventilation. And it's just a storage building to protect the town assets we have.
It just means unheated.
Well, no sides. Are you implying sides?
It would have sides and it would be secured.
Oh, it's like a cold storage building.
No dead bodies.
Think of it as a really big shed.
All right, in the interest of lunch hour.
I don't think lunch is here though, is it?
It is, it's being unpacked at the moment.
Okay, so we have 3 minutes.
I do have a question. For the sidewalk reconstruction,
Yep.
we have like $1.5 million in land and right of way. Like majority of it is land and right of way. Just wondering, so that's new construction, I assume, on.
I'm not sure what you're looking at. The sidewalk recapitalization project?
This is.
There's 251, 325 under sidewalk reconstruction.
I mean, over the next, up till 2032. It's 1.45 million of the 1.6 million?
Cumulatively over the
It's
years.
cumulative.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, so majority of it is land and right of way. So this is new construction of sidewalks?
Ongoing.
Yeah, it's on.
Isn't this an ongoing sidewalk?
It's ongoing. I'm
Yeah.
not sure why that ended up in land and right of way.
He's looking at your project sheet.
Yeah, I'm seeing it as land and right away, but no, this is just simply bringing up our existing sidewalks to ADA compliance. If anything, in the out years, I think we're gonna be able to greatly reduce this. This has been one of the more successful programs we've had in terms of bang for our buck. Yeah, it looks like it may have been it should have been construction.
Okay, it just seemed like a lot for
Yeah,
land
no,
and right of way.
Yeah, we're not buying any land, this is.
We're
certainly not acquisition, yeah.
So you're looking at sidewalk reconstruction under Public Works, 251,325 out of reserves.
Yeah, that seems to be the wrong line item, it should be under construction.
Oh.
Yeah. It just seemed like a lot of money for land and right of way.
So I'm gonna say, good catch on that one, this is the wrong one. But this coming year, we're gonna spend a lot of time doing the sidewalk ramps, the ADA compatibility that we need to do for to meet federal guidelines. And then the other thing that we may use some of this funding for is some planning studies for some new sidewalks. But it would only be for planning, it would not be for construction of new sidewalks.
Yeah, I'm all for it. That seemed like a lot, so that's.
Yeah, no, yeah, good catch.
Okay, I didn't think of it that way.
And just for clarification, I'm back since lunch now. The historic building restoration, we're talking about the sister barns that's on Hoskins,
No.
or is
No.
it
No,
Keno? Or
that
what
was
is?
that was combining a couple of smaller projects. That's gonna be refurbishing and painting the exterior of Scout Hall and the Amos Eno house out at Town Farm.
Holy, that's painting only 2 buildings?
It's painting, it's new columns for Scout Hall, it's wood trim that's gotten to the point that it needs to be replaced and it's rotting. And any additional funds would be used for the large barn out at the community farm, which also is in need. We currently have a tranche of money that we're spending this spring on that facility. But any money that would be left over this would be applied towards making sure all of the buildings are painted so that we don't have wood rot in the future.
Oh, well, I'm just gonna ask, so 171 or a good chunk of that is how much it would cost to renovate the Boy Scout Hall?
There's a chunk of money for Scout Hall, those columns out front.
Yeah.
A lot of the wood in those has started to deteriorate and rot and they're scalloped and they're angled and
Is there any,
you're not getting it at Home Depot.
there's no access to that building though, other than the stairs, right?
Yeah, there's a ramp in
Oh, there is, okay, sorry.
handicap.
Okay, it's a
And
town
you had
building, I guess there has to be, but I don't remember seeing it in.
Cause I know you had redone the stairs, cause they were in poor condition and now they are redone.
We don't have to finish capital right now if we have other questions, I'm just saying,
If I could just add, Chair, before we break for lunch, that the main thing for our team was, and the question should, I'll say it, there's a lot of needs that the town has, that the Board of Ed has, and we wanted very much to come under or as close as possible to the guidance that we got from our colleagues at the Board of Finance. We're continuing with what is still in place as guidance and had a meeting with the first selectman and the Board of Finance chair to clarify that the 5 million limit every year, or you could maybe merge 10 million every 2 years that you talked about, is continuing for the foreseeable future, and this plan is trying to keep us in those guardrails, but it is, I wanna just focus the board again on we've gotta start understanding the cost of delays of projects, and to our colleagues at the school side in particular, there was a lot of conversation internally as we crafted this message about what are the future needs and what are we gonna do to plan for it. So we've got to tighten. Our team is working and will continue to work to give you a better capital plan every year moving forward, because this plan leaves out things that will cost us more later. Very important. Thank you, Chair.
okay, so we can revisit this, because we also need to just glance at fiscal year 28, because that's
Yeah.
gonna become
Right.
year 1 next year that we're gonna have to do, but since it's 5 after 12, do we wanna break for lunch? Do you guys wanna break for lunch?
Is it ready?
I don't, is it ready?
It is, Chair.
Okay, why don't we take a break?
15.
It's what?
Take 15.
You're one of those, you gotta eat at your desk.
The longer we take, the longer we stay.
Well, they said, well, we can.
What are you hanging around for?
I'm on the
We're still, we're missing some people, but we'll have to make do.
Ready on our end, Chair.
Yeah. So we're in the middle of capital, or we've already gone through capital, but we have a couple other, there's some other discussions on out-year capital and also things that are not funded that may need to be funded and to ask. We could do it at the when we go through the departments, but we might wanna just ask the department heads that are here if there's things that were not funded that are critical, right? Is that what you were leading to before we were broken up? I guess I have to start with my sheet. So 27, we talked about the items in 27 this year. Are there, let's start with things that are not funded, either bonding or reserves or unfunded for the current year that you feel are critical. And then we'll look at 28. We got mixed up on my years.
Chair, I defer to the department heads and I appreciate the opportunity to let them talk on this. I think that for year one, we came up with a really good plan. We did struggle a bit in the out years, remaining under BOF guidance. And so I think what you'll probably hear from department heads this afternoon is that there are a number of capital items for the out years that they would like to see in the plan. And I'm glad that you've asked that question. So whatever order you wanna.
Let's talk about the current year. What aren't we doing that we should do? Because if we're gonna look at some of the items that we are funding and juggle money around or make changes, we'd love to hear them. So I'm gonna look, basically, first I'm gonna go back to Public Works and then Parks and Rec first, 'cause you're the biggest.
Okay. For us, the only I guess it would be under our old CNR item that wasn't funded was, we have, our crew leaders have F-350 dual-wheel drive pickup trucks. They're a critical part of our operation and we have them on a 7-year replacement cycle. I know whenever we talk vehicles, we talk about replacement cycles. For these vehicles, they're frontline, really they're emergency response vehicles. When we have the storms like we did the other day, if there's an ambulance call, it's not the big plow truck that's being diverted to get in front of the ambulance, it's these crew leader trucks and what they do. And they're big pickup trucks, but that's what it needs to push the snow that we've been having this year, which is not too unusual. And the other thing is they're also the vehicles that would come in for on-call emergencies, such as any given June, July, or August night when there's a thunderstorm and a tree branch comes down. They're responding directly with these vehicles. They have signs, cones, chainsaws, everything they need on that vehicle. And if we don't replace it this year, it's just gonna build up future pressure in future years for us.
So first of all, is it somewhere in here in an out year?
I would believe it was probably in an out year.
Of CNR?
Even if it's not in CNR, it wouldn't have been, but if it would have been unfunded anyway, so.
But is there somewhere in the is it in the CIP in an out year is unfunded?
No, because it's too low, it's 63,000.
So that's a kind of a gap, I guess, for us. Is there items that were small capital requests that aren't in the current year budget are nowhere now, correct? Cause they may be coming. So we can't look at what we're not
essentially
funding.
not funded, so as we've been communicating, either things ended up in the CIP, in the operating, or they weren't funded, so this is an example of something that wasn't
But that's not
funded.
recorded anywhere for us to know it wasn't funded unless we go back to last year, right? So there'll be things like that we can't even ask about because we don't know unless like people bring them up.
But I think the question is to each department head,
Yeah.
what would you like to fund if we could, and you wanna make sure that we've made the right cuts. And that's why we appreciate the board's line of inquiry here. Tom's trucks didn't make it into the budget this year. Hopefully they'd make it in the budget next year, but it's just an example of something that we couldn't make happen this year. And if the board is inclined to put it in, it would be most likely from capital reserves, or if it was operating, it would increase the mill rate.
So I guess I'm just getting this straight. So how much, what's the cost? Is it 100?
63,000.
Oh, 63, I'm sorry, you said that.
And how many are there?
In that category, there's 4 of the crew leaders, each have.
And what's the oldest one of those? How many years old?
This one is a 2019, currently has 95,000 miles on it. And again, these are vehicles that we put at a higher rating than, for example, my buildings and grounds trucks we replace at about 10 years. But these are, if they go down during a storm, starts to break down our process. Similar to how, I don't know where the chiefs went, they replaced their vehicles at a much shorter time span because of reliability needs.
So I guess if let's say, I want, and as an example, I wanna put that in the CIP, right? Cause it's a one-off for 7 to 10 years. I could, if I put it in the CNR under Public Works, what Mark would be saying is that will give you a placeholder for another small capital project in the years to come.
And that would be the more appropriate place to put it under the new model. If you're gonna put it anywhere, put it in operating funded by capital reserve this year. Next year, it wouldn't be funded by capital reserves under the commitment to use progressively less capital reserves every year instead of asking for more every year. We've righted the ship, so if you wanted to add it, I'd recommend adding it to operating funded by capital reserves. I think what's interesting though to me as I hear my department head talk about that is this is the item that marks, it's the demarcation line between what made it into the budget and what didn't make it into the budget. So when you wrestle with it, you know you're at the right line because I didn't put it in there. But you know anything else is not as important to Tom as this. So if you're having trouble with this, we don't need to go any deeper down his list of asks.
What happens with this truck? Does it go back in for just more limited use, or are you gonna sell it?
This one I believe is gonna get traded out.
It's gonna be what, I'm sorry?
This would be traded in as part of the package to get to the 63 on this one. Because it's not just a pickup truck, it's also the poly sander that's in the back and the plow.
But just a theory, I think if it's gonna go in the operating, then we need to talk about when we get to the operating. But I guess my point is it adds to that bucket of another item that we're gonna fund every year. It gives them a placeholder, so this goes back to the where do you stop? Because
Well, I disagree, it's really that's the point, but I would recommend that you do it when you have more grantless growth. So right now, all of these decisions were made against a 0.9% grantless growth. If you're above 1 next year, you see a little bit more. And then, so really what you're saying is, as we see some grantless growth in the town of Simsbury, that's helping us wean ourselves of CNR, but not opposed to you putting it in,
can
sure.
we just put that in for when we get there to talk about your
Sure.
budget? Because we don't know what else, we haven't talked about the other budgets and there may be changes along the way.
Maybe put that on like a wish list.
Yeah, so put a pin in it. I like that.
Just so I understand, for the cost of it, what's the actual expense we would have this year? Are you gonna put the trade-in on the revenue side? Or are you gonna reduce the amount that you have on the expense if we purchase it?
The 63 is net. It's the new truck
net.
and the whole setup.
Factoring in the trade.
Okay, so somebody has that to talk about later. So Tom T, is that your one?
Yeah, the only thing I was just gonna make note that we did something very aggressive this year, and this is the first year in 18 years that we're not replacing one of our big plow trucks. And the only concern there is, we can handle it, we knew we had a big ask, we've been pushing off the street sweeper for about 4 years. But again, that would be something where making sure we don't set ourselves up with a deficit for next year, because what we have historically done is replaced at least one plow truck every year, so the average age of the fleet stays the same. When I started, we were on a replacement schedule of 10 years. We are now keeping our plow trucks 14 and 15 years.
So the street, go ahead, Kevin.
I'm just gonna say you're happy with that change and
For this year, right?
I am
keep it that way, or?
Happy would be a strong word. I'm comfortable with that change as long as we are not creating an issue next year.
And that, again, wouldn't be under capital, that would be a former CNR item?
No.
No, that was
would be-
capital because there's.
Where is it on the out
It's
years?
small capital.
Not the plow I think would be CIP.
The plow would be CIP.
Right, and you've gotta stay under the 5 million per year, so I'm not making a commitment to do it next year.
Well, I'm there's the highway street sweeper, but where's?
Page 141, public works truck replacement and plow. It's not funded year one.
Oh, got it, sorry, I couldn't find it for a second, thank you. So it's
this-
now,
Yeah, go ahead.
it's for 28, got it.
But this is one that's also in the operating, isn't it? This is one
It's
of
funded
those.
through the operating budget, we have a certain
Right, 'cause
amount
it's-
built in, 270 in the operating budget. as a transfer to capital for the plow truck every year. We
Yeah.
basically reallocated, we kept that the same, but we've swapped it out to fund the street sweeper as opposed to the plow truck.
Okay, so it's an operating transfer, it's gonna keep happening, well, next year it will just go revert to a plow truck.
Correct.
And then if in 4 years you need some other thing and not a plow, it could be there, I guess.
Unless they get creative and put a plan.
Oh, that's a good idea, okay,
I'm happy with management.
yeah, okay. So that's covered, and you know that it says it's a plow, Tom T? What do you
I would just take the opportunity to say, I don't have anything else I'd like to add back in from CIP or CNR. I mean, we kind of realized when we were putting our budget together, we're looking at some lean years and kind of being cognizant of that. And the board has been supportive in the past of helping us replace our trucks more on, same thing with Tom, on a schedule that we're more comfortable with. So there is a truck that has been included in the proposed budget, so we're happy with that. On the operating side, if you'll indulge me for 1 second, if there's consideration going down the line to put the two seasonal maintainers that were cut last year at the end, to put those back, it'd be about a cost of $14,000. That's two seasonals at 10 weeks, 40 hours a week.
Well, let's wait till we get to.
Right, that's my only ask. You didn't ask for equipment. I'm not asking for any equipment.
Well, we'll ask you when we get to your
Got it.
sheet, but yeah, keep that one on tap. Police is here or Jem is here, I saw. Oh, Nick's there,
he's here.
anything, yeah, lurking around.
Lurking.
Lurking.
That's a new one for you.
I don't think they're working at all.
Yeah, how about like your capital items, any things that were not funded, that should have a critical need that we should know about?
They've all been put into the operating budget, the ones that we're looking for this coming year.
Okay.
And the building. That's an off-year thing. I don't know how long our plan is right now, but at some point we do need to look at the actual facility, the police department.
Yeah, good luck. Well,
I know, I just wanna make sure that doesn't fall off the master plan at some point and get sent to like
No, I'm
year
sorry, that I
6 when
shouldn't have
things die.
Yeah.
We need a senior center first, Jen.
Is that CNR or
Okay,
Thank you.
I think it's more prayer.
is it's in here though, isn't it, somewhere, or it was in here?
It was, I don't know if, I don't have that document, so I can't see what you're seeing, but I just want to ensure that it does not get put out on an out year where things go to.
And if I can share just one quick thing, I know I put it in the budget message, but it was a footnote, but it is important here at this point, and that is that if something didn't make it into the capital plan, there is a provision in the charter where, with a supermajority, it could be added. I defer to our Board of Finance chair on this, but there is a mechanism to do it. It would just require a supermajority, which is, I think it's the same 4 of 6 in any event, right? So it could be added to the capital plan later. Thank you.
And given how we wouldn't know how to fund it, I wouldn't be in favor of adding it right now because millions
I
of
just want it
dollars.
to stay on the radar.
Yes, it is, but I don't see it, it's not in here
It's not in
currently.
here, neither is it.
So,
Community center.
yeah, those aren't in here, okay. George, planning,
I don't
any,
have anything, no ma'am.
okay, social services?
Yes, thank you. We would need a community center. We need a new building.
We all gotta use the same answer.
Yes, thank you.
We did not prep that answer, Chair, at the staff level, that was spontaneous.
Yes, I'm not being flip. We need a community center. We need a new space for the senior center, for social services, and for the food pantry.
As long as you brought it up, how many square feet?
I'm not prepared to answer that question, I'm sorry. I would.
Then you can't have it.
I could become prepared to answer. We need a.
29,000 square feet over here.
We do have some
6,000
studies we
square
can
foot
share.
building.
I think
Steve, we can send you the most recent study
Yes.
on the community center. There's been a number of them done. I'm happy to share.
I'm sure I had it in my file somewhere.
Yeah.
Thank you, that's a better
And also it'd be
answer.
helpful to know what we would be doing there too. You know what I mean? Like, is it just the senior center, is it activities, all that kind of stuff?
All
That's
of
what
that,
the study-
yes, all of the
Yeah,
above.
it's all included in that.
I think the last
Thank you, Kevin.
architect's one from about 10 years ago in the senior center was, again, their first cut was close to almost 40,000, which I think the reality is that's nearing double what you could get by with.
Okay. And there was talk of doing it at the Apple Barn, which didn't fly.
Well, now that you're gonna get rid of the columns and update the bathrooms.
Well, it could be used for a partial,
I
like
would
I
fully
said, a
support
virtual.
demolishing the Apple Barn for a community center.
Pardon me?
I said I would be 100% behind the community center at the at Simsbury
Yeah,
Farm.
for a lot of programming, it could be, like I said, the remote location.
Tom, can I just ask Tom,
Yeah.
what's the square footage of the Apple Barn, do you know?
I think it's
39, 50.
yeah, it's probably 18,000 square feet.
The whole footprint.
That big?
That's a lot.
That's huge.
No.
Seems too big.
Kimmy, that-
I would say
No, you got your measurements all.
Yeah, if you're talking about just the usable space inside,
We
like
do have a
the,
garage that's part of that.
Oh,
That
yeah, no,
space.
I was talking about usable space.
Yeah.
So it, yeah,
Like the building.
the event.
There's the actual, probably 8,000 probably.
less than that. The main, the small room, the foyer area, is probably, no, it's yeah, maybe 30 by 20 in there, and the other one is probably 40 by 60, the meeting space.
What's 3520?
35 square footage, the dimensions of the room.
Length times
30
width.
by 20, so 600, maybe
Yeah.
600 square feet in a small room.
Length times
Yeah,
width.
it's 1,800 square feet.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There it is.
According to AI, it's 1,800 square feet.
Yes, that sounds about right.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
That's why you guys don't do
I'm gonna
budgets.
move library. You guys were talking about reference materials before. Oh,
Yes.
wait,
I'm here.
oh, okay.
Yes, reference materials were in the operating budget, so the library does not have any CIP requests. Again, in deference to a lean budget year, we are reducing everywhere we possibly can, and we currently run a very lean operating budget. So no special requests this year.
Okay, so when we get to operating, we can talk about that.
Absolutely.
Did I cover all the departments that are here? I think so.
IT's also. Can I
Pardon
ask
me?
about?
Oh, IT.
Can I ask about the team space though that's measured for, or that's on for?
Oh, yeah, let's-
Do you have any, can you talk a little bit about that, or are you able to?
That's in a future year plan, so we would like at some point to enclose the teen space in the library. Teens are a really important population that we serve. We often have some conflict with other groups who use this space because kids are loud and currently.
And librarians have to have a quiet space, so.
Yes, we try to maintain an environment where everyone can use the space for the needs that they have. And because the teen space is on the upper level with the adults, closing in the space to make it a space for them, again, it would be glassed in, so there'd still be visibility, but it would reduce the noise issues that we have. That's like a weekly to daily kind of issue in library space.
There's two numbers, for 28 it's 65, and then in 29 it's 350 in the same line. Do you know where the phases of that project are, or why those are like that? Maybe
Yeah.
Tom?
It was year one design, year two
Design.
construction.
I have to say, so we're talking about usability and community and enclosing a teen space in the library. It seems like there's these needs that are more broad that could probably be unified under a larger umbrella in a project. So if we're already starting to put these things here, I think when we do our goal setting, it's probably appropriate to pull out these other plans that have been developed previously, do a needs analysis, and then figure out what the appropriate use of dollars would be, instead of trying to do them all piecemeal.
Yeah, I agree. We can throw all the plans into ChatGPT and.
So I will assign Curtis to do that, he's really fast on
I have a subscription too now. Okay, so I think capital, so just the last thing on capital is the fiscal year 28, looking out there. I assume that also currently there's a lot that's unfunded in there, right? You do have the five million in bonding, but there's still projects not funded. So, but there's 6 million that are unfunded for that year. So approving it is gonna really cause the conversation to be next year as to what we need if I'm looking at this. And did you have some questions on fiscal year 28?
No, cause it's
Okay.
the splash pad and stuff, it's stuff that's definitely a discussion.
Okay, I'm just asking does anybody wanna discuss any of this now?
I really do think we should get into operating.
Do you? Okay, well, let's close this down then. I just was gonna point out there's a $3.7 million, the bridge Climax. Okay, and that's a grant, you get grants for that?
That's a lots of grant. We need to pay for the engineering, but then the grant's gonna pay for the construction.
Okay, and then the Stoddard Dam, that's pushed, that's 28,
That's correct.
and that pretty much has to happen, doesn't it?
At this point, we are
Yeah.
in process, and that's actually gonna save us money.
Yeah.
Because if we were gonna rehab it, it would be about 3 times that.
Yeah, I remember that, okay, and the we talked to them a couple years ago, they know, okay. All right, I'm good, let's move.
The fish.
Okay, let's get into the, no. You wanted to start with certain groups, correct,
If you
Mark?
don't
The
mind, Chair,
smaller
just
groups?
the smaller, if we could let the town clerk go, followed by IT, and then invite our library.
Yeah, cause library would be quite a bit.
Defer to you, but
I'd like you to get up there, that he.
if you would, Trish, yeah, thanks, and we can see you. Thanks so much for waiting.
Trish, okay.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Trish.
Hey, Trish.
This is a not too complicated department and can tick the box off on it, so happy to answer any questions since we're not really doing any presentation.
Okay.
What page is it? No,
28.
It's 38.
38 printed or online? Okay, there's differences, I'm getting there.
Trish, no new positions, right? Just wanted to make sure.
Absolutely nothing on the horizon.
I have a couple of questions from town clerk. I had a question, why were there less dog licenses?
Well, my dog passed away.
Dogs coming.
So we're gonna be in a recess?
I would say, Wendy, that in the last couple of years ago, there was an uptick in the number of dogs
Is it
being
called?
licensed. And it kind of coincided, not with new laws, it coincided with, I call it a crackdown, if you will, at kennels and grooming, where they needed to provide a license in order to get the dog into whatever they were doing. So that prompted a lot of people to say, hey, never knew I needed a license, but, so we kind of plateaued with that, so we're staying kind of steady now.
Okay.
What, there's a big increase, what can, the federal and, the state and federal grants, you have, why do you budget, this is just a technical question, you have fiscal year actual, so you have fiscal year 26 budgeted 7,500, but your estimated 16,899.
What line are you on?
It's under the historical data like this, it's page 41.
So typically, Diana, we get, we apply for and get the Historic Documents Preservation Grant from the state, which to do some projects in our office. And that has ranged anywhere from 7,000 to 8,000. It's actually dropped another 1,000 for next year. But there was a time where we received from the state a one-time drop, if you will, for absentee ballot processing. And that was used, and I'm not sure how that's reconciling. I don't know, Amy, if there's any help you can add on that item about.
Yeah, no, you're right on. We had anticipated funding from the state of Connecticut for the elections that we didn't budget for.
Okay.
I have no other questions.
Okay, I just was gonna ask about the conveyance tax. It's a large increase.
So maybe I can just do a quick little summary about what conveyance tax means.
Yeah, that would be helpful for me.
So conveyance tax kind of follows with recording fees. All of the documents that go onto our land records require a recording fee. Not all of our recordings require a conveyance tax. So there are documents that will get recorded. Those would be mortgages, releases, and certain types of deeds that don't trigger at least $2,000 of a transfer fee. So we may get more, so they sometimes kind of pattern each other, but they don't always go in the same direction, exactly parallel. So when you see a drop in something, in the conveyance tax, maybe not matching the recording fees exactly, it really depends on the transfers and the amounts in the town. So, property values right now are going up, so our conveyance taxes would follow to go up a little bit with that. But as we have people doing just what are called quitclaim deeds, where they're just transferring with no monetary transfer, those don't trigger any conveyance tax, so those are not gonna generate that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
A quick question, does it reflect and you may not be the right person, we just passed the horse tax?
Horses and ponies
So
exemption.
$20,000 or whatever, just
Yes,
reflected in
yeah,
here?
no, I think that's personal property, no,
Oh,
that
it's
wouldn't
not
be,
here.
yeah,
Okay,
it wouldn't be our
okay.
department, that's the
Okay.
assessments.
I've got a couple.
Sure, okay.
Contractual services.
Expenses.
Yeah, I'm on the expense side. Are you ready to switch to?
Sure.
Contractual services, we've got give or take $7,000, but I see our fiscal year 25 was only $700. Fiscal year 26 is
At December,
700
yeah.
so far.
Right.
Is it because they renew shortly, or it's just such a large amount of it has not been spent?
Yeah, it could be partly that, so under our contractual services, there are a few things that, actually, there's really only one thing that is definite, and that's our E-code, our online code. That contract is once a year, so when we have to prepare our budgets, we're usually looking at 5 months in, and if I haven't had that bill yet, then it won't show up as even a percentage, right, because I pay it once a year. So, yeah, and the other things that are under contractual services, they really vary. So our like microfilm storage, our land record auditing services really depend on how many land records we're getting through, right? So that's where that comes in. So that fluctuates. We haven't asked for anything more in the budget for those items, but
No, but if you go back to fiscal year 25, it was $2,000 less, give or take. So that's part of the reason for my query is, do we overestimate last year?
so I'm honestly, I can't tell you exactly why again, when the snapshot was done, and also how that transferred in 2025.
So you believe,
you
just
have-
for clarification, you believe that we're gonna expend $7,000 this year? That's a factual estimate.
Year to date, you're at 3584 for that line.
So that's about,
Halfway
That's
through.
about
that's about where
halfway
you
through.
wanna
I
be.
can't speak to 25 at the moment, but for 26, that's where we're at.
And it's kind of a moving target, because when you weigh in at a certain point in the year, it doesn't always capture, what you need for the rest of the year.
Okay, and I had a similar question with copy and printing, just going back to 25, it was $2,000. And we bumped it up to 5,400, but our estimated is 3,000. So the question is, should we be back at 3,000 or should we keep it at the 5,400?
So I'm going to just say why we bumped it up in the first place. So the codification of our ordinances and our changes to our code require that we publish, and in terms of publishing, when we send things to code, we don't know how much we're gonna send per year. It really depends on how much action you guys are taking and what changes are being made. So part of that is a kind of an unknown quantity. It depends also on the substance of what's going through. If it's something kind of complicated, there's not only the review by general code, they do, there's a lot of processing on their end, and it really is dependent on what we send them. There was a year where we sent a lot, and I didn't have enough in my budget for what happened. So we're trying to kind of lean that so that we're prepared for the legislation that goes through from the town, that we can have that budgeted accordingly.
Well, we have
So
the
that's-
charter, would the charter fit
That's
into
going
that
to be
too? And
another-
that's gonna be
yeah.
a big thing,
And I
right?
anticipate these
Right.
things, but there are, things that come up periodically that,
Horses.
that-
As we said, we wanted to look at codes and
It's a nice
ordinances.
short one, but there are longer ones that take more work on general code's end. So that it's unfortunate, we can't get a concrete number on that. We have to kind of estimate, and sometimes we're a little low, and then it could be too high in one year.
I have a general question, because I think it appears elsewhere, the training line moving, reallocating from human resources.
Yeah, I can speak to
Why
that.
don't we
So
move that back?
The brief overview of what we did last budget cycle for this budget year, as you know, we took all the conferences and education funding out of the individual departments and centralized that under human resources. For anything that was required for staff certifications, anything that's mandatory, we kept that under the individual departments because it's required, it's not really discretionary. we created the new account code called training. And we inadvertently had moved the town clerk funding out of town clerk's office into HR, and really what they use that funding for is items that are required for their certifications. So we just were correcting for that.
Okay,
That was an
thank you.
error.
Thank you. Okay, are we good with town clerk?
I am.
Okay, town clerk, you're dismissed.
Thanks, Trish.
Thanks, Trish. Thank you.
Okay, who's up next?
IT, please, Joe.
IT.
Hi, good afternoon, Brett Marchand. The one big item that is on this year's budget is the $34,000, and that's to implement Office 365, which I know was brought to the board last year as well. And this year will be fully funded.
Page 49.
Starts at.
Great news, I've got check marks.
Okay, we're good.
Oh, is that what you have? Let me see if I have any IT questions. Hold on. Oh. Office, well, I just was gonna say, in last year's budget, we thought it was gonna be 20K, and this year we're saying it's 50K.
Yes, so the pricing came in higher because I don't know if Rick had done it as a split between the police department and the town as separate projects. So with the two together, that's where we get the total amount that we put in.
This is also funded differently, Wendy. Last year, we showed it as 20,000 showing in over the course of 2 years in the CNR
Okay.
plan. Whereas now, and that was just to basically replace what we normally do with Office. This is the hosted services 365, which is a different concept than what we had planned to do. So this is building in for the 365 conversion as opposed to the old way and then the old method of budgeting.
I think this is the right path for us to go to with 365.
Yeah, I know last year's discussion was it being just the office package per se, and then the present services that we had last year, where this is the full 365 cloud package.
Yeah, SaaS, government services.
Yeah.
Question for you, is Google an option? Is that?
No.
No.
You
No.
You can't use Google.
I wouldn't.
No.
We can't.
You can't.
No.
The record keeping stuff that they need to.
And especially with being police department,
Yeah.
you know, there's compliance that we have to adhere to as well.
We explored that several years ago. The Board of Education actually moved off the network server onto the Google space, and at that time, we had obviously the same question, and can we go that route also, and it wasn't feasible.
I have another question. Page 52 online, the charges for services for the BOE dropped $84,000.
I will look for that.
I'll take that one. So it's part of our overall restructuring with the Board of Education. Currently, we're providing less support to the Board of Ed on the IT, that's why the reduction. What we've done on the other side of that equation is we've increased the Board of Ed's contribution for salaries to our shared positions for finance and budget director. Previously, those were 70-30, and now they're proposed at 50-50, kind of right-sizing the ship there. And in conversations with the superintendent about the overall structure, to our earlier point, we're all on board with an effort this spring and into early summer to look at the broader restructuring of shared services as a whole. When our previous IT director retired, after many years with the town, we had the opportunity to begin conversations with the Board of Ed on a whole host of things, starting with IT, of course. And that opened up the Pandora's box, if you will, of the relationship across the board, everything from Parks and Rec to IT to finance to budget. And what we decided, the superintendent and I, with staff's input, was those broad discussions really need to be taken out of the budget construct and be dealt with in an off-budget time. And we're going to engage with this board, with our department heads, with the superintendent and the Board of Ed on that very important process, probably over the summer months when we're not in the middle of charter and budget and everything else. What you're seeing right now is an attempt to right-size just IT. It's coming down. and finance and budget is going up.
So that's fine, I understand the finance going out, I just wanna make sure we are doing less for the Board of Ed because we're taking in less.
I think it's less about us doing less and more just trying to correct for actual workload.
Yeah, the true workload that we're doing between the two, I think
Oh, it's
is
a
more
bit,
accurate,
okay.
yeah.
More of a rebalance.
Okay, and then the other.
Market correction, Chair,
There-
let's just put it that way.
And then just, I know, I've heard it's minimal, but what do the services for the fire district has remained constant? We do
Yep.
the same amount, minimal work for them?
It's minimal, we do have highs and lows, just like with an EIT thing of where you could go a week or two without hearing anything from them, and then you might go another week with getting 2 or 3 calls from them. And, most calls are, unlock account,
Forgot the password.
Yeah, exactly, just minimal things, 5 to 10 minutes, and then the other extreme is just a small project or medium-sized project of just cutting over services at their firehouses, so it ranges back and forth, but I think we are still on target with where it was originally predicted to be.
Okay,
Do we try to recoup those funds from the fire district ever?
What's that?
20,000.
They pay us.
Yeah,
Diane.
20,000 a year.
Got
We
it.
knew, well, it's not new now, we did a memorandum with
Revenue,
them,
sorry.
about a year ago, 2 years ago.
This
Last year we did.
So this is just reading your goals and objectives, and because we've heard about this so much and it's one of my priorities. I didn't see a goal or objective in here about ensuring the data on our website is up to date and it's accessible to residents and boards and commissions. And that's a huge thing that we're hearing from residents and that we've been talking about. And I don't see that as an IT 26, 27 goal or objective. I think it should.
After the last month or two, that would definitely be one of my objectives
So can we
to
add
have.
that to, I mean, as a
Absolutely.
request of our,
That definitely should be.
do you agree?
So I would offer that I would put that on Mark and his staff to enforce, and then information assurance is in his lane. So making sure that
Okay.
there's uptime on the website, that people are able to get access to it, that department heads are able to make the edits or whatever else if there's another issue, but put the actual content on
True.
on the town
It might
manager's
be
office.
in there though, and I didn't memorize your.
Well, only with respect to your goals and mine, but I think Kevin's absolutely right.
Yeah.
And it's a miss, I think, in the transition between Rick and our
Yeah,
interim
okay.
and.
I just
whatever.
noticed it, so.
I agree with you, Wendy, I'm just saying it's.
Yeah,
wouldn't
I
put it
get
on-
you, as long as it's somewhere.
I agree.
Okay,
We're in robust agreement.
Good.
okay, so IT, anybody else IT?
I'm good. Looks great.
Class dismissed, okay.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay,
Chair, Director Maselli had to leave for a
Yeah.
personal, and we are joined by Stephanie Brotto, who's gonna take us through and answer some questions. What I'd like to do is, after Stephanie gets a few minutes to answer some specific questions, Chair, we have our capstone student, Badra, with us to give a 3 to 5 minute presentation on her program review that she did. So after Stephanie takes your questions, I'd ask if it was okay with you for us to give Badra the floor for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
okay, Stephanie, you're up.
You're up, Steph.
Oh, well, we have this. Do you have anything you wanna open with, or?
I mean, the library did zero-based budgeting this year. We looked very closely at all of our budget lines, but specifically at programs. I did a pretty comprehensive analysis of our programs that was included in board documents, including price per person, overall prices, to kind of address some of the questions and concerns around what the library expends on programs. I'm sure many of you know the library does a lot with what we have. In fact, we saved $56,000 in terms of in-kind services. So the program budget that we have, we are utilizing volunteers. We're partnering with other town departments. And so again, our estimated in-kind value is $56,000. So we did make some cuts in this budget, and overall, we're operating very lean and providing a very high level of service to our community.
I'm trying to just find like what the, we're all focused on the zero-based budgeting and the difference in the overall library budget. That's on an upper
You have
page
to
though, isn't
calculate
it?
it separately.
It's on a top, high, like it's not in the pages on page 83 and 82, there's no we don't know, where did we, like what savings and maybe that's what will be presented, but what savings did we come out with overall with the ZBB? That's kind of what I'm trying to ask.
So a lot of what we discovered is that we're pretty lean already.
Okay.
So the library is open 64 hours a week and the majority of our budget is staff. And we need staff to serve the people who are coming into the building because without the staff, it's just a building. So we did make, as folks have alluded to, a cut to materials, $23,000.
Yeah.
We made a cut of $1,700 to programming, which again was already pretty low. And then we have the cost sharing of the position. So giving up a full-time position to become part-time at the library to support the Board of Selectmen and the town's goals towards economic development.
So let's talk about the reference materials, because now I'm just looking at it, so this is where the 20,000 was cut.
And 25 in children's.
Right.
And 25 in children's, okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to get to that. 2,500 in children's.
2,500.
Yeah.
So that puts us at a $7.86 per capita. It's like 3 books per person.
So speak to the because it was at public audience, speak to the impact of not having those references.
Yeah, so we, again, compared to other towns, Simsbury is kind of in the middle in terms of what we spend on materials. Obviously, the materials that we provide to the community in terms of books, but also ebooks, audiobooks, is a main reason why people come to the library. We get a lot of feedback that we have a good collection, but resources like Overdrive or Libby, that's our e-content, right, they're high wait lists and we're constantly trying to fill demand for that. So the reduction to the materials budget is gonna have an impact on how long it takes people to get the books and resources that they're looking for. I will also say that, as we all know, costs are going up every year. So the cost of books and also the material, like the processing prices are increasing, those costs are not going down. So in addition to it being a reduction to the amount of materials we can purchase, there's actually an additional kind of hidden reduction because costs go up every year, right?
Is there any change to the level of service for Overdrive or any other digital services?
Yeah, it will be reduced.
So what does that mean when it's reduced? Is it the number of items that residents could check out is
Yes,
reduced?
that we're able to purchase.
What's that order of magnitude that it would be reduced by?
Um,
Is it new collections? Is it, I don't know the business well enough to articulate that. Is it
so it's
new releases?
purchasing new materials, yes. It's also purchasing replacements for materials, right, that are damaged. So again, the original budget was proposed was $8.84 per capita, and it's been reduced to $7.86 per capita.
What about access to the digital resources though? If somebody wanted to check out a digital book on Overdrive or.
We will have less money to put into that pot, so people will
And
wait
so
longer.
it costs us per checkout or something?
Correct,
Okay.
we have to purchase the books,
The cut to materials is digital and print.
correct.
So, does this, because I know that, and this is something that may be a future conversation off budget, but how much of these materials or part of the library is also support for the schools and especially the high school? And, they're utilizing materials at the library that they're not having at the schools. So how is this impacted and what is your relationship between the materials and usage at the library that's done for the schools?
So we do work very hard to partner with the schools and we appreciate all the work that teachers do. So we work to support the schools. We don't purchase textbooks, but we do support their curriculum in other ways and we partner with them as much as possible. One of the things that we offer is a teacher card. So Simsbury teachers can get a library card that gives them an extended loan period and access to our materials to be able to use in their classroom. That are things, again, not textbooks, but additional reading that supports their curriculum that they're accessing through the library. And those library cards do give them access to e-content as well. So if there's something that they need, again, supplemental, not talking about textbooks or required curriculum, but the library is committed to purchasing those materials to support the schools. I also just wanted to add that Simsbury Public Library has the second highest borrowing per capita in the state at 18.2 per resident, and we are second behind Darien. which is pretty
Oh, that's horrible.
impressive.
So these materials that are cut, would any of them affect what the extracurricular books may be for students?
Yes, yeah, I mean, it's all kind of in that bigger pot of what we're purchasing in terms of new materials.
I have a question about a statistic you just mentioned. That 18 you referenced per capita, are they all going to Simsbury residents? Because we have a regional approach to libraries, if I'm not mistaken.
So I believe that per capita program is for, that number is for residents, but yes, we are part of a consortium and we do share materials. And that benefits us as well, because especially if our materials budget is going down, we're gonna be relying more heavily on surrounding communities to fulfill holds for our patrons.
Where's the interlibrary loan charge for, or is there one?
Yes, that is under the, our consortium fee that we pay for LCI, is under contractual services and admin. That's one of our biggest items in that line.
The federal change to no longer have support the library transfer, or I forget exactly what it's called. Is that reflected in here as far as, I know that we, it was highlighted before as a necessary program that we utilize.
Yeah.
Is that reflected in here, the additional costs?
No, I don't believe so, we have not.
Are we gonna continue to do that, or are we gonna fund that?
We're required to as part of our
We have
consortial
to, okay.
obligation. Yeah, we have to be, as the state requirement that we have to.
Mark wanted to add something and.
Yeah, if I
You
could
wanna do
briefly, and then turn it over to Badra. I think just with respect to the reference materials, a big cut, obviously, I'm glad we're talking about it. And, you know, at the staff level, we obviously support the library. But, you know, I wouldn't characterize it as a cut in a cycle in which we're doing zero-based budgeting, right? So the point of zero-based budgeting was you've got to be able to make the case. Unfortunately, this is particularly hard with respect to reference materials because we don't have the data that is at the granular level to really understand this. But, you know, you zero out that number and you make the case for what you would need to spend without saying it's got to be a little bit more than last year because things are more expensive. This kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier today about VNA. Sometimes you've got to make a cut and reset the table, if you will, to evoke the right conversation and to understand the data behind this. And I will say with all respect to my friends on the Library Board of Trustees, that every other aspect of the library budget, we could answer every single question on, and it's 100% in front of you, and we support it clearly. On the amount of money that we need to cover the reference materials, it was grayer, it was more nuanced, it was more challenging to us at the staff level to make a real recommendation. And so here's the bottom line. Were we going to recommend flat funding it or increasing it? In a zero-based budgeting environment, I couldn't do that. So I tried to recommend to you a reasonable cut, and then what we would do is revisit this in the next budget cycle and say, okay, what was the impact? How do you gauge the impact if you haven't made the cut? It's the blood pressure thing with VNA. I don't know. I really don't know. And in fairness to the zero-based budgeting process, some of it is a little bit of a leap of faith. The last thing I'd say is that, and Budget can tell me if I'm wrong, please, but the purchase of the reference materials has been later in the year. It's not, when I look at the expenditures, it's not something that's done all at the beginning of the fiscal year, July 1st. So you might not see an impact on this cut at all until even the fourth quarter, you know, so I just couldn't recommend flat funding it. I certainly couldn't recommend increasing it. In this budget cycle, I might be sitting here a year from now saying that we cut too deeply, or we have statistics and data that shows that we hurt our community. Then I'd be sitting here saying we got to put it back. But I couldn't do it. Unfortunately, I just didn't agree with. I love the advocacy for the library, but this was a real tough call for me. Thank you, Chair.
I'm looking at the full-time, part-time library admin lines. And so just a little confusing to me. The 26 budget was 160. The estimated was 126, okay? And for 27, we're asking for 177. This is on the part-time. I'm assuming that's where the part-time position is, the full-time position goes to part-time. The difference there? Is that what
No,
that
I don't
is?
believe so, Chair. I think the full-time position is just an allocation between the two departments. It's not a switch to part-time, at an individual level. I defer to the budget team on your question. I'm not quite sure.
So, cause it's $17,000 increase in part-time.
So
That's
the
just
increase
hours.
is union contracts.
Yeah.
It's wages going up. It's not an increase in hours.
Okay.
That line has both the library services assistants, which are in the union.
And minimum wage has also gone up, so we have pages who are paid minimum wage.
Wages are also in there, right?
Okay.
So it's up 11%.
Just trying to find where the half-time position,
So
Yeah,
Mark
it's not-
Mark articulated that correctly. So what we did basically when we did the allocation for the business resource coordinator position, half of the full-time salary is in the admin full-time line under library, and then half of it is under the town manager's office full-time line.
So it's, why isn't it it's in the full-time line because
It's a full-time position.
it's still,
But you're paying for it out of the two lines.
yeah, and you're still at
And
benefits
full-time
and all that
benefits
kind of
eligible.
stuff, yeah. Okay.
So how much is it? Though I can't even find it. I've got the detail.
So the full-time line wasn't in that backup detail.
Right.
I'm
Is there a
looking at it on
reason
here.
that I don't have the detail for that? I only have part-time?
No, only insofar as the department budgets, the departments manage all of their line items except for the salaries we put together on the finance side, so that just wasn't included in that detail sheet. But if there's a question about the salaries, I can certainly answer them.
It's what's the cost. You wanna know.
I wanna know the cost. I'll be honest, we're doing zero-based budgeting. And we're getting like scraps. We don't have a summary, and some of this information, I mean, if we're gonna do zero-based budgeting, let's do zero-based budgeting and give us the opportunity for transparency. It seems like we're pulling teeth a little bit with the transparency here unless I'm missing something. I'm not saying there's anything afoul. I'm just saying asking for information repeatedly is frustrating. So can we get the details so we can start to look at this? As I'd also like to see a detail page for the previous year. I know it's zero-based, but I'm curious what we did last year and what it was based on last year. I think that's relevant information to make an assessment of what questions I do have. So, I mean, I can't go further really with the library with incomplete data.
Do we wanna have the present, I mean, I'm not sure what's being presented.
Well, the full-time position, we'll get the board that information. It wasn't in that, as I said, it wasn't, as Melissa said, it wasn't in the detail, but when we apologize for that. We can get you that information, Steve, it's not a problem. It's totally fair question. I will say, just having worked with this position shift with the union and with the incumbent, it's a great increase. It's one step increase is what would be proposed. And essentially the salary would be the same as it is now with a one-step increase. We can get that number to you. It would be allocated between the two departments. So it's still a full-time position. The library budget goes down, town manager budget goes up, and everything else is the same. I believe you've got the detail behind every other line. What you're asking for is the detail behind last year's budget, right?
Yes, I am.
Which you should have, because you were on the board last year, and I think you asked for it then, but we will get it. We're gonna get it,
We
absolutely.
have paid people.
Yeah, I know.
I am a
We'll
volunteer,
get it. Right.
so.
Yeah. But, when we sat down with the library staff to do it, we didn't let them look at the current budget either. It was zero-based budgeting, and we started with zero. And as you're gonna hear from Badra, we looked at every program, how it was funded, what how many people used it, the whole bit. So maybe we could hear Badra's report and then take it up.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fairly quick,
Yeah.
like a 5-minute,
Just a
okay,
few
sure.
minutes.
Just not to cut you off, Stephanie, but let's do that and then we can
I did have one
regroup with you.
question for Stephanie.
Okay, do you wanna do that
Well,
first
just real
then?
quick, the reduction of $4,132 in technical program and supplies.
That was cuts from the, in the board document, there is a program analysis. It
Okay.
lists 64 programs, we cut a number of them.
Got it. Yeah, I was just trying to find it
Yeah,
again
so
in
that
this
was-
document, I couldn't find it. Okay.
That was cuts. And I will say, 2 of the programs mentioned in public comment were cut.
And that's very important because we did make note of the public comment about those programs. 2 were already cut. We're gonna take another look at the others before Monday and just make sure that we have the justification for it. But for those that didn't see it, the budget message links to the library's website where we put all of that. We put the org chart, the matrix that the team did that looked at the, not just the cost per user, but also how was the program aligned with the library mission? And we tied back to the library's strategic plan, and we said, this matches that. And the ones that didn't match were cut. What we didn't look at was some things were funded by our friends, no pun intended, by the friends of the library, not impacting the general fund. I didn't look at that. We made we're not making any recommendations there. It was out of our purview. So we did cut some programs. We found, interestingly, when we cut them, that they didn't have a big impact financially. And that was just what caused us to really take a long look at the reference materials because, as I think, you were told at the top, the bulk of the cost here is in staff. It wasn't programmatic. It's not IT. It's staffing and the materials that we buy every year. And you've got to kind of reset that number. Otherwise, it's not zero-based budgeting. So thank you, Stephanie.
I don't want to lose my train of thought. I just have a question again about the salary and the position change. So, Mark is suggesting reducing the business resource person to a half-time for the library. I assume the library can handle that reduction, right, to meet the needs. But will there be a need for part-time people to supplement that? And if so, is that budgeted?
So part of the reason why it has to be part-time at the library and part-time at town hall is because if we were to remove the position altogether, all of our full-time staff work hours on the public service desk. So if that position were entirely removed, then yes, there would be an impact to the part-time lines because again, we have public service desks that need to be staffed in the public building for safety and customer service.
So if this position is cut to a half,
we're gonna lose other things that she does, but not.
And you won't, it'll just be a service cut. We won't do those things anymore.
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
I wasn't sure if you were gonna try to have part-time staff do it and if that was budgeted or it's just gone.
There are gonna be things that will.
Just gone, and we're not
So
trying to.
no one's gonna come back and ask for part-time hours.
No.
Okay.
But if you cut it, we would have part-time.
If you cut the position altogether, there would have to be an impact. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you wanna?
Yes, Badra, I'd love to introduce Badra Amish. Thank you so much. A Simsbury High School student and our inaugural, I'll say intern, but really this is her capstone project. And very quickly, what Badra did was, because there was so many programs at the library, some of them are small, some of them are big, we challenged Badra to, over the course of the last few months, go and visit as many of those programs as she could, talk to some users and kind of get a sense of, and she's been a big help with us compiling data. And she's also participated in some really robust conversations about some of the things we've talked about today. So Badra, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I'll just get started. So when I was visiting the library, my goal was to visit a breadth of programs as well as a depth of programs. So as you can see on the screen here, there's a bunch of variety. There were varied formats, so a lot of them might have been lecture-based, like the Tim Baker Metric Financial one, where I learned a lot about the stock market. And then the environmental history one, that was also really interesting. And then there were also some more conversational and hands-on ones. So this included like the Maker in Residence like cricket class, as well as the teen game club. So I really try to visit like a variety of programs, and they also were accessible to a variety of audiences as well. So there were some that were strictly for adults, like the adult book discussion group. There were some that were for teens, like the Q+ Teen Group and the Teen Game Club. And then there were also some that were just accessible to everybody in general, which was the Spanish Conversation Group. So more in the Spanish Conversation Group, I would say this is the one that really flipped my mindset on the library. I used to view it just as a place where you check out books that you ultimately never end up reading, which is what my experience is, or it's just a place where you can study. But when I visited the Spanish Conversation Group, I had a really great conversation with some of the people in there, and I just wanted to include some of those quotes. So this first one, it's a really simple one, but I think it tells a lot. It's a space where you can just exist. And this came about when we were talking about how once you get out of high school, once you get out of college, a lot of those places, a lot of those clubs where you can just have a little community kind of sort of escape. And the library is the one-stop place for everything, where everyone can just kind of come together and have a shared interest. And what was so beautiful about this was that everybody, it wasn't quite what I expected. I thought this would be like full-on Spanish speakers, but people of all levels were welcome there. They were just talking. And I take French at school. I'm super passionate about French. I hope to minor in it in the future. So I think it's really amazing that there's a space where everyone can learn, and no matter what level they're at, and not be afraid to make mistakes. I think that's super important. And the next quote that I had was, "It creates a community, and it's what makes Simsbury different from other places where there are limited opportunities." And this again comes back to the idea of community and like education. I see the library now as not just a place of studying, it's a place of learning and experiential learning specifically. We get a lot of learning in schools, but the kind of learning that you get in the library where you're able to have a community, talk with people, make mistakes along the way is not able to be found anywhere else. And the next thing I want to talk about is sort of my observations. So there's a really diverse set of programs. I don't know about you all, but I only know about 2 types of cricketing, and that's the sport and that's the insect. So it was really nice to get to know like a different kind of art. I talked with Ava Rodriguez, who runs the program, and that brings me to my next point, which is about the accessibility. I think it's super amazing that like such a niche interest like cricketing is able to be found at the library. And I also want to bring up a point that that program was held in the makerspace where you can drop in at any time. I'm not an artistic person at all, but sitting in that room made me want to be artistic. They had a bunch of materials there, and I thought that was really important. In addition, I want to bring up its adaptability. So when I was visiting the library programs, some of them at the very end, they had a piece of paper where attendees could fill out their feedback. They would ask questions like, how would you rate this program? What more can we add? And I thought that was really important. Even when I was talking to Ava Rodriguez, who is running the cricketing program, she's been running it for 15 years. And she was talking about how she maintained its like traction by listening to her attendees and making sure that it's still accessible to everyone and it's providing what it needs. In addition, I wanted to mention that it's very well attended. I mean, every single one of the programs were amazing. A lot of them had wait lists, so you could guarantee that like people were gonna be there. And even on the days when there weren't a lot of people, I noticed that would be because of weather. And it benefits a majority of Simsbury residents. I know that's something that's really important. In the Spanish conversation group, we were even talking about how some people, they were going to other libraries for Spanish conversation group, but that got ended, so they came here. And really, we just have like a diverse audience. And the last thing I want to mention is that it's really well organized. And yeah, I also want to end by by thanking a lot of the people who gave me the opportunity to do this project. So obviously Mr. Mark Nelson, and then Franklin, who like set up everything through the emails. Also Miss Stephanie, Miss Lisa, they were really the ones who helped me get into the depth of this project. We emailed a lot, we had calls, and they helped me clarify a lot of details. And then I also want to thank Mr. Faithful, who's my capstone teacher. And then also a lot of the library staff, they were really helpful. I have the worst sense of direction, so I was able to ask them a lot of questions about where the rooms were, all that sort of stuff, and they were very willing to like answer my questions on everything. So I was super grateful about that. And thank you for taking the time to listen to me today.
Wendy, any questions for Badra? I think she could handle them if you have any.
Well, I guess my question is, you were part of the getting to the zero-based budgeting. That was the effort that you were involved in, or just, yeah. So, you know, we've just been grappling with how do we see where we ended up, where we started, where we ended up. That's kind of what we're trying to uncover here. So we see a lot of level setting on the references and things like that. Anyway, that's just kind of comments.
How long were you doing this for?
Several months. I honestly regret not being able to visit more programs. I really wish I could have visited like some of the children ones. But I've been doing this since November, probably. Yeah. And then I think the last one I visited was this month.
What were you expecting to see that you didn't see there? Anything?
Honestly, I wasn't expecting to see like such a community. Like with the Spanish conversation group, I wasn't expecting like they were talking about how they like made lifelong friends in that program because it's been running for so long and they even meet like outside. There was one person who moved to Iceland or something and they still join like via Zoom, which is so sweet. I wasn't really expecting that. I wasn't really expecting like lifelong connections to be made in a place like the library, but that's what made me realize what's so important about it.
Did you expect to yeah, was there something that you thought you were gonna see, but that you didn't?
I honestly thought there'd be, I don't know, I thought there'd be like a lot more like educate, like you know how in school we do a lot of like curricular things? I was expecting a lot more of that, like more of like the lecture-based ones, and there certainly were those, but I think the ones I found most interesting were the hands-on ones, but yeah.
So I'm gonna get back to the zero-based budgeting question, because you obviously went to a lot of the programs, and some of the goals of zero-based budgeting was to get rid of redundant programs and things like that. Did you find any that were redundant, that were reduced from the library?
So I think they talked about the programs that were cut. I never visited those, but I would say all the ones I went to, I had a great experience. I never found anything like that. But yeah, that's a very good question.
What programs, is there somewhere that shows the programs that were cut?
Yes, it's in the spreadsheet.
It's in the
that
matrix.
lists, yep, all those
sorry,
programs,
go ahead.
and then there was also a column in there that lists whether they're duplicative or not, because we did, that's one of the things Mark asked us to do, is look across town departments to see, it's noted if there are other places in the community that offer similar services. It's noted when we partner with those folks, so we're not competing with them, we're supporting them and vice versa. Again, some of the programs that were cut were higher cost per person. Some of them are things that staff is now gonna do and absorb. Full-time staff who are already accounted for in the budget, right? So,
Is that in the attachment that Melissa sent out? I didn't get to that, Melissa.
It's all listed on that page, correct, where you uploaded?
It's on the library.
Oh, okay.
So in their
Oh,
narrative,
I have
there's
that.
a
I
link
looked at
to
that
this.
already. Okay, sorry, I didn't memorize it though.
Maybe we should say thank you to Bob.
Well, I'd like to say,
Curtis.
great presentation. You handled, you're in a group of
Boring old people.
old people here.
For yourself.
You showed why Simsbury High School is a great education place. You came in here, you answered our questions.
Absolutely.
You weren't nervous, you didn't read off the slide. It's a great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for doing this as a project and putting all the time and effort into it.
Of course.
Thank you, Bobby. Nice job.
Any more in the library?
I did have one last one, the equipment maintenance line went up by almost 23%. Is there a specific reason for that?
that's the automatic books order. I believe there are repairs that need to be made to that. It's upstairs, if you return your books through the upstairs slot, there's a machine and technology behind it that checks them in. So that is maintenance costs for that item.
So that's a 1-year exception that
Yes.
won't repeat next year?
Correct. I mean, the life of the machine, I believe, will have to be reevaluated in 2028 or 2030. But the repairs should get us through until that point.
Okay.
And there was there anything in that line from the previous year which we do not need to maintain? Sort of the reciprocal of what you just said with the automatic book sorter.
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, the town handles computers and things like that are in the IT budget.
So I'll be more specific. You have $9,000 for Ricoh copiers.
Yeah.
Or under maintenance.
So those are our leased copy and print machines, so that's where we do a lot of because we don't have a big copy and print line, the printing that we do is in-house. It's a staff and a public service.
So are those supplies though or maintenance?
That's the equipment, like the copy machine, which is leased.
It's
There's
under
several of
equipment
them.
maintenance though, and what I think you're inferring is supplies for the copiers.
No, it's the
$9,000.
actual machines that we lease.
So you're
Don't own them, so it's
buying them
Pay
or-
for copies?
So they have to come in and service them, like if there's a jam or a breaks down, right, those machines, we don't own them, they're leased.
So they're part
And
of
that
the
is the
maintenance contract.
Yes.
We
That,
spend $750 a month on jamming paper jams?
no, it's the cost of having that equipment
Right,
to be
you're-
able to
it's
print
the lease
things for the
cost.
library.
Oh,
So it's the full service, I think, too.
Yes, it's
Yeah, the ink that comes with it, yeah.
explaining this well.
no worries. And what is AMH and AMH maintenance?
It used to ask that.
Is that the book sorter by
That's the,
chance?
yes, that's the
Yeah.
book sorter maintenance
Okay.
issue.
And last is phone maintenance at $5,000 a year. Why do we spend $5,000 maintaining the phone, or is that another lease situation?
No, I have that somewhere, but I can't look at too many things at once.
We'll check on that one.
Yes, please. Okay, I do have a couple other questions, Stephanie, I'm sorry you're
No,
on
it's
the
fine, you
hot
want me to come
seat.
back up?
Book glue, $3,350, what kind of glue are you using? What, just if you could explain what book glue means.
So we make every effort to repair materials instead of having to repurchase them. I will say in the children's department, our materials are pretty well loved. So, you know, when we talk about the $23,000 in materials that were cut, right, instead of purchasing new books, I am repairing them to the extent that I can. So it's not just the glue, it's laminate covers when the covers are slashed, when stickers and things come off the spines, kids rip the RFID tags out of them, all that needs to be replaced just so they can continue to circulate.
It's a great answer.
I've tried to Elmer's glue a book, it doesn't work.
Speaking of RFID tags, you brought it up. $2,300, give or take, for RFID tags. Is this like a continual source that we need $2,300 of these every year, or do they expire, or?
So every time we purchase a new book, we have to put an RFID tag in the book. That's what works with our self-checkout machine so that people can check out their own materials. It reduces the amount of library staff that we need because they can self-serve to some extent. So it does, instead of pushing everyone to be helped at the desk, they can do some self-service as we help people find materials and answer other types of questions. So it is something that we have to, it's like a little tiny computer chip that we purchase and we put in the books.
Okay, so that's gonna be like an annual thing, every year we're gonna spend about that. Okay,
It's on this, it was added to the budget question list
Got it, thank you.
yesterday.
just,
Got it.
you know, it comes back to that reference materials too. I was hoping to get a little more detail on that, other than it's $44,000.
Thank you.
Do you have any insight into that? It's a single line item under children's services, reference materials, $44,240. Is that books?
So yeah, that's everything we buy, books, DVDs, we recently added, per patron request, they've been asking for more audiobook options that are not screen-based. So we've added Vox books, which are a new format, and Tony's, all of those. These are things that residents are directly asking for because they want reading options for their children. Again, they don't want to push them to screens, so they're looking for audiobook materials. It's the that line combines the digital ebooks and e-audiobooks we're purchasing as well that we talked about earlier. So it's all of that. It's literally everything that we let people check out and borrow.
In the children's
Yes.
area?
Can I ask, well, you're looking at reference
Sure.
materials, or were you? Well, I have a question, cause I've just found the sheet that was, the breakdown. Management services, the databases at 27,500, what are those, we have like, contracts or something to access certain resources, is that what that is? And what's an example?
Databases would be
EBSCO and things like that.
yeah, we don't subscribe to some of the more academic ones, but like consumer reports and
Like JSTOR, do you have that stuff?
we don't have, those are way more expensive, so we do not subscribe to those, but like Ancestry, I'm trying to think of.
So for people at the library to use,
they're for the residents to use,
you can do
a
it
subscription that they would have to pay for, but they can come in and use
instead
for
of
free.
paying for themselves, so we pay for that?
Yeah.
If I can answer your telephone question from earlier, so it looks like it is kind of it's the phone tree, so it's all the phone extensions that the library has, the phone lines and the equipment.
It's like a monthly maintenance.
Yeah, which is similar to what we have in, like, for the town hall, you'll see it in the general government line, it's for way more than the $5 for the library, cause it's the whole, it's
Maybe you
the
should
town
talk
and
to
all
the
their-
people at the library.
You're trying to.
Is that line include even like mobile services if we pay for it for?
I don't think
I don't
that's
think
like
so.
employee cell phone, no, that's a
The
different.
general government line does have that though.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just for clarification, with the new pathway for capital, the small capital computer replacement at $14,000, that's a one-time thing, not a annual.
It's recurring, so that's one of the ones that was always funded through the operating and then transferred to CNR, so this was one that was already baked into the operating budget every year.
Okay, thank you.
I just, the outdoor machine, what is that called? You know, the book.
The book sorter, that's, yeah, that's what we were talking about with that.
Okay, that's the book sorter, the one that you can use when the office,
That's the
the
loan
library's
locker that
closed.
you're-
Correct,
Okay.
yes, correct.
How, is that used quite a bit?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, we see a huge, like, we can't accommodate downstairs when it's out of order.
I was just curious, thanks.
I'm done.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
that was-
think,
Okay.
okay, we'll move on to, I don't know, Mark just.
Actually, I had one more, as long as.
man.
What is locker maintenance for $2,500?
That
Is
is
that
the,
like a book locker?
that's the book lockers, so those
Okay.
are very popular
Just
with.
clarify.
Well, that's what I was asking about. Oh, that's what I was
sorry.
asking about, the book locker, not the sorter. Yeah.
So those are accessible for residents who are not able to come during the library's hours.
Right.
So they can pick up their books anytime, so we check them out and we put their materials in the book lockers and they could come before or after we're open at a time that's convenient for them, so it's an accessibility tool.
Well, that was the one, how often is that used?
That's used frequently as well, they're
Okay.
almost always all full.
Okay.
Chair, if you are gonna move on.
Oh, you
if-
moved over there, I thought you left.
If you don't mind, we'd like to do PD. We've got a couple members of the police commission, I think, here as well. So, and Chief, if your deputy is around.
To stand up, so.
Yeah, sorry.
You don't wanna call recess first?
No, just a stretch.
Oh, sorry, Chair. We've got, Kristen should go before the chief, if that's okay.
Okay. Yeah, cause then we need a 5-minute stretch.
Okay, I'm just
There's
trying
a
to
lot of
help
sitting
clear the room.
here.
Kristen, you're up next.
I'm not used to sitting this long.
Sorry, Chief.
It's okay, I'm here.
I don't know yet.
Social service.
Social services.
I know what she's called.
I'm going into I have to go to the index.
73.
I keep scrolling back to the beginning.
Yeah,
to get the-
exactly, me too.
Right?
Yeah, it's not in front.
Well, I'm online, so it is online, cause I got a link.
Really? That's weird.
That's why I'm using it, that's why I gave up on the book. So are we starting?
Yes.
Okay, Kristen, you're just gonna hang there? It's up to you.
Oh, okay, I thought you said a 5-minute break, okay.
Oh, no, after.
After you.
Oh,
Yeah.
alright,
Whatever.
my misunderstanding.
That's okay, I'm sorry. Social services.
Toms get to hang out all day.
Social services.
It's not snowing. He
And
doesn't
Eric
care.
and
Anybody wanna kick it off? I have a question.
Sure, did you want questions first, or did you want me to
Is that,
go over anything?
Well, I guess whatever anybody else has done, if you have something you wanna share, and then we'll ask questions.
Sure, there aren't any significant overall changes, to our budget. The, changes overall, you've already mostly discussed. The biggest changes were in regards to the VNA, which we've already, been over. Also discussed at our trust fund budget meeting yesterday was that the trustees continue to be in support of our food pantry position. We've discussed that again, so that's gonna be coming back around to you. And the biggest question right now continues to be our dial-a-ride budget. So that is still out for request for proposals. That will be closing in a few weeks, so we'll have more information to you about that. The trust did give us some support for the upcoming year in relation to our enhanced dial-a-ride program, which is primarily for our medical transportation. So those are the biggest changes right now to our budget. Otherwise, no big surprises here, so happy to answer any questions.
Well, my question is more it's a salary line item question. The full-time line item, so I know that we talked about how the contingency, if we move the contingency, which settled the unions into the 26 budget, that's what we're comparing to get that percentage. But I do see for full time, this was a fairly large 6.8.3 without with that doing it. So I was just asking why the jump was so high in the salaries and social services for a small team.
Yeah, so social services, houses, our community social worker was probably our most market corrected position in the whole GovHR study.
Okay.
So that's the majority of what you're seeing. They were, in that study, it comes into, in this FY '26, when we negotiated the contract, was into year 2 instead of last year. So hopefully that answers the question, but that's just, you're seeing that GovHR study and that community social worker. To the less extent, our like baseline project engineer was also one of those kind of market correction based on level of education, certifications needed. It's settled out near the top.
Can we get those just so we can see like how?
It's in the GovHR study on the town website.
Okay.
And so this is like, we're not gonna see this particular increase staying in line like that year after
No,
year?
yeah, so everything, all of the CSEA contracts, we're 3 now 2, because 2 of them merged. All of those market corrections are in year 2. AFSCME was in the year we're currently in, police was in the year we're currently in. Dispatchers happened already as well, so every group has now had, except for unaffiliated, has had their GovHR study implemented. Starting July 1.
Okay, so I have to go to the GovHR study to find this position, is what you're saying?
Yeah, the GovHR study has everything in there, and you'll see where the kind of the 50th percentile, which is what we used when we implemented, was the 50th percentile for the market research. And you'll see where it was in the current 50, like its current salary range, and then the market 50th, and then the recommended from GovHR.
Goes over here. And then the VNA card. Yeah, go.
I just, so the senior transportation is up 17,500. I assume that's dial-a-ride. Is there a reason it's up so dramatically?
So the senior transportation right now, we have it in as a placeholder until we have our requests coming in. So
is that a high side placeholder?
No.
It was low.
no,
Really?
it's low.
No, I'd encourage the board on this particular issue, if the board wants more clarity on that, I'd like to go into executive session on Monday on that, because we are in the middle of a competitive bid that's been once delayed, and I don't want to say anything on the public record that could adversely impact it.
Understood.
Not to mention, you remember, we have an aging population, and the larger the population increases and the older and more needs for the senior population, you're gonna have an increase in contractual services for things like dial-a-ride or other service, need-based services, so.
I can say it because Kristen said it, just to put a point on it, that I want to thank the trustees. I forget if it was Belden or which trust it was, that they decided to give us some help. But they have said that they would be willing to commit an additional $20,000. We've committed to keeping them involved and up to date on the bid process as well, which will now close in 3 weeks' time, and we'll have a better idea at that point. So we've got in there, in your budget, I think it's 200 as a placeholder. It could be 10% higher. I doubt it's gonna be lower. And what you've got in front of you doesn't include the 20,000 that the trust put on the table yesterday, late afternoon.
I do have a question, it's a kind of a cross question to aging and disability. And we haven't gotten there yet, but we got a list of items that aging and disability is asking to be funded of $6,000. And I look at some of those programs, and it seems like some of those programs should or could be handled by, or they're coordinated with the senior center, but why are we budgeting them through the commission and not through the department? Is there an answer for that?
Well, my answer is probably not the right answer, but my answer is that we charge our volunteer boards and commissions to do things and to participate and to run programs and so forth. I wouldn't say that we couldn't do it on our own or anything on individual programs, but I think, my philosophy has been that we give our boards and commissions the tools and maybe even a little funding that they need to do the things that they wanna do. And if the board and commission or the commission says in their wisdom that they wanna do these 5 things, then we come to you for the funding request. But I think if you don't put any funding on the table, then why have the commission?
So the commission doesn't, I'll speak, the commission, the programs and everything that, to Mark's point, is everything that the commission has generated to provide to the community. It's not directed by staff for us to do. And we're not also directing staff to manage these events for us. We have staff involvement and we do in partnership, but we don't take any funding from, or the Aging and Disability Commission does not take any funding from social services budget. And every program that is funding, whether it's for the disability population, the senior population, or part of the AARP age-friendly community, is something that was generated from the commission level and fully, mostly staffed from the commission level and not through town staff.
Okay.
And they're also slightly different, if I may add on, as an example. A Super Thursday is a wonderful program that is sponsored by the Aging and Disability Commission. And that's a free soup and sandwich lunch that's provided by the commission. It's staffed by the commission. And social services staff, Kathy Marshall and myself were in the kitchen helping to serve that meal to the folks that attended. And that would not have happened without the funding that's given by this board to that commission. Because it was free to the people that attended, and without that funding, it would not have happened, and without the volunteer base from the commission, it would not have happened.
Right, which is also seeking outside funding to supplement some of this, because the town funding is actually not enough to support the activities that are done, so there is actually additional outside funding that is done for a lot of those programs as well.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other social services questions from anybody? Okay, do we wanna plow through police, or do we wanna take a 5-minute break?
We could change up things. I know we were scheduled to, we're kind of just over. Can we try to do planning, Chair? Would you mind to squeeze planning in?
No, I wouldn't care.
George is like, what?
George, sorry.
Police keep getting pushed.
Again, Chief.
I was prepared to be a team player here.
I know you were, George.
He was checked out. He was like, I need a nap.
No one's going anywhere.
Someone next.
Thanks for your flexibility.
I don't have any prepared remarks.
Let's see if I have any questions then.
Well, I have prepared
I'm
questions.
Come on, let's do it.
No, go ahead, I gotta get back to the index.
53.
53?
It starts on 53, the numbers are on 56.
Okay, shoot.
Where is engineer, so the GIS, you moved the cost to engineering. I mean, excuse my laziness. Where is it in the budget? The $2,000, it's under Public Works now? Okay, thank you.
Oh, the GIS.
This one I don't understand my own notes. The office supplies, they've doubled.
Yeah, I
Are you
have.
getting more paper?
Yeah, no, we're not gonna get any more paper.
Pencils.
So office supplies across the board is, it's essentially an extra 1,000. It's furniture trade out. We've got, I've got 8 people with chairs that are probably 180 years old if you add them up. So plan would be to we got some broken desks as well. That's
Is
what
that like you tell us you have 300 years of experience?
That's exactly right. So that's the reason. It's ancient
It's
stuff.
$1,000. It's a high percentage, but it's a low dollar value.
And you really, talk about kind of staff morale. There's nothing better than a good chair.
Durable office supplies, not
Yeah,
consumable.
that's better. The 49,000% increase on zoning.
I got that one too.
That's for, so that's under the tech supply category. So what that is that at the end of our comprehensive zoning process, where we're rewriting the zoning regulations, which we hope to be done in the spring of '27, would be to also incorporate those zoning regulations into E-code. Our zoning regulations are not on E-code right now, they should be. And that's a one-time cost of getting those new regulations to E-code.
Okay,
And we did propose to fund that through capital reserve since it's a one-time cost.
that's cool.
And for the record, it's only 4,900, not 49,000 increase.
Scared me there, Stephen, when
Yeah, it's
It's usually a $200
I'm just-
line item, so it's good, understood.
So, dues and subscription though are up almost 50%. For the $1,500, is that like a magazine subscription?
No, it's not. You know, I'm proud to say that we were almost into our, I'm into my, getting on my 5th year here. We are 3.5 years into a very stable planning department. We've had the same staff for that long. There are 3 members of the department, the tech specialist and 2 planners. We'll be pursuing the professional development certifications, the AICP certification over this year. And with that is test cost and then new dues and subscriptions that I'm fully supportive of their professional development. So that's why that's a one-time.
So is that also under the building department, the variance there? Are you aware of what's going on over the building?
So under that same category, Mr. Antonio, or which category?
Yeah, hold on, why variance?
It's the same amount.
It's the same amount, I don't know why it's highlighted. George, why is it highlighted on my sheet?
Probably should not be.
I don't think it is.
You were probably wondering why it was different in one department versus another.
Yeah, those guys have their certifications.
No, it might have been I missed small capital vehicles dropping $30,000, but is that part of the restructuring?
No, we got
It's just vehicle and now you're done.
Yes, exactly.
You know, horses are not taxable. With that,
That's how
I'm
they're
actually
getting around, they
done.
got no vehicles.
So
I was just gonna ask on the software, could you just explain what that is? The 9, reflects new billing schedule, did you ask that already?
Sure. If you remember last year, we had, in our relationship with our building software vendor, we essentially had been paying in arrears kind of before I got here and for the last couple of years. And the vendor finally said, you can't be paying in arrears, you've got to pay up front. So we got even last year with the higher number, and we're back to our regular number, which is $18,000 a year. So that's the reason why it's dropped.
Okay. And the blight remediation, there's just a new line, that's a new line item for 27.
So yeah, under contractual services, I think we've had contractual services for both planning and building, over the years. So that essentially is a mix of additional special plan review money that we ask for. Where we've got a complicated application, take an application that has new building products or some specialty review needs that we need to have that availability. The blight remediation is, if you remember a couple of years ago, we had a condition where the town went in after a legal process and did clearing and some blight remediation. From talking to town administration, we really needed a budget item to put that, and so that's why that's in there now. So if we have the cause after a legal process to go in and demolish a building or demolish a blighted structure or clean up waste and blight and those kinds of things, we'll have a place that it comes from.
But we don't have a specific need right now? I guess I'm asking.
George is right, we should build this in and deal with it appropriately. We would then obviously lien the property and seek recovery for it if we were in there cleaning it up and had to take any additional steps.
But you still have to have a spending line.
Gotta have a spending line, yeah.
So I have a question, that's not in your budget, and so now that you've mentioned this, additional special funding that you may need. But it, as part of your goals, and I know I'm not gonna set your goals for you, but I know one of the things that was started was the accessible signs around town. You did an ADA kind of what's the word I'm looking for? My brain is getting tired this afternoon. So you went through and looked at the parking, the signage throughout town and whatnot. But I don't know if it was ever completed and follow up, but along those lines do we have something to look at, since again, we have an aging population, of some accessibility goals within 26, 27, for whether it's lots or buildings around town and anything, and how we can help, is there anything that's a need for that?
So if you recall, what we did was, we did site visits to essentially all commercial properties.
You did an audit, like kind of thing.
We did an audit of ADA accessibility, essentially signs and striping.
Right.
And so we simply followed up with all those property owners by letter and by notice. Technically, those ADA regulations are federal regulations, so there are some questions of whether literally town staff can enforce those, and I think we acknowledge that. I think if it's shown on a site plan, we can enforce it. If it's not, so really, it's more of a community education based outreach that we did. I think we plan to continue to do that, so we didn't include it in goals for that reason, but that would be ongoing.
Yeah, and along, I guess, with like a public works or any other buildings, like they may be private buildings, but there may be accessible needs around town that I know at one point somebody didn't have the parking, the appropriate, and we worked on that. And, and again, in conjunction with the Aging and Disability Commission, your department, Public Works would, if necessary for a town building, just kind of always looking at the accessibility of things.
Yeah, I think we do that on town buildings, and that might be something we should have a kind of an ongoing conversation, what maybe the aging and disability folks identify as local needs, we can have that conversation and do that.
Great, thanks.
I have a question. So this is going back to the trends and key issues, I did read everybody's intro as thoroughly as I could. And you talk about the glut of underutilized office space. And so I know that the Simsbury Main Street Partnership is trying to get an effort going to look at that. Are we partnering with them? Like, are we participating if it's a town goal?
Absolutely, we'll be
Okay.
participating, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's all, that's my question.
Can you be available at 5 p.m. when we finish?
Or we thought we were supposed to be doing it.
No, it was a joke.
I serve at your pleasure.
Oh, you're making him stay?
No, it was a joke.
Okay.
Anything else?
That's great.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah,
Thank you for
thank you,
your time.
George, thanks for
Thanks,
hanging around.
George.
Do we wanna just keep going? So I'm gonna take a level set here.
Yeah, try to give us some view of how long.
So we originally thought you were gonna say 1 o'clock today, and I knew that was never gonna happen.
No, we compromised it.
So I said 3, no, 3.
I said 1, you said 3, we ended at 2.
No, I never ended at 2, I was going for 3.
Well, we can debate this and it's still.
I stand corrected.
We can't stop at 2, so.
3 is good with us, Chair.
So if we go to 3 though, it's gonna leave a lot for Monday night, I'm just gonna put that out there, cause I don't think we're gonna get through Public Works. So I'm happy to keep going to 3, but I'm just trying to take a pulse here of what.
I think you could get through HR and PD, wrap it up, and
Okay.
then you've got the 2 Toms on Monday.
And then doing the whole budget,
I'd like
I
to
think
power
we're-
through.
the whole thing?
Honestly, I think ours are pretty,
Alright, well, let's just do PD.
Let's get it all done by 3, guys. Come on.
Is there coffee left out there?
Yes, there's coffee left, and Amy asked if anybody wants a refill.
One more time.
Time for HR.
I was just gonna agree with them, though. I think their biggest expenses are capital.
Right.
And so we've covered most of that. If we have
get back
specific
to
questions in
fish.
operating, we probably can, and obviously
Okay.
Mark could probably.
So do we want to stop at 3?
I think we should plan to stop at 3 or before if we can, and we get
Okay.
through PD and we see what we have, and then we should have a chance to wrap up maybe if we have any extra time.
Right.
But if we go longer
let
than
everybody
3,
go.
we're not gonna be functional.
Yeah, I know, I'm tired, but I
There
could do
is more
some
coffee.
coffee.
Amy asked if
Can we keep going?
Well, I'd like to keep going. I'm just gonna go
Sounds
get
good.
coffee.
Go get coffee.
I'll listen while I'm going to get coffee. Am I allowed to do that?
You are Chair, you're the Chair. Eric,
Now
if you
you're
don't
the
mind, HR.
Tell me what I missed.
Nick was next. Alright.
Nick keeps getting kicked down the can, like,
Seriously? All that lurking I'm doing.
Tom T.
we're gonna issue a citation for lurking, skulking.
Eric, do you have an intro or anything?
Let Holly know too.
I'll go very quickly. Our appreciation to
Funny chart.
support of our HR department. Bringing Crystal on was a tremendous help to the organization. We've heard back tremendous feedback from all of our partners about the job she's doing. I made sure to hear that. We're in year one of a 5-year development plan for the HR department. Our first 6 months we really spent on trying to get through union contracts, so you're really just trying to keep the lights on during that time. And the last year, we've been focusing on really setting up the pillars that we need to build efficiencies, utilize technology, and start building the components to make us an efficient and effective HR. And it's difficult because we need to, at the same time, keep up with our level of service and also keep up with our level of compliance. We also need and have the responsibility to start looking at being strategic and how we can help the organization grow over time. And that blending does put a strain on our very small staff, but we've had, I think you'll see without taking up time in our summary write-up, we've had a very successful year. We've been hitting on a number of both balancing out, keeping with our responsibilities in terms of compliance and service, but also we've done a tremendous amount of work in a short period of time in terms of technology and also in terms of process improvements and also in terms of strategic developments in some of the initiatives that we've taken.
I think the one line that stands out is the computer software going up 150%. It's just contractual increases?
It is. So that's through our NeoGov. NeoGov supports our original contract was for the recruitment platform that we use. Since that time, last year we brought on performance. Performance management is our next large initiative, and that accounts for around just over $11,000 in increased costs to that line item. We also have brought on a few other
The background check.
yeah, and for background checks, I'm gonna keep that because when we talk about background checks, that's really only computer software. But the two things that we initiated, one is Checkology. That's for our background checks. Background checks here were done entirely manually by the HR department. We needed to make sure that we had quicker responses as we're trying to recruit and more consistent responses. We're having more folks who are coming in from outside the state who are applying, and it required us to go and develop and to apply in these states to be able to get any of the background information. We now have that all handled by an organization and we get the results back in 5 business days. The second thing that we just recently took on is called Anchored. Anchored is in collaboration with Tom Tversky. We have over 100 people that we hire seasonally every year. That is a manual process for both Tom's staff and for our staff. Anchored is a platform that takes background checks, and one of the real benefits of this background program is that they're running constant real-time backgrounds for anyone for anything regarding sexual issues with any background checks. So that's always running in the background for people who are working for Parks and Rec. The other parts of the platform are it allows Tom, rather, not me, allows Tom's staff to be able to keep up with certifications for lifeguards, et cetera, and automatically pulls out and keeps people current on any of those certification requirements. And then on the backside of it, for us, it has electronic, this is our first dive in tipping our toe into electronic files. So right now, I-9s, all the things that HR for onboarding need to do, those are all manual. Now they're all done online, customizable through the website, and it's saving us around $10,000 a year in staff time.
And those background checks are just for town, not for school?
Just for town.
Well, I was gonna, does the PD do background checks, I assume? Like, is there software that everybody could just use?
We're not allowed to do it for anybody else besides police officers, police department members, or those who have access to housing.
Okay, correct.
Okay.
Garrett, do you also use it for commercial driver's licenses?
So for commercial driver's licenses, yes, that's part of our standard process through our CDLs, through our,
As long as you're doing it.
Yes.
If you go in digital on records, do you need the other file cabinet still?
We really need that five, we
Okay.
need that, we're, again, we're slowly asking,
Got it.
our ask are slow, we need about 5 of these things, we're gonna ask for one.
Did anybody
can have
ask?
one.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Did anybody ask about the special events line while I was trying to find coffee?
Yeah, special events, so that's really, one thing that you saw in the narrative is we have developed right now we have an employee engagement committee. Employee engagement committees are incredibly important for organizations because it really allows you to tap into your organization to understand the experience that your staff are having, and it helps really create trust and engagement between management and staff, okay? In order to do that, you need to be able to hold events. We've heard from our staff, and it's fair and it's constructive criticism where people want to be recognized for their commitment to the town. And for years, we would have events where we'd have a big annual event where we recognize people for their years of service. And we still do that to some extent, but we really need to keep improving on those processes to make sure that we're providing opportunity to have formal events where we're recognizing the impact our staff are having for the organization and the town. We also have, as we're doing more engagements, both from, you also saw our safety committee, and then we have our employee engagement committees. We bring in people from the outside. We need to feed them once in a while to make them feel we have to be good hosts. So that's really just monies to make sure that we have available to have effective meetings and have hospitable meetings.
And is that includes the funding for safety committee? What is the funding for the committee or to support the meetings for the committee?
It's just the support. It's to support the meetings. So the fair majority of these costs would be for those larger annual events or events that Mark may want to take on to recognize employees. I saw a lot of faces sitting down getting ice cream and things like that, for instance. Those are the way those dollars could be used for those annual events.
And just so we're clear, when you say safety, you're not talking about, it's not the Public Safety Commission.
They're two
That's
separate things.
I'm just clarifying for the general audience, yeah.
Yes, there's two different groups. This is for the employee safety committee.
Yes, no, I know, yeah.
Yeah, so our employee safety committee is the intent of employee safety committees are ensure that you're receiving feedback and you're getting a pathway and pipeline into your employees to understand what they're seeing from safety concerns and or ideas and concerns they have that we aren't seeing or management isn't seeing in terms of making sure that we're staying compliant. So that's what safety committee is doing. At the same time, we're seeing in terms of our line item for contractual services, there's a portion of that, about $15,000 of that is really for Sage Environmental. Sage is the organization that we've partnered with. If everyone recalls, a few years ago, OSHA came through. We had an active OSHA experience, and based on that, we've really made a priority around ensuring that our compliance and exceeding compliance in terms of safety is our number one priority. Sage is our consultant. They act as, right now, as a really de facto safety officer for the town. They are going in and helping us to attend quarterly meetings. They're doing trainings with some of our key departments in Public Works, Parks and Rec, and the Police Department. They're training our police staff in terms of providing training to employees around some of the annual OSHA standard requirements that are necessary. Also, they're engaging with us in terms of some of our policies. General staff have we have responsibilities for annual training that needs to be done for staff, but we also need to start looking deeper into looking at our overall programs in terms of emergency action plans. We also have to start looking at overall job safety analysis that we have to do to ensure that we have on record any of the safety requirements of any position that we have. And that's exactly what Sage does for us.
Is this an annual expenditure now?
Right now, it is at this point, but it's a short-term cost. When we're in the third year of our commitment to SAGE. And the idea was we needed to get up and running and get onto firm ground. Those train the trainers for our staff is intended to slowly wean ourselves away from SAGE, not that, and SAGE understands this. They're an incredible partner. His name's Santa. He will always remain with us to some extent, but the idea is to make us more self-sufficient as we build all the different programs up, and then we're gonna be more self-sufficient going down.
So we're in year 3 of how many years?
We're in year 3 of year 3.
This is a $9,000 increase that you're talking about for the safety consultant?
Yeah, so a large.
Is that a required?
Yes, this is all about compliance. So a large chunk of that, about 3,500 to 4,000 of that cost is about hearing testing, and this is a good example. The town is required to do hearing tests annually for employees. And this is one of those things that we just didn't have the bandwidth for years to actually do those right. And so we now engage with an organization called Industrial Hearing, that do tests for all of our Parks and Rec and our Public Works Department staff. And that has to be done annually. So those tests are done at a cost of around $4,000 a year. And the way that is entirely tied into OSHA, because if someone has a differential where they are having an increased hearing loss, we're required to report that on our annual OSHA reporting requirements.
I'm just looking at the overall budget, there's a lot of increase, 15.5%, and your salary increases were fairly low. So it just seems like a large increase to the HR department.
I have a question that actually pertains to that. The $12,500 that's been added for the line item educational reimbursement from the town manager, is that a straight 12.5 to your budget from the town manager's budget?
It is not. So just to explain what that, this is not here to benefit your HR department. This is to benefit your other departments. So right now, that 12 grand is we're asking for that for our Public Works Department. And this is tied to getting CDLAs for our staff. It used to be in the old world, it would cost, now you have to remember, our maintainers are the lowest paid amongst us. They're in the middle, they're not the highest paid. Okay, when they're coming in, you have young kids coming in, trying to start out. Used to be they'd spend $600 to be able to get their A's and be able to do that. Yeah, nothing. Now, it's $4,000 to $5,000, if I'm correct, for the cost of to obtain your CDLA. This is a recruitment tool for us. Not only is it a recruitment tool, it also helps having our staff with A's, helps with operational efficiency, helps with emergency management. It means that we can move large equipment faster in emergency situations. It's a win-win. And as far as all the costs that we spend on education, tuition reimbursement, this is low-lying fruit. This has the most direct impact, and it's something we should be helping these employees out to retain them and to help that department run more efficiently.
So how much was the town manager budget reduced? Because it says it's reallocated.
See, it's just the format of the page. That employee events reallocated from town manager budget funding is the special activities account. The education reimbursement, the 12,500 is just the CDL. It's just a formatting.
Yeah. What we reallocated from the town manager's office was that special activities and
25.
Got it, now I see it.
So in the private world, you would have paid your own workers' comp fund. And if you had a rate more than one, it means you were not as safe a place to be as opposed to being under a value of one. The towns in Kerma, I believe, I don't know if they do the same kind of evaluation, but I very strongly believe that it is probably one of our highest responsibilities after taking care of the residents and keeping them safe, to send our people home every night with all the body parts they came with. And some of it is physical things, some of them are mental challenges, to be honest with you. And you guys are doing the right stuff, no criticism at all.
Wendy and I had the privilege of attending the Karma annual meeting at which the town was awarded the first place prize and the most important prize of the 4 or 5 they give out every year. And it was largely because of the work of the safety committee. And in the president of Kerma's remarks, as they awarded that, they complimented the town of Simsbury for cutting our workman's comp costs by, I believe it was about 40%. I don't wanna.
36%.
36%, so thank you for that. One town beat us, they cut it, I forget what town it was, they cut theirs by like 80%. I'm not quite sure how anybody did that, but
Okay.
they really want to say
Okay,
before.
let's try to move on. Like, I just got a
all
note
set
from
with
the, I got
this
the
one.
hook. Yeah, we need to, yeah, are we good? I think we need to
Appreciate
pick
it.
up the pace a little.
Right.
Thanks, Eric.
Who are we gonna put in front of Nick
Nick
next?
is next.
Who's gonna be the fastest?
Thank you for the fire cabinet. No, we need that.
Police, please, Chief.
Yeah, no, I know. Talk fast.
I made it up here.
Yes, you are.
Wait,
You are.
woo! Let's take a break. No.
Oh my God, you got backup? I mean, that's good for the police.
Right. That was a great entrance, by the way. Very theatrical.
Okay.
So just a brief opening, that this town manager's budget provides us with funds to keep our personnel levels status quo and allows us to continue our current programs and activities and supports our training and technology needs for next year.
Okay, we're cutting that then. No, I'm kidding.
All right.
Oh, sorry. Joe's here. We're
I'll
just doing
start.
questions?
Yes, Steven's got it.
Under contractual services, increased North Central team contribution, 5 to 8% tech service increases and increased drug testing. If you could just expand, it's a 17% increase.
Sure, absolutely. So we'll start with the increase in the regional services. So we partner with 8 other communities to form our North Central Emergency Services Team, which consists of what we would call like a SWAT team, accident reconstruction team, a drone team. And so we partner with these 8 other communities and we each contribute every year to that. For years, it's been set at $5,000. This year alone, we just had to purchase new technology, which let's just say we're probably about a decade or so behind on for accident reconstruction technology. And that was a big hit for us. So we're looking at the increase townwide, or the towns, all the towns involved.
All the regions have the
All the
same
regions
chip in.
have increased it, that much. We don't know what it's gonna look like years after, but along with this technology comes maintenance that starts in 5 years out. So I would say that this is probably going to be the normal ask every year of a total of $7,500, not an increase every year.
Great.
So that's one aspect of that area. The other was the increase in the behavioral and drug testing. So there's recertification requirements for police officer certifications, and we have to do a mental wellness check every 3 years as well as a drug test. And so every year it varies who has to go, and I believe this year it went from the scheduled 10 to about 14 or 15, and at $300 to $400 a pop, that starts to add up.
Who do we use to do the mental health evaluations? Or what do we use, or who do we use for a mental health evaluation?
I don't recall her name right now, but we've used her for the last 2 or 3 years.
Private practice.
Mhm. Private practice, yes.
Okay, my next one is roadside cameras. I know you wanted 2 more if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Are we done after that, or is this gonna be an annual ask?
So I don't know, so we did end up doing the 2-year evaluation, and I certainly can get that to the group. I think it's been highly successful. The additional 2 more is great for next year, and I would say we see where it goes from there. We're only committing now to another year, so it's a year lease.
Yeah.
So I don't know where it goes from there. We could have a technology change in fiscal year 28. I don't know.
Okay, and just a question regarding vehicle maintenance. I should have brought my ruler. What was the amount in CNR for the body and car cameras and tasers that were moved from CNR?
Sure.
Is it a straight move or dollar value? Was it a straight move from CNR into the operating budget?
Sure, so for the vests, no, because that varies each year. So the vests have a 5-year life. This year, we're purchasing 17 vests. Next year, it's only 7 vests. So that's gonna change every year depending. And we also do apply for a bulletproof vest grant on that, where we receive up to a 50% reimbursement, but it's not guaranteed, and I believe we still not heard back from the federal government on that, but we're anticipating, because that's been a constant, it's just you have to reapply every other year.
Don't they sell like Costco now? Can't we get a wholesale membership?
Not.
Sorry,
So that was not an even move over.
Costco vest, please.
The Axon, that's the other one you asked about?
Yes, yes, please.
So that one is not an even move over too, so if you remember, we did a 10-year contract in May of 2025, which was an estimated $300,000 savings over the course of 10 years for that contract. We have spent so much time on redacting videos, so there's FOI requests for copies of videos, and we have to watch every single video and go through, and the technology that first came out with this was you identify either somebody's face or a computer screen or a keypad where you're putting a code in, or a juvenile, or redacting some audio portions of it. But if it's a physical portion, you have to mark that with a little square and then follow it frame by frame to make sure that that's done. So it takes a ton of time. So right now, we're looking at a half an hour video. One single video could be an hour and a half or 2 hours to go through and redact. When we go to a scene, as we have here, we have 3 people. So we have 3 cameras, and everybody showed up with a cruiser. Now you have 2 cameras in each of those cruisers as well. So that's a significant amount of time. Long story short, they've added an enhanced redaction software that has already been proven to cut our time down significantly. They gave it to us to try. It follows a same face on our screen when we're redacting, so we don't have to go frame by frame. We still have to watch all of it, and then we have to watch the redacted version to make sure that it actually does its job. That's an additional $5,000 from that original, so it was not an even transfer over. It was, I believe, like $118,000, then we added the $5,000 for that Axon, so it's $123 and change for that.
That's all I have.
I have a question, just animal control. So I know in personnel, we know there's an open position. And I'm just curious as to why we would have an increased salary for the position when we're trying to put in a new person who could be, at a incoming salary. Is this a salary adjustment that's needed in the industry? That it has to go up a $6,000 increase for a new
No,
person?
I would have budgeted based on the incumbent in the position, so if we want to correct for it, we could certainly do that. I don't know how much.
I mean, I don't know the market, but I'm just saying the person had been here, but if we were looking for a new person.
It's a fair point, Chair. I'd just say from the recruitment perspective, we don't need to offer what you approve as the appropriating body, and we would be governed accordingly.
So are you saying we
We
could,
might pay them less.
but we still have to budget for the higher amount?
So you
or
can
we-
budget for what you think is
Budget,
appropriate,
right.
but
Okay.
just because it's in budget doesn't mean that's what you're gonna have to pay them.
Okay, but if we don't, okay, thank you. Police, I think I
I think we
have
should
this
buy
in-
Stephen a Kirkland bulletproof vest.
Only, I was gonna say, get a Costco vest only if you have to go to his house. Then wear the Costco vest.
That wasn't my question, and you asked two of my questions.
Right, Steve has to wear it.
Thanks, Chief.
I
Okay.
think I'm okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pick Tom or Tom? Want to do them at the same time?
Lieutenant, aren't you so glad you came?
Yeah, we're in.
Yes. Beautiful day, we're
done, my friends. I am done.
So which Tom?
I don't care.
Chair, I think we could do both at once.
One of you Toms, raise your hand.
Tom.
We wanna both come out?
Rock, paper, scissors.
I still have to go through system.
Well, I got PBC Monday night, so I feel like I'm on the wrong side.
We gotta get to the page again.
And you are from Public Works.
I'd be from Public Works. We've been busy. I really didn't come with any opening remarks or anything. I would say, our budget is really just keeping our current programs running, and we're open for any questions.
Let's see what I got.
Wow, you got a lot of sheets with yellow marks on them.
Spends a lot of money.
I have a question about under their admin contractual services. There's a one-time MS4 funding.
Yep. In addition to the annual MS4 reporting that we're required to do, we're gonna have to submit a new programmatic report this year. They've changed the requirements of the state, so it's a one-time new program to get up to date with the new federal and state requirements.
And when we do the MS4, we cover all the departments. We cover not just public works, but we cover parks, WPCA, the landfill.
We had proposed to fund that through capital reserve. We're gonna update the notes here in the margin to
Oh,
reflect
great.
everything, like the document that was attached to your Q&A. Those are the notes that are gonna show in your adopted budget, just so.
Could you do us a favor when you print those up, the notes out, could you make them in a different color?
Sure.
Just for us slow guys that we can pick them out. Thank you.
So salt,
Salt.
it's up
Oh, yeah.
25%. Do we feel that this is gonna be a typical winter from going on? Is that what's going on with the increase?
We had reduced it last year based
I
upon
remember
three
that.
lower winters.
How'd
What
that
our
work
goal
out?
is,
Not so well.
what we look at about 2,200 tons per year, and then there's a fluctuation in the price. If anything, next year the price may be up. What we've historically seen is after a big winter, the price may be up. So this number is at, but not exceeding anything we anticipate needing.
I was gonna say, is it appropriate now after all of these storms that we've had, if we've depleted our supplies, is that an appropriate amount to refund for?
If there was
to
budget
replenish?
to increase it probably by about 5% based upon the fact that when we put this budget together, we were anticipating pricing way back in December, but based upon the excessive winter that we've had, historically the following year, you're gonna see significant increases in the
Yeah.
price for salt.
Well, is that just related to the snow, extra snow and stuff, the increase on the overtime for next year is $50,000.
The increase on overtime is
What does that do to?
twofold. We historically set our overtime at about 10% of our salary budget. But we also now have have some contractual changes in our union contract, which is gonna have a budget impact. We used to offer 2 weeks of comp time to the employees, where if they worked overtime, they could simply have that equivalent time off at a different point in the year.
Yeah.
That's been eliminated because both Tom Tversky and I in our departments, we'd have nobody available at certain times. So that was negotiated out, but that has about a $60,000 impact on the budget, assuming 80 hours per employee.
Regarding library building and grounds, how did you reduce electricity usage by 16.5%, almost $20,000?
We looked at actual usage and multiplied it times our anticipated rate. I think the library had been chasing some changes over the years and they may not have looked at it the same way ours.
So it's truing this,
It's
it's trued
truing
up.
Exactly.
Yeah, cause I had a question on the small equipment community farm. Where did this go? Where did that money go? Like, it's gone.
It's
Like,
done.
yeah, we're done with it, so we don't no longer have to fund the $5,000 to the community farm.
The community farm, the $5,000 was for miscellaneous repairs and such.
Right.
I think we have some funds still available to do some of the cleanup work, but other than that, we have capital projects out there. And
Great.
that's about it.
Increase in roadside vegetation, that, like, I guess, I mean, $90,000 a year seems like a lot for roadside vegetation.
Is that the truth?
What is that? I know, I had it
Page
too.
70.
Highway facilities and programs contractual.
We'd say, Curtis, that it's actually low. We had a lot of internals. I know, I could see it on your face. We don't wanna push back on it, but really that number is low, believe it or not.
What do you do
What
for
is
that?
it, what is
Yeah, what is
roadside
it?
vegetation?
Well, I'll let the experts
Vegetation on the
answer that.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I'm
Thanks.
trying
You don't wanna
to
see what happens if we
the
cut
same
it.
line item you're looking at.
I know, I'm trying to find, I saw it already.
Is that like the, along Iron
Oh,
Horse
on the right?
in the,
It's everywhere. It's
Yeah.
all, you know.
Mugboard.
Vegetation management.
No,
Mugboard.
that's
your house.
And you see that boom mower going on the sides of the road when they're cutting that
That's what
back,
it is?
when it's all growing into the road,
Ah.
the limbs are, you know.
Okay.
it's-
And that's Public Works takes care of that?
They do, I mean, I don't wanna step on Tom's.
No, you're doing great, Tom.
Just move up close to the.
It's great stepping on your toes.
Yeah, we're gonna be contracting out some that we hadn't contracted out before, and it's also keeping up with some of the tree work as well.
Diesel fuel's up 24%. Excuse my naivety, but gas at the pump's been fairly steady.
Yeah, we had locked in a really good rate for the past fiscal year. We currently have not locked in a rate, but our anticipated lock-in rate, it's basically our rate times our usage, so.
But 25% increase seems excessive.
I think you're gonna see with today's news and some other news, I think we're gonna see a significant increase.
Diesel's actually more expensive than gasoline. Different discussion.
It doesn't make any sense why it is, but it is.
It is what it is.
On the same regard, as far as that type of expense, water is up 25%, water charges. That's moving to highway facilities and program.
Yeah, that's coming from Aquarian, and with the Aquarian purchase or the,
Eversource purchase.
Yeah.
Okay, and my last question, oh no, it might not be. Anyways, box trailer and automated vacuum, is that necessary as a capital expenditure, or can that be waysided for a couple of years if necessary?
the trailer is used all throughout the summer and fall, needs to be replaced. In the past, we've traded and shared some trailers, but this is to replace an existing trailer that needs to, its time has come. The automated vacuum is gonna save an absolute ton of labor hours, and we anticipate it'll probably pay for itself in the first 2 years of service.
$2,500 increase for centralizing GIS costs for all departments. That's just a reconciliation, is that correct?
Reallocation from.
Okay.
We took the money from George and we're giving it to
Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
Okay.
And last thing on my list is clothing and safety supplies, $2,500 increase. Is that new jeans?
No.
It's a Kirkland vest for the.
No, we have a new uniform contract. We'd had a contract that we had just wrapped up after 5 years. We negotiated hard, but this is where we're at, and it should be steady going forward for the next 5 years.
I'm done. Anyone else?
No, I asked mine, and you asked my other ones, I think. I'm just looking
sorry.
through it. Well, that's okay. I'm happy to have you.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else?
Happy to have
Let's
you
let's do another Tom.
Okay.
We'll make cuts when you're not here, Tom.
Oh, I won't go anywhere.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Nice job, Tom.
Sorry, yeah, a friend had delivered me a chai, and he was like, I'm outside the room.
I'm gonna make a request for more comfortable chairs for next year.
I was gonna say, this is like such a bad setup, and it's so hard to watch you sitting in those for 8 hours.
I say next year we do it at the library, in the program room. We can set up the
Couches?
tables.
Oh, there we go.
Tables.
I thought
We
of
had furniture study.
I thought of tables today.
Yeah.
I didn't know if there'd be room. Okay, yeah, I thought that too.
84.
Okay.
I will just start by saying what we, although we weren't asked to do zero-based budgeting this year, what we did go back with our crew is we went back and did either going back 2, 3, or in some cases 4 years, and looking at the expenses by each line item to look for, were we over budgeting, were we under budgeting, is there a trend, was there an odd year where it was a one-off? So, we think we did our due diligence in chewing up our numbers just to make everybody's life easier and be as lean as possible.
I'll start.
Okay, I'm not sure.
Okay, overtime's up 10%. Is there a reason for that specific increase?
Mr. Roy answered the question. I should have probably I thought about it when he answered the question. I probably should have gone up more, but that's gonna be contractual. That's because we eliminated their, strictly reduced their comp time availability.
Okay, equipment rentals were trued up. Can you go into a little more detail quickly for the line items overspent in the prior year? It's a $6,700 increase, equipment rentals, under Parks and Rec maintenance.
Yeah, so that we did equipment rentals, that's tree work, some tree work we had to done when we have to rent lifts to do our own tree work. The lifts have become more expensive. Changing light bulbs on the towers, things like that. Just those things have become more expensive. I don't remember if there was one specific I could get back to on Monday. Orlando had to step out.
So, just to ask, we don't own, how much does a lift cost? Not that I need you to quote me a new one, I'm just curious.
We don't buy a lift, we have to rent it. And we typically, for like the ice rink, for instance, we rent it for a month. Cause it gives them time, we have to do all the netting, if it's a light bulb that needs to be changed, we rent it for a month, but then we'll also go around and clean off the light poles around Simsbury Farms, things like that.
Okay.
And, yeah, go ahead.
Tom, are your portalettes in there? Sorry.
Oh, and the yes, that's actually the biggest driver,
Can't go one
thank
meeting
you.
without talking about portalettes.
Yes, so portalets have actually tripled in cost since COVID. Portalets are way more expensive than they used to be, and thank you, that's actually the biggest driver of those things. That's where all those locations are. I apologize.
Should we expect money to come back because the tariffs are illegal?
Yeah, that's the
Because we
next
have
one.
about $2,300 in tariffs?
We based the budget on the information we had at the time, so I don't know, I mean, if you can forecast that we're gonna get that money back, that would be great. I'm not anticipating.
Well, you're saying
getting that money
future spending, right? So if you don't have tariffs, then.
back. Again, those costs may go down,
can't
although with the
answer
news
that.
today,
Yeah.
with the news today, they're probably not gonna go down, anytime soon. So, we did this budget in December. We based it on the information we had at that point.
So speaking of costs going down, somehow you went down 25% in water. Did you take it from?
So this is basically chewing up what what we're actually spending, in one case, not to call attention to it, but for an example, we did go down in some places looking at last bills, but we are gonna go up at Memorial Park because I think I've had this conversation with a few of you. We did the irrigation systems at the Little League field last year, all the 4 lower fields last year. Part of that project, the meter got replaced there near the snack shack there. So Little League runs the snack shack. They have their own bathroom there. They've been paying for the water on that lower level field for years because the bills were very modest. They were low. With that meter being replaced, it was probably a faulty meter. Last summer, there was a huge increase in cost there. So what we've agreed, and the town takes care of the water at Weetah, we take care of it, for Henry James, all these locations where we have athletic fields, on the upper level fields, we take care of it. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna split the meter. It's actually being done probably this week or the next couple of weeks. Split the meter, so Little League's gonna be paying for their water for the concession stand that they use and the bathroom down there. The town will be paying assuming the cost for the water for the 4 fields. That's why that particular line item went up, whereas the other ones may have gone down because we chewed up the number.
So I've got another rabbit hole that I don't wanna go down today, but why can't we just dig a well for the agricultural irrigation instead of paying for drinking water to water the fields? We're the state's largest aquifer is Simsbury.
So they had a well this came up over the winter, over our last summer as well. There used to be a well at Memorial Park. It was pulling up sand all the time. It wasn't a good well. So I think that's why they switched to mainline water there. We don't use town water and our city water at Turner's Park. That's actually the river that we use there.
Right.
The Weetah and all the other locations, those are city water.
It's something, go ahead, no.
I don't wanna be the person who always hates on paddle, but
I have that question too, go ahead.
I mean, we're spending $64,000 to resurface paddle courts. We spent a ton of money last year to build paddle courts.
Pickle.
Oh, so pickle paddle.
Yeah, okay, you got me confused.
Pickle
Yeah,
and
sorry,
paddle are different.
I apologize. But I'm all for athletics. It seems like we're spending a lot of money to maintain.
What court are you, which
The line item for paddle.
$57,000.
Parks and Rec.
For paddle court resurfacing?
Under Parks and Rec maintenance, 57.2.
Yeah, it was probably a
Page
CNR, it's one of the
86.
CNR items.
Oh, under facilities maintenance?
Parks and
That's
Rec.
what it is.
Yeah,
It's under facilities
it
maintenance.
moved from CNR, Tom.
Yeah.
32 of that is the paddle courts.
Yeah, 32 of it was a request for refurbish the paddle courts. Those bring in revenue, they are heated, so that surface, if you're not familiar with that, it's got the chicken wire cage around it, the wood frame. That wood frame is aged, there's a lot of wood there that needs to be replaced, so there's decking underneath the playing surface. The playing surface is basically like a crushed walnut type of thing, it's a specialty surface. We last did some repairs about 6 or 7 years ago on that, some minor refurbishments, so we are looking for an overhaul on that.
No, I know, cause
But that's not
I
the entire cost of
participated,
that line.
and I know that
Yeah.
it was down for a couple days because
The
there
heater.
was an issue with the heater. It seems like a lot of money for.
But that's gonna be
resurfacing, but-
what would have been
It's a specialty
CNR.
sport that there's only a few companies that do that work.
I have a general question, where do I find the revenues that we get for the rink and stuff like that?
So that's under the Simsbury Farms budget, there's
Oh, the
that's
separate-
court rentals.
Are we gonna, okay,
There's a line item in your budget for court rentals under Simsbury Farms, under Parks and Recreation Fund revenues.
I was just looking for that, sorry.
Page 106,
106, not here, it's in a different place. But it's still you, so you're standing there, right?
Right, but it's still like the enterprise fund, so it's separate than his budget.
Yeah.
But he
Parks
could
and Rec
answer the
Fund.
question, correct?
So like last year, court rentals actual last year
106,
were
hold on, I'm
28,000.
trying to get there. A lot of scroll.
Well, she's doing that. Why did gas go up and diesel go down under Parks and Rec maintenance?
Because we trued up the number, we probably over budget for
Got
a
it.
couple of years and didn't see the use, so we did.
It's
more.
almost a wash.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
so
mean,
this
diesel
is the
price,
fund.
so diesel price, like Tom and Mike noted, diesel prices are different than gas. Diesel's been going up, gas has been going down.
Yeah.
But that was the benefit of looking back 4 years or 3 or 4 years and
Skating,
showing
I
up those
see.
numbers.
So skating, is that all the, like hockey,
Skating is
ice,
rink
high
rental.
school?
Yeah, and skating is everything from skate rentals, public skating admissions to the actual rental revenue we take in,
Okay,
ice time rental.
so we're losing some rental, it looks like.
Yeah, Simsbury High School is no longer a tenant at Simsbury Farms. They've since gone over to ISCC for last year, for this past season and for next season at least. They have a 2-year contract there.
So we lost money because of that?
In essence, we have. We're doing our best. We did look at our prices. We did go up between 10 and 30% on some of our other rental tenants, and we're also trying to backfill. When we found out about this, found out that the high school, or made aware that the high school had switched from using Simsbury Farms to ISCC as their prime rental. This was in the summer of last year, June, July timeframe. Most of the other people who would rent that afternoon after school time frame, 2:30 to 5:30-ish. They'd already signed rental contracts with other facilities, and there's only so many high school hockey isn't as big as it was years ago. Years ago, Simsbury High School had 3 girls, 3 boys. Now they're
Yeah.
down, I think, to 1 girls and 2 boys. So there's not as many teams looking for ice time in that after school hours. So for this past season, at least, we did contact Westminster. Westminster picked up, I think, let's call it 5 to 7 hours a week while their school's in session, so they have a little bit longer holiday break. But so they picked up this year. We're hoping to attract some other schools. We're working on it right now to try to pick up that time, fill that time next year. But that's the reason for. I can't guarantee that we're gonna have it, so I did project a lower revenue.
Yeah, no, I was just curious, because we always used to have to pick up there every night.
Yeah, no,
I'm just curious, why would they go to that, the Board of Ed made that
If
decision?
Mark wants to speak more to that or anything, we've had some conversations about it, but they typically, when the rink was rebuilt in '99, there was an at the time, it was built for the home of Simsbury High School and Simsbury Youth
Right,
Hockey.
right.
Both of those organizations grew up for a long time, we've done those renovations. The high school is just, the Board of Education and the high school teams have chosen to use ICC at this time. I don't know that if that's gonna go beyond 2 years or not, but so for at least next winter, I projected our fees based on somewhere in between where we were and where we've been this year.
Okay, that's
And where
great.
we were and where I hope to be next year.
You're competing with an indoor rink.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I think it's good.
It builds character when they skate outside every night. I mean,
They have a roof on it
I gotta
now.
go
I mean,
out
like,
there every.
it's not even a
Tom,
roof.
the only thing I'd add is, and I'm not an expert on this, but Title 49 or Title 7 or something, in talking to Kelly at ISSC, one of the issues here was providing the same level of activity support for girls as for men, and so, yeah, so I just throw that out there as one of the issues where you had boys team doing one thing and girls team doing another, and there are no lockers for one, and all of these things.
Okay.
There were a lot of issues surrounding this. Happy to talk to anybody offline about it if they'd like to, but he's accurately projecting the revenue that we anticipate, and a good
Okay.
amount of thought went into this.
And their costs will stay what our costs are, right? Like if we've moved there, we would be paying the same to them as we're paying, they would pay.
Who's we? Are we
I'm talking about,
we,
I'm still talking
or the
about
Board of Ed?
the high school, yeah, Board of Ed. If they move to the skating center for the convenience and for the locker rooms, and they could do it cheaper here, we're gonna assume they're
My
paying the
understanding
same
is-
amount up there.
And I don't wanna, it's
Right.
my understanding.
Yeah.
That the 2-year contract that they have with IACC is paying the rate that they would have paid here at
Okay.
Simsbury Farms.
So hopefully that doesn't go up if they stay there. I'm just
I
saying,
can't speak to that.
okay.
Right, although if you're projecting to offset that with your day camps, which are increased in funding revenue. I mean, you're
Yes.
actually more than offsetting that loss.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the day camp projected increases are offsetting other items, not necessarily the
Correct.
cost of the operation of the ice rink.
Not the operation, but like the loss of revenue that you're having from the ice rink is what I'm saying. Like the offsetting the loss of the rental of the ice rink.
And like I said, we're working, we're not just sitting pat and hoping, we're gonna leave the rink empty every day for 2 to 3. We're working on bringing tenants in, we're finding
Yeah,
other
oh yeah,
sources
right.
of revenue, bringing in new groups in other times that we're slow.
And Simsbury Farms Pool is also revenue side going up quite a bit.
Yeah, but we did adjust the cost of the memberships this year. We think we're gonna attract more. The new recreation supervisor is really pushing hard for new programs. We're gonna be doing Saturday lessons, we're doing after-work lessons this year. We're even offering private lessons. So she's working hard to program, find new sources of revenue to offset expenses.
What's that winter sport where you throw the thing and they?
Curling, I would love to do.
Do we do that? Why don't we do that?
We don't, it's very, you'd have, it's very.
The library does it, Steve.
That's a good 3 o'clock answer right there.
Thank you. She's not saying no, so.
All good?
I think so, yeah, I'm just gonna, one minute, I'm gonna just go through my paper. Oh, I just wanted to ask about that offset for the farm's pool to the memorial pool.
So what we've done is we've taken the memorial pool budget and placed it into the Parks and Recreation Fund, so that the taxpayers aren't being burned by any cost to operate memorial pool this year.
Okay.
Obviously, there's a long-term plan to, as you know, we're hoping to take the pool out and put a more cost-efficient and community acceptable item over there, I guess, and that remains to be seen. Just speaking to that really quick, I hope you keep it, it sounds like you guys are interested in keeping it in the out year for next year. That allows us to, hopefully Tom Fitzgerald and I to start pursuing possible state grant for that. That will come back to you next year and dangle in front of you and hope that, you see that as a benefit and we'll take it at that point.
Okay, so I think we're okay right now with you, with Parks and Rec?
Yeah, thank you.
So I'm gonna summarize what I think we have left to do. A lot, let's put it that way. We really haven't gone through the town manager, general budget, the board and commission budgets, the probate finance assessor, kind of those one-off pages, right, the funds and all that kind of stuff. So that's something, benefits.
They'll all, or Mark will at least be here.
Yeah, I'm saying for, if we do it tonight or Monday, right? Those are things we have to. I'm just saying.
Let's take a 20-minute break.
All right, forget it. I guess we're going home.
What time it is?
So, I have no plans tonight. Okay, so those things are going.
Apparently, your plan is to do the budget.
No, I want to go home too.
I'll take a 48-hour break.
So, okay, so those are things we have to do. I'm just trying to make sure we can just spec out the time.
Is it fair, Chair, to say, so staff knows that the departments that you finished are fine, and we do have a note of the questions that are, I know we've committed to get back to you on a number of things, but can we draw a line, at least based on your consensuses, that we're not gonna be revisiting all of that Monday night, but moving on to the things you just mentioned?
I think so.
I don't know that we need department heads,
No.
but there might be discussion on some of the things that we've heard today.
Yeah.
And we might make adjustments if
And
we need to.
we might know, if there's things Monday that we know that we wanna call people back for, we can send them to you guys so that person can pop in.
Yeah, I mean, we got the impression, we were talking on the break, that there might be a number, 2 or 3 things that you wanna add, which obviously, you'd find no objections from staff on any of those things. We appreciate the time you spent today on this, some really good questions, in fact.
Yeah, and there may be some cuts too. I just wanna put that on the record.
But not from the ones that we've already passed over is all I'm saying.
Yeah, we need to regroup. Okay, so
Steph is here till 7:30 on Monday anyways, in theory.
yeah, and we're starting at 5, right?
We started an hour earlier.
We have the charter hearing. Yeah. We have the charter hearing, so we're probably never gonna get to talk about the charter till March 9th. But anyway, that's fine. Are we good to wrap for today?
Quick question, any questions on WPCA? I know we didn't touch on it, but.
No.
I never have questions on them because they have their own fund, so I feel
it's not like we have a lot to say on it.
Just wanna make sure.
Yeah, all right, so
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, wow.
Thanks,